His Excellency President Lai Ching-te has arrived. Please welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause. Welcome. President Lai is accompanied by the chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Chen Tangshan, and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Mr. Tian Zhongguang. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you. It's our honor and great privilege to have all the VIPs, distinguished guests here today with us. Please take a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Ketagalan Forum 2024 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue, hosted by the Prospect Foundation and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan. To begin, I'd like to first invite the chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Chen Tangshan, to deliver his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chairman Chen. Welcome. Welcome. Please join us on stage. Welcome.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Honorable President Lai Ching-te, the former Prime Minister of Japan, Honorable Yoshihiko Noda, former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Honorable Edward Hager, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Honorable Nikki Haley, a member of the Parliament of Estonia, Honorable Kerry Lennett, former Deputy Prime Minister of Latvia, Honorable Artis Fabriks, Commander of North of India, Mr. Pangja Saran. Welcome. And Secretary of General to the President, Mr. Pamongan. I don't know if he's here. Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister Tian Zhongguang, my good friend, and Vice Minister Chen Liko. All distinguished guests this morning. Good morning again. Yeah.
Good morning.
Every year, I remember when I stand here delivering the opening remarks for this very important security gathering. It seems to me that the list of challenges facing us has not only grown, but those challenges have become increasingly complex. This is my thought, I think. That is due both to the nature of our interconnected world and to the resurgence of a group of authoritarian states that, like us, are learning their lessons, adapting and remain obstinate in their efforts to weaken our societies. Try to erode the ties that bind us and rewrite the rules of the international system in ways that benefit their non-democratic worldview. Reflecting the evolving nature of those challenges, this year's forum, we offer a much needed discussion by experts on 3 key topics that will have a consequential impact on our world for years, if not decades to come. So the first panel will focus on the threats that are immediately recognizable to anyone here who lives or works in this region. In it, our experts will discuss gray zone conflict in the Taiwan Strait, the South China Sea, and the East China Sea. This will be followed by a discussion by a second group of experts on economic security and economic coercion. Among others, they will touch on how to build economic resilience, de-risking, and the role of Taiwan's semiconductors in stabilizing the regional supply chain. I repeat that the Taiwan semiconductors in stabilizing the supply chain. As this is, I think, a very important topics we're going to discuss about it. Then finally, the third panel will be the discussion the practice and challenges of digital democracy, with special focus on how digital authoritarianism is spread through false information, and how it affects democracy. So there's a lot of ground to cover, and I'm looking forward to the important discussions that will be held today. So I'm once again very optimistic that together, we can not only identify the challenges that is facing us, but also we can just as importantly propose concrete and effective solutions on how to address them. So this is a very important meeting, and we appreciate tremendously of your coming to participate in this very meaningful event. So once again, I only mean to say from the bottom of my heart how much grateful we are to each one of you. So once again, hope you have an enjoyable stay here in Taiwan. Also, once again, thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the remarks, Chairman Chen. Thank you, and please return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you for the remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today it is our great privilege and distinct honor to have His Excellency President Lai Ching-te to address our opening ceremony of Ketagalan Forum 2024 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency President Lai Ching-te for his remarks. Welcome.
Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Chen Tang-san, former Prime Minister of Japan, Noda Yoshihiko, former Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Edward Heger, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley. Distinguished guests, good morning.
Good morning.
The Ketagalan Forum, now in its 8th year, is a platform for dialogue on security in the Indo-Pacific. This year's forum will cover topics such as security in the Taiwan Strait, economic security and economic coercion, and the practice and challenges of digital democracy. These are issues of concern for democratic countries around the world. And Taiwan is more than willing to work even closer with other countries in search of solutions. I want to extend a warm welcome to you all and sincerely thank you for making the trip to Taiwan. Joining us today are political leaders, parliamentarians, and experts from 11 countries. We also have the special honor of welcoming former Prime Ministers Noda and Heger and Ambassador Haley, who will be as keynote speakers. Your presence demonstrates concrete support for democratic Taiwan. It's also a symbol of solidarity for the Indo-Pacific region. In recent years, authoritarianism has grown and is becoming more aggressive. It's now a challenge at the global level. We have seen Russia invade Ukraine, and North Korea threaten the peace and stability of Northeast Asia. Now conflicts have also broken out in the Middle East. We have also seen China's military expansionism in the East and South China Seas, not only through military exercise in the Taiwan Straits, but also in joint sea and air treaties with Russia in the South China Sea, Western Pacific, and Sea of Japan. Such actions are intended to intimidate China's neighbors and undermine regional peace and stability. China has even weaponized trade, using various pressures and threats. It's politically manipulating not just Taiwan, but also Japan, Korea, Australia, Lithuania, Canada, and other countries. I'm sure that these unilateral tactics of economic coercion are very familiar to our guests from Australia and Lithuania. We have also seen China use hybrid warfare tactics, such as cyber attacks, cognitive warfare, disinformation, and political interference in attempts to infiltrate and influence elections in Taiwan and other countries. China has also tried using technologies and the internet to spread digital authoritarianism and such influence the development of democracy globally. We are all fully aware that China's growing authoritarianism will not stop with Taiwan, nor is Taiwan the only target of China's economic pressures. China intends to change the rules-based international order. That is why democratic countries must come together and take concrete action. Only by working together can we inhibit the expansion of authoritarianism. Located in the fourth island chain, Taiwan faces the immediate threat of China, but Taiwan will not be intimidated. We will take responsibility to maintain peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait by implementing the 4 pillars of Peace Action Plan. First, we will strengthen our national defense. We will continue to reform national defense and increase our defense budget as we make ourselves more self-sufficient in national defense and facilitate military procurement. We will outfit our forces with the equipment and weaponry they need. At the same time, we will create a mechanism for introducing emerging technologies and build up our civil defense resilience, strengthening our capabilities and showing our resolve for self-defense. Second, we will build economic security. China continues to suppress Taiwan's presence in the international community, impeding us from signing trade agreements with other countries and participating in the regional economy. However, our resolve to engage with the world remains strong. Over the past several years, we have continued to expand the global presence of our economy and diversify risks. We have also greatly reduced dependence on China. From 2010 to last year, Taiwanese investments in China fell from 83.8% to 11.4% of total outbound investment, making an all-time low. In the first half of 2010, our exports to China accounted for 43.1% of total exports. But in the first half of this year, the figure was only 31.2%, the lowest for the same period in the last 22 years. We also hope to diversify trade through new trade agreements to further increase the resilience of our economy in the face of economic coercion. At present, the first agreement under the Taiwan-US Initiative of 21st Century Trade has already been signed, and the second round negotiation is ongoing. We have also signed a foreign investment promotion and protection arrangements with Canada to expand our presence in the North American market. As for the other sides of the Atlantic, we have signed an enhanced trade partnership agreement with the United Kingdom, marking Taiwan's very first-based framework for further economic and trade relations with the European country. We have also achieved significant results with our new southbound policy. In the first half of this year, Taiwan's exports to the 18 new southbound countries reached $50.2 billion, the highest amount ever for this time frame. Moving forward, Taiwan will continue seeking admission to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. Alongside other countries in the region, we hope to create even more economic success and enhance our economic resilience. Third, we will strengthen our partnerships with democratic countries. Taiwan will continue to expand collaboration with our democratic partners in all areas through values-based diplomacy. This year's forum will feature discussion on the role of Taiwan's semiconductors in stabilizing global supply chains. In this regard, we will continue to cooperate with like-minded partners on democracy chips as we build sustainable supply chains to advance global prosperity and development. Taiwan will also step up exchanges and cooperation with other countries in national defense and security. Alongside fellow democracies, we will demonstrate the strength of deterrence, prevent war, and achieve our goal of peace through strength. The final pillar is stable and the principle of cross-strait leadership. As a responsible member of the international community, Taiwan will neither yield nor provoke and maintain the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. On the condition of parity and dignity, we are willing to conduct exchanges and cooperate with China to achieve peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan is determined to serve as a key driver for the development of global democracy, peace, and prosperity. More than anything, we hope our partners can be united as we support the democratic umbrella. We must take collective action to confront the challenges presented by authoritarianism and defend our shared values. To close, I would like to express my appreciation once again for your consideration and support for Taiwan. Let's continue to press ahead side by side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Lai, for addressing the opening ceremony. Thank you. Due to scheduling considerations, Mr. President has to depart from the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again for a round of applause expressing our gratitude to His Excellency President Lai Ching-te for joining us this morning. Thank you, Mr. President, for gracing our forum with your presence this morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Many thanks to Mr. President Lai Ching-te and all our distinguished guests here today for gracing our opening ceremony of the Ketagalan Forum 2024 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will begin shortly. Our first keynote speech will be delivered in Japanese. Simultaneous interpretation devices are available at the reception area. You may borrow one with your ID or business card. Please switch to channel 1 for English. Thank you. Our forum will officially begin momentarily, so if you would like to take this time to borrow a simultaneous interpretation device, it's at the reception area. Please join us shortly and after a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a car key lost in this venue. So if you have lost your car key, you may proceed to the reception area. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speech will begin at 9:40 and it will be delivered in Japanese. Simultaneous interpretation devices are provided at the reception area with limited number of them. So please do proceed to the reception area and borrow one with your ID or business card should you need one. Please switch to channel 1 for English. Thank you. We will begin shortly in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin in 5 minutes. May I invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin shortly in 3 minutes. May I invite all of you to please take your seats. The first keynote speech will be delivered in Japanese, so you may use your simultaneous interpretation device during the speech. And may I invite you to please silence your mobile devices. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once again invite you to take your seat as our forum will begin shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now our forum will officially begin. It is our great honor to have the Honorable Yoshihiko Noda as the first keynote speaker today. He previously served as Prime Minister of Japan, and he is currently a member of the House of Representatives of Japan and Chief Executive Advisor of Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan. But before we proceed, I would like to invite the host to join us, Mr. Tian Zhongguang, the Deputy Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to introduce our first keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Deputy Minister Tian. Welcome.
He guided Japan through the immediate aftermath of the devastating earthquake and the tsunami of 2011. And his leadership helped steer the nation on the course towards recovery and revitalization. Beyond his domestic achievement, Mr. Noda has enhanced Japan's standing as a key player in global diplomacy and a major contributor to security and development in the region. He has helped cement Japan's role in promoting Indo-Pacific as a strategic and economic center of gravity. Underpinned by his understanding that a peaceful Indo-Pacific is integral to global prosperity, Mr. Noda has been a champion of regional stability. When faced with the challenges of the territorial disputes, piracy, and the preservation of the sea lanes, he has emphasized collaboration among like-minded countries to defend the rule-based international order. Moreover, Mr. Noda has been a strong advocate for Taiwan's participation in the international community. And his support is rooted in a very deep respect for Taiwan's democratic achievement and the recognition of its importance in the regional peace and prosperity. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from Mr. Noda himself. In his opening remarks, he will address our current challenges and explore opportunities for collaboration and growth within the region. With his unique insights into the geopolitical landscape of the Indo-Pacific, Mr. Noda will undoubtedly offer an invaluable guidance to navigate the complexity ahead and to chart a path to stability, cooperation, and development. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming the former Prime Minister of Japan to this forum opening keynote speaker, the Honorable Yoshihiko Noda-san. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Tian. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Yoshihiko Noda for his speech. Welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, you may now put on your headsets and switch to channel 1 for English. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am from Japan, the executive advisor to the Constitutional Democratic Party and former Prime Minister. I am Noda Yoshihiko. My best language is Japanese, so I'm delivering my remark in Japanese, and to be invited to one of the few prestigious events in Taiwan's diplomacy and security fields, I am deeply honored, especially with President Chen's remark of the Prospect Foundation and also the moderator's introduction of myself. I would like to thank everyone. Before getting into the topic, I would like to congratulate all of you. Taiwan won a total of 7 medals with 2 gold medals at the Paris Olympics. Sincere congratulations to everyone. The finale is the men's badminton doubles championships. The Taiwan team of Li Yan and Wang Qiling took the lead 21-17 in the first game and fell behind 18-21 in the second game. However, in the third and final game, although they were closely followed by the opponent leading only by 1 point, they ultimately won 21-19. I sincerely applaud Taiwan for winning the gold medal in men's badminton doubles and achieving 2 consecutive Olympic titles for the first time. I have visited Taiwan in 2002, 2008, and 2015, and this is my 4th visit to Taiwan. I was a student in the first year of the Panasonic School of Political Science and Economics, founded by the founder of Panasonic's Holdings Corporation, Konosuke Masushita. In 2002, I visited Taiwan for the first time as the head of a Congress delegation who graduated from the School of Political Science and Economics. At the time, I had substantial and meaningful exchanges with President Chen Shui-bian, former President Li Denghui, and other political figures in Taiwan. In 2008, along with Senator Ren Hosaito and other colleagues from the Democratic Party, I visited Taiwan during your presidential election. At the time, I was greatly impressed by how enthusiastic the Taiwan people were about the election. When I visited Taiwan in 2015, I wanted to directly express my gratitude for your tremendous support to Japan during the Great East Japan earthquake, so I visited Taiwan. Also, after the accident at Tokyo Electric Power Company's Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, Taiwan banned the import of goods from 5 prefectures, including Fukushima, Tochigi, Gunma, Ibaraki, and Chiba. Persuading Taiwan to relax the imports based on scientific evidence was also one of the purposes of my visit to Taiwan at the time. During that visit to Taiwan, I also had talks with Ma Ying-jeou, chairperson of DPP Tsai Ing-wen, who served as president for 8 years since 2016, and president of the Legislative Yuan Wang Jinping, among others. Import controls on Japanese food were significantly relaxed a few years later. This year, further relaxation of measures was announced. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to your country for properly resolving this outstanding case. This time, I am invited to visit Taiwan again after 9 years. I am truly delighted. It is understood that today's forum will discuss 3 themes: security in the Taiwan Strait, economic security, and the practices and challenges of digital democracy. I think these are very important topics. I hope that what I am going to say next will be of some inspiration to you. If so, I would be deeply honored. Japan and Taiwan are both places where natural disasters such as earthquakes, rainstorms, and typhoons occur frequently. However, whenever difficult situations occur, both sides always lend a helping hand to each other. When the Great East Japan earthquake occurred in March 2011, Japan received approximately 20 billion yen in donations from Taiwan. I would like to once again express my sincere gratitude to Taiwan for your warm friendship and assistance in helping Japan tide over the difficulties. In September 2011, as the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, I expressed my gratitude to everyone in Taiwan at the plenary session of the House of Representatives. When the Japanese people were suffering and grieving, the people of Taiwan helped Japan in the spirit of empathy. Even after well over a decade, it is still engraved in the hearts of the Japanese people. In January this year, after the Noto Peninsula earthquake occurred, Japan received more than 2.5 billion yen in donations from the Taiwan government and non-government organizations, as well as words of encouragement. In addition, another earthquake occurred this month with its epicenter off the coast of Miyazaki Prefecture, and Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also expressed willingness to provide assistance to Japan. The Kaohsiung City Fire Department in southern Taiwan has a special rescue team composed of 67 people and 4 rescue dogs on standby at any time and can be dispatched for search and rescue whenever we should make the request. I would like to once again express my deep gratitude to everyone in Taiwan for your great friendship. I would like to add that in April this year, when the Hualien earthquake occurred in Taiwan, there were also voices across Japan that wanted to repay Taiwan's kindness. In the face of extremely difficult situations such as natural disasters, the bonds and nexus of friendship between the people of Japan and Taiwan have further strengthened. The Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association and the Taiwan-Japan Relations Association signed various cooperation agreements every year, mainly in the economic field. So far, more than 60 cooperation agreements have been signed. These agreements form an important foundation for promoting substantive cooperation between Japan and Taiwan. During my tenure as Prime Minister, Japan and Taiwan also signed a mutual investing guaranteeing agreement and an agreement on realization of open skies. Bilateral relations have made significant progress, especially after the implementation of open skies. Human exchanges between Taiwan and Japan increased rapidly. In 2019, before the COVID-19 outbreak, the number of tourists from Taiwan to Japan was 4.89 million. But if calculated based on Taiwan's total population of 23 million, this is a rather astonishing percentage. The number of Taiwan tourists traveling to Japan in 2023 has recovered to approximately 4.2 million. During the 6 months from January to June this year, the number of tourists from Taiwan to Japan approached 3 million, far exceeding the record high in 2019. Before the outbreak of COVID-19, The number of Japanese tourists visiting Taiwan exceeded 2 million. Although the number of Japanese tourists visiting Taiwan is gradually recovering, we hope that the exchange of visits between the two countries will further expand in the future. Local exchanges between Taiwan and Japan are extremely active. More than 100 local governments have concluded sister city agreements and other exchanges with each other and have conducted various exchanges. Chiba Prefecture, where I am from, concluded a friendly exchange agreement with Taoyuan City in 2016 and is promoting various exchanges. In addition, in recent years, the exchanges of marching bands between Japanese and Taiwanese students have also been lively. I know that the Orange Devils of Kyoto Tachibana High School in 2022 and Emerald Knights of Tokyo Agricultural University's Second High School in 2023 have respectively participated in the National Day Parade in front of the Presidential Office Building. In July this year, the marching band of Okinawa Prefectural Nishihara High School also performed at the Presidential Office concert, which was greatly and very well received in Taiwan. Last month, the marching band of Taipei Municipal Jianguo High School went to Japan to interact with the cheerleading team of Waseda University, my alma mater. I am delighted to see such lively interactions between young people in Japan and Taiwan. As personal exchanges between Japan and Taiwan becomes increasingly frequent, when infectious diseases like COVID-19 spread around the world, only Taiwan was excluded from the international community's epidemic prevention system. This is a matter of great concern. This is not just a problem between Japan and Taiwan. The passenger volume of Taoyuan International Airport in 2023 was 35.354 million. The international community must have this common sense of crisis. However, on May 27th this year, at the World Health Organization annual meeting in Geneva, the WHO, member states still did not agree to Taiwan's participation as an observer. This is the 8th consecutive year that Taiwan has been excluded, and I am deeply saddened by this. So far, Japan has always believed that geographical gaps should not exist when dealing with global health issues. Based on this concept, Japan has always supported Taiwan's participation in the World Health Organization conference as an observer. On May 24th this year, before the WHO World Health Organization Assembly was held, Japan, the United States, Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, and the Czech Republic, Germany, and Lithuania issued a joint statement supporting Taiwan's participation in the World Health Organization Assembly, among which, on the issue of countermeasures against infectious diseases, it is clearly stated that viruses do not respect national boundaries and protecting global security requires joint cooperation from the world. I also think it's a mistake to involve politically and diplomatically sensitive issues in global health and safety management. From SARS to swine flu, as well as past infectious disease pandemics that have occurred in the region, Taiwan has demonstrated experiences in being able to properly handle them. Though Taiwan is geographically close to China, where COVID spread and infectious disease spread rapidly, human movement is extremely frequent. Border control measures in Taiwan have been thorough. Rapid adoption of many effective measures and detailed notification of relevant information to the people are also worthy of applause. Countries around the world should learn from Taiwan's insights and achievements. At the very least, Taiwan, with a population of about 23 million, will not be able to protect the health of people around the world if it continues to be excluded from the sudden descent of planes. As a member of Congress, I will continue to firmly support Taiwan's participation in the WHO as an observer.
In September 2012, at the APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, the Heads of State Summit held in Vladivostok, Russia, I, as Prime Minister at the time, held our first bilateral meeting with former Vice President Lian Zhan, who was attending on behalf of Taiwan. As Prime Minister, I held for the first time the meeting of leaders of Japan and Taiwan during APEC, and this practice still continues to this day. I have been committed to expanding Taiwan's international space, and also I will continue to work hard to promote it in the future. Taiwan has publicly stated for a long time ago that it will seek to join CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. For Japan, Taiwan is an extremely important partner that shares universal values such as freedom, democracy, basic human rights, and the rule of law. Japan welcomes Taiwan's application to join. In recent years, Taiwan's semiconductor industry has developed rapidly and has become an indispensable part of the global semiconductor supply chain. At the same time, the industry boosts Taiwan's economic growth. Against this background, TSMC's Kumamoto Plant 1 held an opening ceremony in February this year, and the Japanese government also announced that it will provide relevant support for Kumamoto Plant 2, including the semiconductor industry. I'm personally very happy to see the economic and trade relations between Japan and Taiwan develop closer, and I welcome Taiwan's application to join CPTPP. And also, to my knowledge, when new members apply to join CPTPP, the economy applying to join the membership must be able to fully meet the high standards of the CPTPP, and whether it has the intention and ability to continue to meet the high standards in the future will also be exposed to rigorous scrutiny. I was the first member of the Congress to raise the importance of the existence of TPP in a parliamentary inquiry. And when we were in the and during the Noda cabinet term, we made a political decision to take part in the negotiations of the establishment of the TPP. Personally speaking, as a member of the Japanese Diet, what can I do for Taiwan will continue to be a question that I explore in the future. And on the contrary, Japan will also support the institutional structure led by Taiwan. In 2015, GCTF, Global Cooperation and Training Framework, a talent development mechanism initiated by Taiwan and the United States, was established. Starting in 2019, Japan has participated in this talent training mechanism as a comprehensive partner. Japan and Taiwan are like-minded partners who can work together to address global challenges and share our expertise and experience with the world. For example, in May this year, a workshop with the theme of communications and internet security resilience was held. Because Taiwan faced a serious threat of disinformation, misinformation, attack on a daily basis, it is very beneficial for Taiwan to be able to share knowledge, know-how, and experience with others taking part in this training. mechanism. I think that these cooperation mechanisms should continue to be promoted. It is very important. Lastly, I would like to talk about a topic that everyone feels is giving us the strongest sense of urgency. In April 2021, at a joint statement by the U.S.-Japan Heads of State Summit, it was mentioned that in addition to emphasizing the importance of peace and stability, we urge cross-strait issues to be resolved in a peaceful manner. In the same year, in June, at the G7 Leaders Summit, which was held in Cornwall, England, the same statement was made again. Japan will use various opportunities to continue to point this out to other countries, including China. I think I'm not exaggerating by saying that countries around the world are now beginning to realize the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Countries that share common basic values and maintain peace and a stable international order, especially for Japan, a neighboring country that has close relations with Taiwan. Japan should take the lead in continually conveying this message to the international community. Personally, I think this is of the utmost importance. And also, I'm very concerned about the situation in the Taiwan Strait. And I firmly oppose any unilateral attempt to change the status quo through force or coercion. In September 2012, I delivered a general policy speech titled Responsibility for Tomorrow, 3 Wisdoms at the United Nations General Assembly. The main point is to propose that in order to survive in the times of uncertainty, what tests us now is not the amount of knowledge and information, but what are the true values of these various kinds of wisdom produced by human beings. So on this, I would like to express my personal view. So the first wisdom is the ability to think about not just now, but also think and plan for the future. The second type of wisdom is to have the ability to think at high level and also think about the earth we now dwell on, and also what do we depend on for our lives. The third kind of wisdom is the ability to rationally resolve disputes based on legal principles. In view of developments in Ukraine, the Middle East, the Korean Peninsula, the South China Sea, and East China Sea, it is time for us to ask ourselves, what are the true values of the third type of wisdom? Finally, I once again would like to strongly express that I firmly oppose to the changing of the status quo with force and coercion. Once again, I would like to emphasize the importance of resolving disputes through peaceful means. This is the conclusion of my keynote today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Noda for his excellent speech today. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. Our next session, panel discussion 1, will begin at 10:30. Please return to your seats 1 or 2 minutes before we begin to allow us start the next session timely. We have some refreshments and beverages just outside the hall for you while you engage in social networking and ideas exchanging. Please do keep your valuables with you at all times. Thank you and see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin in 5 minutes. May I invite all of you to take your seats and please silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And I'd like to also remind you to please silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once again invite all of you to take your seats as we will shortly begin our panel discussion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our next session. I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. And now we will proceed to panel 1 discussion titled Security in the Taiwan Strait, Great Zone Conflict in the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, and East China Sea. There are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from the USA, Australia, Japan, India, and Taiwan. Now, please join me in welcoming our moderator of panel 1, Dr. Lai Yizhong, the president of Prospect Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you, and please welcome to the first panel, the Quad Plus Taiwan event. This session is about the security in the Taiwan Straits, especially on the Great Zone conflict in the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, and East China Sea. As we know that the issue about the security around the Taiwan Strait started to become a central focus, especially after the war in Ukraine. And the people started to find out that the security situation in Asia, especially in the Western Pacific, is intensely linked with what is happening in Europe. And basically, we're having a interconnected Eurasia geopolitical theaters, which pitted the Taiwan Strait to become one of the most important issues on the security concern for the whole world. And we also heard from the President Lai this morning that his policy, not only he will continue what the President says about the maintaining status quo, but he is also would like to focus on how Taiwan could be an important contributor for the peace and security on Taiwan Strait, but also to the whole world. And another thing that we also noticed that is the security situation in Taiwan Straits in the past. And a lot of discussion being focused on the Chinese possible military invasion against Taiwan. But in the last several years, especially after year 2022 August, we started to notice that the increasing Chinese military presence in the form of the Great Zone operation on Taiwan, that become a very important concern for all of us. And just as we speak right now, and also yesterday, we also witnessed there are 9 to 11 Chinese naval ships, in addition to other numbers of the Chinese fighter jets intrusions in the waters surrounding Taiwan and also the space near Taiwan. So that when we talk about those issues, the Great Zone operations, that a lot of people in Taiwan will start to notice that this is not just a political signal, or in some strategists, they believe that this is a distraction from the issue about the Chinese military invasions. Gray zone operation to Taiwan not only is a daily encounter that we have to face, but also it sends out both a political coercion signal as well as setting the stage for the possible invasion against Taiwan. So therefore, Taiwan, the gray zone operation, how to encounter that, how to face that, and how to connect that operation with other maritime security concerns in the Western Pacific as well as in the Indo-Pacific. And that has become a very important issue for all of us. So we have 5 distinguished panelists here today. The first one on my right is Mr. Rick Waters, Managing Director, China Practices for the Eurasia Group from the United States. Mr. Waters is also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the United States. And then follow Mr. Waters will be Professor Peter Dean. He's a Director in Foreign Policy and Defense, United States Studies Center at the University of Sydney in Australia. And we also know that Mr. Peter Dean is critical in formulating in the Australia Strategic and Defense Review in year 2023, and also contribute to the National Defense Strategy for the Australia. And then after that will be Mr. Tomisa Takei. He is right now the Senior Fellow for the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And Mr. Takei is also the former Chief of Staff for the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. And then after the Admiral Takei's remarks, will be followed by Mr. Pankaj Saran. He is a convener of the National Strategy India, but also as a senior officials in the Indian National Security Council. The last one, but not the least, is from Taiwan, our very own Dr. Chen Mu-min. Right now, the professor and vice dean at College of Law and Politics of National Zhongxin University, and Dr. Chen Mu-min was also the deputy representative from Taiwan to India. He just returned to Taiwan this May, and then they took these current positions. So without further ado, let me invite Mr. Rick Waters for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here, and President Lai, it's great to see how this event actually comes together. I've read and heard about it for years. It's one of the premier fora for Indo-Pacific strategic discussion. I'll be brief. I want to go through 3 broad issues. One is a brief reminder of the problem, and I'll defer to our panelists who know and live this problem in their various regions. 2, I'll talk a little bit about some of the trends that are emerging as a result of the gray zone dynamics we see. And then 3, I'll leave with a few thoughts about the challenges and opportunities that present themselves in terms of how governments in the region and countries of concern outside the region can help respond. So to begin with, the situation that we've been looking at over the past 10 years is this emergence of a stronger China with composite national power now being applied through a multidimensional gray zone strategy in an arc that spans from India through the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, and to the East China Sea. And I say multidimensional because, as we've all been here just this week, it's not just the military and paramilitary dimension or the economic coercion that President Lai spoke so eloquently about, but it's also the use of legal tools, lawfare, in ways that are in some ways unprecedented. And so the nature of this challenge is complex, and it is designed by its very essence to fall below the threshold of triggering clear reactions. It's also, I think, a function of China's growing national power and the development of tools, including the Chinese Coast Guard, which, if you stack it up against Japan, the US, and the Philippines together, it is a bigger Coast Guard than those 3 countries have. So these tools that have also developed over the past decade plus are becoming more robust. And so that's the picture that we see today, whether it's in India with events in 2017 and 2020 along the line of actual control, and a reality that has left 100,000 troops facing off in a very tense situation, whether it's in the South China Sea with the events we've seen this year at Second Thomas Shoal, but also more recently at Sabine and once again in Scarborough. Last year in the East China Sea, as I'm sure we will hear from Take-san, there were only 4 days last year in which the Chinese Coast Guard was not present in Japan's EEZ. It's a very profound picture that presents there. And I don't have to tell our friends from Taiwan what the situation looks like in the Strait. So again, that's the picture that presents. But I think to the second point I'll make, this is creating a number of interrelated trends in the region. The first is that countries in the region are repurposing aspects of their relationship with an external balancer, the US. And we've seen that in examples from Japan and the reshaping of the US-Japan Defense Alliance, to Korea, to the Philippines with the enhanced basing access that President Marcos has given to the US. So you're seeing this repurposing of strategic relationships with the external balancer. But that leads to a second trend, which is between countries, we are starting to see them rely more on each other. And I think that dynamic helps us better understand what's going on with the quadrilateral mechanism, which had its origins in a tsunami in 2004, but has now been elevated to a summit level and plays a meaningful role on issues like maritime domain awareness. AUKUS, which I'm sure Peter will talk about, a new minilateral mechanism between the US, Australia, and the UK. You have new trilateral mechanisms that have emerged over the past 2 years between Japan and Korea and the US on the one hand, and Japan and the Philippines and the US on the other. So it's this repurposing of relations with the balancer and then a greater reliance on each other. But, and this leads me to the third trend, there are some counter indicators, largely in parts of Southeast Asia, where the economic relationships are deepening with China, and where the desire to be kept out of the US-China competition, avoiding the foot of the elephant stamping on you, is a very powerful and understandable force. And so I think in sum, these trends are not all moving in the same direction, and we have to be cognizant of that when we think about the policy responses. So here I'll be brief, because I think much of this, to be frank, are lessons that I have learned over the years from friends in Taiwan, since unfortunately this is in many ways the laboratory of where many of the gray zone tactics, cognitive warfare, and other things have first been used. But I think that one basic premise is that China's moves in the gray zone space are often opportunistic until they meet a counterforce. And so that counterforce can be multi-domain and multi-dimensional. It can be informational about how you use maritime domain awareness to help countries better understand what is happening in their EEZs, what is happening in areas around them where they may not actually be tracking the full scope of the challenge. There are harder security tactics ranging from building up asymmetric deterrence, which Taiwan has been focused on under 2 previous presidents, the civil mobilization efforts that are underway here, but also the use of security and other tools to uphold and strengthen international norms. And I think that's where the US has been deeply focused on freedom of navigation and on the rights afforded to states under the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. But we have to be honest with ourselves here that there are some things China is doing in the region, particularly in EEZs, that are consistent with international law. And I think there it can present an informational challenge, because where they have a right, we also have to acknowledge that as part of the effort to uphold these norms. In the economic domain, I fear this is the area that is the least advanced in some ways, in the sense that there are many discussions that are underway about economic security, about resilience, about putting forward new affirmative, not just defensive, economic strategies. And I think this may be the big challenge before us. How do you go from a diagnostic agreement about the challenge to an actual basket of remedies, practical solutions, collective resilience strategies among like-minded partners? And then finally, I'll just end with a point which the former Prime Minister of Japan highlighted. I think this is an issue that exists for our friends in the Indo-Pacific, but it affects others around the globe. And I think it's that awareness that has been leading the G7, NATO, European countries, to start talking about the importance of peace and stability and about upholding these norms in the Indo-Pacific. And so it is that drawing in of the stakeholders globally that will be important, I think, to all of these efforts going forward. I'll end there, and thank you again, President Lai.
Thank you, Rick, for your remarks. Then next, I'd like to invite Peter from yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a real honor and pleasure to be here. I wanted to talk today a little bit about the international security environment and some trends and developments that really marry up with what we just spoke about. And then obviously a bit about an Australian perspective and where the Australian sort of debate and position fits. So it's not going to be as much about AUKUS, although I'm happy to talk about AUKUS in Q&A, not so much about kangaroos and koalas. But while Australia is a small country, we are an important Asian security partner. We are the 13th largest economy, the 13th largest defence spender in the world, and of course a key ally of the United States in the region, a key partner of Japan and Korea and the States and ASEAN. And overnight, my Prime Minister just signed a new defence agreement with the President of Indonesia, further deepening that relationship. But more broadly, I want to talk about, in recent times, the international security events that have basically reminded us about the interconnectedness of geopolitics, but also the continued splintering of our once very globalised world. We know about the increased use of coercion, aggression and outright military force by revisionist states, which is changing our international security environment. Russia and the PRC's No Limits Partnership, the PRC's support for Russia's illegal and immoral invasion in Ukraine, Russia's support that it receives from Iran and its new security pact with North Korea, as well as sanctions, grey zone operations, cyber conflict, all provide evidence to what David Sanger, the New York Times correspondent, who we just hosted in Australia last week, calls in his book The New Cold Wars. Add to this the Israel-Gaza conflict, which still today continues to threaten to boil over. These conflicts have driven wedges and exposed rifts in international and domestic political agendas. Misinformation and disinformation continues to be rife, stoking contestation not just between communities but within communities. And 2024 has been interesting. It has already offered up a series of contests of power in hard-fought elections from the United Kingdom and Finland to India, Pakistan, South Korea and Indonesia. In fact, it sometimes makes me think that the Taiwan election seems like a lifetime ago already, even though it was only at the beginning of this year. Of course, we'd seen not so hard-fought elections such as President Putin's return to power, manipulated in his election outcome by his autocratic government. And of course, we still await the outcome of the US political election later this year. Into this, we've seen a continuation of trends such as climate change, disease, financial crisis, and technology disruptions that require transnational cooperation in an era that is beset by geostrategic competition and growing geoeconomic division. Another trend, I think, is the end of globalisation. While the world is much more economically interconnected than in eras past, and it means we'll not see distinct economic divisions like we did in the Cold War, the growing transformation of geoeconomics is seeing the re-rise of economic protectionism. We can talk about Xi Jinping's Made in China, the USA's CHIPS Act and IRA, Made in America, and of course, my own country's recently announced Made in Australia, which is seeing a resurgence of industry policy. Now, the US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned that decoupling from China would be disastrous, but she has called for constructive and fair economic relationship. In April last year, Jake Sutherland outlined the Biden administration's economic security approach of a small yard and a high fence to protect critical technologies. But this is not unique to just the big players. According to the International Monetary Fund, there were more than 2,500 new industrial policies around the globe introduced in 2023 in response to supply chain pressures, climate change and security concerns. Australia sees its economic security as part of a broader commitment to its defence and its security policy, and its focus on deterrence by denial, a strategic concept which has a key and critical element of national resilience as a core component of that. Now, reflecting on these sort of states and these moves and these trends, I would argue that we're in a period that is probably, unfortunately, a precursor to some global calamity. While the world may not yet be in crisis, it does seem to be dominated by chaos. And of course, Xi Jinping has made it clear that he believes international chaos provides opportunities to progress the PRC's expansionist agenda. Now, crisis might be near or it might be far, but in the Indo-Pacific, its most likely flashpoint is the Taiwan Strait. And it's particularly worrisome because if you consider the Australian scholar Coral Bell's concept of a crisis slide. Such a slide into war is more acute in Asia as the region has fewer of the guardrails to manage regional tensions if they do boil over into crisis. In Cold War terms, Asia looks more like the 1950s and 60s than the latter Cold War of the 70s and 80s when we had crisis management mechanisms, détente and arms control measures. And of course, we know that any crisis over Taiwan, any conflict over Taiwan would have global repercussions. The localised or somewhat localised conflict in Ukraine and the Houthis' attack on global shipping has heightened the economic repercussions for any conflict can be vast. And any war over Taiwan would of course lead to catastrophic economic impacts, particularly as we know Taiwan dominates the chip market and advanced chips, which basically are in everything from Apple iPhones to F-35 strike fighters to HIMARS rocket systems and smart televisions. While the risk of war in Taiwan is small and I think often overestimated, many regard the risk as growing. In my own country, a prominent Australian commentator and most recently Secretary of the Home Affairs Department, Mike Pizzullo, has recently publicly stated that his own conflict risk status has moved from about 10% to 20%, and cited the US CIA's assessment of Chinese President Xi Jinping's PLA being ready to invade Taiwan by 2027 as his key marker point. So Australia also matters very much to Australia. It is one of the largest two-way trade, and in fact Australia's 9th largest two-way trade partner, our 6th largest partner in goods and services. And we've seen a significant 50% increase year on year of our two-way trade services from 2023 into 2024. And a significant amount of Taiwanese investment into Australia's economy and vice versa. But in my own country, just to give you a bit of an assessment, there is a bit of an issue with how we understand Taiwan and the security issues in our immediate region. We've seen a particular change since 2020, but it was not until the 2023 Defence Strategic Review that we reorientated our defence policy to this risk of major war and a focus on maintaining the regional strategic balance through allies and partners, especially our alliance with the United States, through deterrence by denial and a military strategy of denial. And critical to that is the maintenance of that regional strategic balance, and deterrence is the maintenance of the status quo over Taiwan. Now, our Prime Minister at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2023 said that Australia is not opting out of any of the big questions of security and stability in the region, and of course there is no more of a bigger question for Indo-Pacific security than the Taiwan Strait. However, my own country has an issue at the moment in discussing and articulating its role and response to security issues around Taiwan. Australia has a Taiwan problem that most of our political elites, our foreign policy journalists and commentators, would mean that it largely reflects to a very narrow, self-reflective debate. Would Australia support the United States in a war against China over Taiwan? And publicly, this is often framed in the concept that it was a war that most likely America would start, even though that is not the most likely hypothesis. Australian debate over Taiwan is almost, in the public sphere at least, unlike the government sphere, focused on this one narrow hypothesis and scenario. This approach really disenfranchises in the debate in Australia the Taiwanese people and democracy, and it fails to recognise the more aggressive tone and approach to the PRC's attempt to change the status quo in Taiwan. It merely reflects it down to a bipolar US-China struggle, which disempowers not only Taiwan, but Australia itself as a mere adjunct to US power, removes my own country's agency, belittles regional multilateral and multilateral security architecture, and of course ignores the role of other major regional powers like Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, the rest of ASEAN, and broader Indo-Pacific states such as India. It reduces this flashpoint into kind of a binary national discussion in Australia that defies our declared regional balancing strategy enabled through allies and partners and our focus on deterrence. So in my country, to progress the regional relationship, Australia needs to reconceive its public debate about Taiwan, which seems very divorced from the debate that our government has and our security agencies and Department of Defence has. One of the first things it has to do is refocus on what this panel is about, is discussing and recognising and analysing and countering grey zone operations, not just, as we highlight very much in Australia, in the South China Sea, but also in the East China Sea and around Taiwan. This is important, but difficult to do. Of course, the PRC remains Australia's major trading partner, and my government's attempts to reset and refocus and stabilise its relationship with China has to be done against the backdrop of these regional security environment. But I'll just finish by quoting my Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, who noted last year that it still remains absolutely essential for Australia to focus on this issue. Because she said, and I'll quote, "Let me be absolutely clear. A war over Taiwan would be catastrophic for all. We know there'd be no real winners, and we know maintaining the status quo is comprehensively superior to any alternative. It will be challenging, requiring both reassurance and deterrence, but is a proposition most capable of averting conflict and enabling the region to live in peace and prosperity." Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for your remarks. And next, I'd like to invite Admiral Takei.
Thank you very much. I just comment from the Japanese perspective about the gray zone situation in the Taiwan Strait and in the Pacific region. I think the security situation around Taiwan and its neighbors is the most serious and complicated since the end of the Cold War. While the East China Sea and the South China Sea are connected by Taiwan Strait, we must view the gray zone situation in the Taiwan Strait as an issue for all of East Asia, as well as for the international community. I think there are four features of gray zone situation in East Asia. First, it is China's unilateral attempt to change the status quo. All the gray zone situation in East Asia are initiated and escalated unilaterally by China. China has abandoned communism already, but continue to strengthen its autocracy for Chinese Communist Party's survival. The current situation in the Taiwan Strait is created by the combination of China's political necessity and strategic preference of continental power. Second, its physical objective is territory. Whether it is Taiwan, the Senkaku Island, and land features in the South China Sea, the physical objective is territory as well. Third, it directly affects freedom of navigation in the region. Since the Western Pacific is a group of maritime nations, the territorial issues are inevitably maritime issues and affect freedom of navigation there. And the fourth, it is kind of protracted strategy to change the status quo by non-military means using coercive tactics that are shorter than use of force in scale and effect, and that consume the willpower of the government and the people of the target country. China is the only country in the world with a national power, great national power, and unique political system to be able to conduct protracted gray zone strategies in several places at once, at the same time with flexibly changing the speed and scale of situation that we are observed in the South China Sea. And for the Chinese Communist Party, territorial ownership is an issue that can never be conceded because it directly affects the legitimacy of the one-party rule system. China officially positioned in Senkaku Island as a core interest in 2013 when President Xi Jinping began his first term. Since then, the Chinese government can never make concession to Japan concerning the territory about Senkaku issues, because it would lead to the denial of the legitimacy of Chinese Communist Party and President Xi Jinping. Even more than Senkaku Island, in the words of President Xi, Taiwan question is at the very core of Chinese core interest and an issue that absolutely cannot be compromised by Beijing. From this point of view, Japan and Taiwan are inseparably linked in many ways. In particular, the two are in the same boat when it comes to national securities. On the other hand, the Japanese and Japanese government are less aware of Taiwan's geopolitical value to Japan nor Taiwan-Japan connectivity, so they tend to think of Taiwan contingency as simply spilling over to Senkaku Island and the Sakishima and elsewhere. But Japan must imagine 2 points. The first, what would happen if Taiwan were somehow integrated into China? And the second, if Japan and the United States failed to defend Taiwan, even in the gray zone situation, a completely different world will emerge in East Asia. To prevent such a situation, for Japan, it needs to complement and strengthen the military superiority of the United States, which is the foundation of East Asian security, but is relatively shrinking due to China's remarkable defense buildup. At the same time, Japan needs to strengthen its defense capability through self-help effort to prepare for emergencies. For the Japan-US alliance, it needs to work together to maintain the status quo in the three straits around Taiwan. To this end, Japan-US-Taiwan security cooperation should be promoted. I want to say the concrete measure to enhance US-Japan-Taiwan, I think it is indirect triangle approach with the United States in the middle. First, Japan should involve the US-Taiwan policy proactively. For example, through policy discussions, the government should share situation awareness, role and mission to meet assumed situation in 2027. They could also discuss politically sensitive issues, but critically important issues such as timing the US Marine Corps deployment to Sakishima Island prior to the Taiwan contingency. That is an issue the country should discuss. And second, it is information sharing between Japan and Taiwan. The Japan-US-Taiwan triangle framework will work. This framework could contribute various trilateral coordination as well, except beside the information sharing. Third, Japan can contribute to enhance US extended alliance credibility, which covers Taiwan's as well. For example, Japan's new defense capabilities such as counter-strike capability, active cyber defense. If Japan government organically integrates such a capability to the US extended alliance posture, maybe US extended credibility dramatically change in the future. I stop here.
Thank you, Admiral Takei. And particularly, you mentioned about how Japan would like to participate in the US-Taiwan policy discussions. That is the first time I heard from the former officials from Japan, but I'm really glad to hear that. So the next, I'd like to invite Pankaj Saran from India for your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Lai. And I want to begin by thanking Prospect Foundation for inviting me. I must confess, this is my first visit to Taiwan, and I hope not the last, but I'm really impressed by what I have seen since my arrival. Now, what I would like to begin with is to put the whole situation where we are located in a slightly broader context. There are basically, in my mind, 4 characteristics of the global landscape that are of relevance to this region. Firstly, the unraveling and in some instances the breakdown of the international order and international law. Secondly, acute great power competition. Third, the resurgence of war and the use of hard power to settle interstate conflicts. And fourthly, the interconnectedness of global threats and conflicts. And in many ways, all these 4 trends are manifesting themselves in this part of the world. The result is that many of the assumptions of the past are no longer adequate to guide us and to prepare us for the future. And so we have to be prepared for geostrategic and geopolitical shocks. And in some ways, to quote the famous comment, we know the known unknowns, but increasingly is the unknown unknowns that are of concern to all of us, particularly in this region. When we talk about Taiwan and a little bit from the Indian perspective, India is one of those unique countries which actually has been, in some senses, a frontline state insofar as China is concerned. And not so long ago in 2020, we had a huge flare-up on the line of actual control in the Tibetan plateau. And we have learned a lot of lessons from what happened at that time in terms of not just hot war, but also in terms of gray zone tactics. And I would like to mention just a few of these which I think would be applicable even to the case of Taiwan. You know, the aspects which actually come to mind include coercion, the use of muscle power, exerting pressure and weakening the will of the other, influence operations, especially among local elites, lawfare and the use of national security laws, attempts to divide society, the use of surveillance, the use of space and the cyber domains, intimidation, the show of strength, and in the case, of course, as we have seen of Taiwan, testing of the defenses by routine provocations through the use of ships and planes, changing facts on the ground, challenging the ADIZ, the use of maritime militias, research vessels, military exercises, etc. So, in a sense, as India, again, we've had experience of both continental and maritime gray zone tactics. In the last few years, we have seen much more presence of research vessels, of maritime militia on the maritime in the Indian Ocean region, apart from what we are also witnessing over a fairly consistent period of time, which relates to the use of economic tools and economic domination to use predatory practices to subvert national economic development and create abnormal dependencies with a view to generating or enfeebling national will. So I think we are at a stage where we will increasingly be confronted with policy challenges on how to cope with these gray zone tactics. And one of the ways in which I think we can begin is to continuously build up information sharing, focus more on intelligence cooperation, and also, in fact, focus more on exposing and identifying and protecting our vulnerabilities. And in this context, I would say that the Quad and the Indo-Pacific policy that India has adopted and which was spelled out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Shangri-La in 2018 stand as very clear testaments to how India is having a relook at the Indo-Pacific region. Flowing from this appraisal is the rapid development in the relationship between India and Taiwan. This is relatively new. In a sense, we are making up for lost time. Although, of course, we established our offices in each other's countries in the early 90s, but after 30 years, I see the way the relationship is growing in the last few years to be quite dramatic. Of course, the focus is on technology, in using Taiwan as an indispensable link in a resilient global supply chain to leverage India's size of its market, of its human resources. And so we see a very robust partnership that could emerge and which could, in fact, by itself be a response to the threats that both of us face in this region and how other countries also face. In fact, I would say public opinion in India about Taiwan and the relationship is also changing rapidly. Just a few days ago, we had the chairman of Foxconn, who has had an extremely successful visit. We are talking of investments worth billions of dollars. So I think we are at the start of an exciting journey. But all this is predicated on a deeper understanding of the strategic and the security dynamics that characterize this region and our determination that these are not transient factors, but these are long-term trends, and we have to steel ourselves and we have to prepare for them in the longer term. So this is the way I would, this I think would be one of the effective ways to counter gray zone tactics and to defend ourselves and to make security in the Indo-Pacific and in the Western Pacific and of course in the Taiwan Strait much more resilient. I would also in this context point to something which was rather unusual for India, that in August, the 12th of August 2022, after the visit of the United States Speaker Nancy Pelosi, India normally has been very, very silent publicly on Taiwan issues, but on that occasion, we did issue a statement in which we urged the exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions, and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region. So I think you are witnessing a different and qualitatively more pronounced or accented Indian policy to the Taiwan Strait, to this part of the world, and in general, I would say, to the Indo-Pacific region, and also to the way India wants to shape its own rise and kind of navigate it in the midst of the rise of China. So I'll maybe stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Ron, for your remarks. Yes, we do remember the on August 2022, the Indian government statement about the Chinese coercion tactic against Taiwan. And we also hope that in the future that similar the expression could also manifest itself in the Quad meeting itself. That will be important for us. Thank you. And then last but not the least, our very own Chen Mumin, former deputy representative to India, and now he is as a senior advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Actually, I'm a professor now.
And you're also the senior advisor, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for having me here. I remember this is probably the third or fourth time I attend Ketagalan Forum, which started in 2017. I was unable to attend in the past few years because I was in India. And all forums in the past 8 times all focus on strategic and security situation in the region. But I think this year, probably the first time that we place gray zone warfare onto the theme topic for the first panel. I think this is the first time. Here in Taiwan, I'm now in university teaching, and we have a strategic community, or you see the scholars who work on international relations. Quite active, not very big, but quite active. Compared to other countries, the scholars or strategic analysts here in Taiwan focus more on China. So we've been watching China all the time, not in the past 8-10 years, in the past 78 years, we keep watching China. I think for the people and all for the strategic community on Taiwan, of course, China is the major concern, or you could say a threat. And what China is doing and what China is thinking will have a huge impact on the situation, security situation of Taiwan. So I'm going to make 3 points over here. The first is, what does China really want? Earlier, if we talk about Taiwan-China relations or China threat 10 or 15 years ago, I think that you probably all remember all people are talking about a possible all-out invasion by China, that kind of Normandy style of invasion on China. All analysis would say that it's impossible. The reason is very simple. To invade Taiwan, to cross the strait, to mobilize so many forces, and you might have huge casualties. The price is just too high. And also, you see that the security preparations made by Taiwan, or also the U.S. presence in the region, also make this kind of invasion impossible. Yeah. So in Taiwan, I think we all think that we are safe. We were safe, yeah, because that PRA could not, cross the Taiwan Strait, in a conventional way. But everything changed when this concept of gray zone warfare came out. That is, China, they now adopt more coercive means, not really a war, but it's more like brinkmanship. That is, for instance, they conduct military exercise around Taiwan, then send more naval ships or fighter jets around Taiwan, launching missiles, and also in recent year, you see that the Coast Guard or maritime militia also participated in these exercises. All this together, we call it a gray zone warfare. It's not really a war, but quite coercive. And the purpose is very simple, that they want to increase the pressure on Taiwan. It creates the political and the psychological effects on the government and the people of Taiwan. What does China really want? This is first thing I want to point out. That, of course, Chinese government keeps saying that they want to, reunify Taiwan, and this is their sacred goal. But I think the real intention, the real strategic intention of China is that they want to create their own sphere of influence in the West Pacific. First island chain, second island chain, they want to, get out these restrictions set up by the U.S. in the past decades. And they probably, I don't know if China really think that if they really control Taiwan, how they will rule this island. But as for now, I think that they maintain some kind of a tension across the strait. It's good for them. It's good for CCP. It's good for the PLA. Yeah, because right now we know that they have a lot of domestic problems, and so the Xi Jinping government, and they rely more on nationalism. And so maintain some kind of a tension across the strait is beneficial to Chinese government. So for them to have this gray zone strategy over here, actually it's a cheaper but also more effective way to maintain, to achieve their goal. And how did they come into this gray zone warfare? My personal view is I think that the turning point is the South China Sea. Before 2010 or 2012, you see that the Chinese presence in South China Sea was quite moderate. They negotiate with the ASEAN countries. They even talk to Taiwan. Yeah. But since 2013, 14, I don't know the exact time, but you see that China start to militarize all 8 islets under their control, turning all of them into military base. All of them now has an airstrip. All of them now have military installations. And this act in South China Sea was undeterred. Yeah, international community was unable to blame China. They blame, but no use. Yeah, so I think this gives China more confidence to employ more military or coercive means in the region. So right now, not just South China Sea, Taiwan Strait and East Sea, you also see similar situations. So this is the second point I want to make. Is what China right now is to employ coercive means to increase its pressure on Taiwanese government, and also on other governments. I think Japan and the US also got affected. And their main purpose is not to have a war, but to maintain this kind of tension situation across the strait. Yeah, because this will benefit, their ruling base in Chinese society. What can we do? The third point I'm going to make is what can Taiwan do, and what can the world do? That's the reason we are here today. Yeah, to have friends from all over the world come here to know the situation, and we could think what we could deal with this new situation. Not really a war, but high tension across the strait actually have some impact on the Taiwanese society. Yeah, not a huge impact, but right now I think that the people do talk more about security, to talk about the possibility of like a escalation of the tension across the Taiwan Strait in future. I think what Taiwan can do, I'm talking in a very, very general way. The first thing is that Taiwan is a society who have a long connection with China, culturally, history. We keep watching China. Yeah, right now I think that no other place in the world that you have so much information, so much analysis and discussion about China. So this is our advantage. Come to Taiwan to watch China. And actually, we know a lot of problems inside China, but because of they tightly control, media. So a lot of things you don't know what is exactly happening inside. But in Taiwan, because it's a Chinese language speaking society, so actually you see more information about China, inside China. So here I think it's a best place to watch and to analyze. Yeah, so I think that we turn Taiwan into this China watching tower. Yeah, this is the first thing we can do. And second, I think from military perspective, I'm not a military person, but I think that to build up a credible deterrence is still the best way. And Taiwan cannot do that alone. We cooperate with our partners, our friends, to get militarily prepared. Because if we make the decision makers in Beijing to think that to increase this kind of a pressure, the price will be too high. If they cross the red line, then the price was too high. They will not do it. So build up credible deterrence militarily. I think is the most important thing that Taiwan and the world have to do. And Taiwan need cooperation or coordination with other like-minded friends. And third thing that I think Taiwan has to do, and I think so far we are doing quite well, is to maintain domestic stability. And many friends come to this forum today. This might be your first time coming to Taiwan. Before you came, probably you saw, oh yeah, I'm going to that war zone place. But actually, you come here, you see that the whole society very stable. It doesn't mean that the people are ignorant. People don't care about the relation with China. People care, but I think that we have a very solid democracy, civil society, and right now people knowing that the current situation, we have to beware of the situation and also to get more prepared. But we cannot go panic. Yeah, we live our own life. We make money, do our job, so keep our society stable and maintain our democracy. I think this is something that at least Taiwan could contribute to the region and to the world. So I hope that we could work more, and I believe that this forum, only one day, but we could have more discussions about what we can do together in the future. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mumin, for your remarks. It's very interesting for you to say, especially in the last, that how we can keep calm. Because in the last several months, we've been blamed for not have a sense of urgency in Taiwan for the possible war by China on Taiwan. So, but that's a very nice way of defending and about what our response is. I think Chen Mumin earlier, as you pointed out, about this is the first time that we placed the Great Zone operation front and center in the Ketagalan Forum. I think one of the reasons is that also, this is what we learned from Europe. That is first of all, when we look at the Great Zone operation by China on Taiwan, we saw that it followed by the Chinese Great Zone operation on Japan since the year 2010, and then Chinese Great Zone operation on Philippines since the year 2012. So there's a pattern that at least not just applied to Taiwan, it has an earlier precedence on Japan, and then South China Sea. And then until in the last several years, Taiwan is the one that bear the pressure. And we also noticed that there's no linkage about the collective response toward the Chinese Great Zone operations. So Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, we all have to deal with by ourselves. So that's another issue that needs to be addressed. But the third, regarding what lesson we learned from Europe is that just prior to the Russians' invasion against Ukraine, if we analyze the Russians' behavior earlier, before its invasion, about all those little green men and other activities, the Russians' Great Zone operations in changing the facts on the ground already happened previously. And that also means that for us to Taiwan to really deter the possible greater contingency, action has to be taken now rather than later. We cannot just wait for China to initiate the attack and then we begin our defense. And in order to deter and dissuade China from doing those, the counter the Chinese Great Zone operation is very important. And not just by Taiwan, but also we believe that the collective actions for the first island chain country here, and also India have the similar issues. Altogether, that's very important. So that this is the debate that Taiwan is facing right now. And by implication, for action to be taken earlier, that also means that how are we able to reconcile with Taiwan wanting to maintain the image that we are not the provocateurs of those contingencies. So the balance between trying to stable and maintain calm, not to be the provocateur, But at the same time, we also need to prevent China from further actions. That is a very difficult issue, and the debate has been going on in Taiwan. So I just laid out this here. I'm not asking you to respond immediately, but I also like to open up to the floor for anyone who would like to raise questions. Please raise your hand and then identify yourself, and please keep your question short. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a question in the audience right there. Please wait a second as our staff will hand you the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wenbin Liu. I am adjunct associate professor of the National Taiwan Normal University. I have two questions. The first one to our India, Mr. Salam. Yes, I think Salam. All over the world knows about the conflicts, your border conflicts with China, and except that these conflicts have any gray zone attack from CCP around India? The first question. And second question is to Japan, Mr. Takai, right? And how Japan to deal with sea militias from CCP? I mean, it's a lot of fish boats go around to Fish Island or something like that. How do you deal with that? Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to take several more. There's also one in the back over there. No, that one. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, one in the back.
Okay, thank you. I'm Domingo Yang from INDSR. I do have a question for Director Rick Waters. So thank you for your remarks. So since you mentioned in order to push back China's multi-dimensional coalitions, we need to build up a multi-domain counterforce. So in light of this multi-domain counterforce building, what are the feasible cases? For instance, a more clarification of the UN Resolution 2758, or to invite Taiwan to join the G7's anti-coercion platforms, or to integrate Taiwan's supply chains with the AUKUS Pillar 2 for the advanced technology corporations. Are those the feasible cases that when we're building a multi-domain counterforce? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and probably the lady over there, she also raised her hand. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Swati Arun. I'm a MOFA fellow for this year. I'm from India. My question is, there have been recent shuffling in the PLA, including a new force that has been added. How do we see the changes in the PLA itself reflecting on Taiwan's security and its gray zone operation, including how many leaders have been shuffled within the PLA and the theater commanders who have been shuffled as well? Thank you.
Thank you. And then probably that will end our first round of questions. I'd like to request the panelists here to respond some of them. Rick, let's start from you.
Sure. Well, look, I'll start with the question from our colleague from INDSR. Look, I think there's no simple answer here. You put forward some good ideas. But I think in a way, the counter strategy needs to be as sophisticated as the strategy that has been developed. And that's why I highlighted where I feel the effort is perhaps the most underdeveloped across the spectrum is in the economic realm. And again, I think that's because partly due to complexity with US politics, there is not an affirmative trade strategy from the US side in the region, partly because the debates about economic security have advanced in Tokyo, they've advanced in some capitals like Taipei, but not yet to the point where they are translating into practical action, collective resilience mechanisms. And so, to me, the challenge before us is to think through practical strategies that fit within the realistic politics of the countries involved. Some of the examples you gave could be good ones, and then actually move forward. And that may be as simple as starting at a national level to develop the tools, the legal authorities, the legislation that would be required to take collective action in the economic realm if and when the circumstances arise, but also being precise about what we're talking about here. Because I think to get countries on board, it would have to be WTO compliant, and it would have to stop short of being a collective mechanism to address unrelated issues like overcapacity.
Peter, you would like to respond to something? Okay, you like to pass on, and then Takei and Muro.
I'll add one thing.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
I think the number one lesson we can take away, for instance, from the Ukraine experience is that deterrence, although it is not cost-free, is far cheaper than fighting a conflict and a war. I mean, we've seen how long the Ukraine conflict has gone on, the amount of money that has been invested by all of our countries in support of Ukrainian freedom and democracy. I think that's a really key thing, and we have to, and that concept that deterrence is not without costs and reassurance is not without costs is really important. And how you build resilience, measures around that economic resilience, but also social resilience. And I think one of the things we don't do enough is, as democracies, lean back on the benefits that democracies have over authoritarian states. We can have conversations with our public and with other communities that is far more trusted based on free and open discussions and evidence-driven basis that we get from think tanks like the Prospect Foundation, from our universities, from our media, and from our civil society. And rather than, we have to be more proactive, I think, at leaning into building those resilience measures. And that civil society resilience, along with the reforms to the legal frameworks to be able to do economic resilience as well, is just as key. And I think we need to accept that deterrence sometimes just sounds good, or we'll just deter them from doing that. But deterrence comes with costs as well, and it comes with some risk. We have to be willing to bear the costs to actually achieve the deterrence. And that involves, from the hard power, as mentioned before, through to the economic and civil society resilience.
Thank you, very well said. And then Takei.
Thank you very much, and wonderful question. The question is how Japan deal with the situation in the Senkaku in the East China Sea, especially for the maritime militia issues. Fortunately, the Japanese government does not observe any existence of maritime militia in East China Sea around Senkaku Island. I think it's due to the number of the maritime militia or the Coast Guard ships, Chinese Coast Guard ships, they are so busy in the South China Sea issues. And I think there are several reasons the Japan can control the situation in the East China Sea, Senkaku Island. There are several reasons. First one, Japanese Coast Guard dispatch the number of the ships bigger than the Chinese Coast Guard in there. If Chinese Coast Guard dispatch 5, Japan Coast Guard dispatch 10 or 15, double or triple. Second one, the United States reassure the Senkaku Island is covered by Article 5 of US-Japan Security Treaty. And second one. Third one is the Japanese government, they eager to strengthen the law enforcing capability as well as maritime self-defense force capability to deal with the situation in the Senkakus, and also the enhancing the ISR capability around the East China Sea with introducing the unmanned aerial vehicles for monitoring the situation in there. And in this chance, I want to discuss how to deal with the gray zone situation in the East Asia. I think the key to dealing with the gray zone situation is that status quo maintenance, Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, never be deterred by the incident. There are the two situations that deterred us. The first one is the government becomes concerned about the escalation and stop responding on the facing stronger reaction of China. Second one is the public becomes accustomed to repeated incident and loses concerns. So prevent this situation, first we have to publicize the incident every time when it happened. and communicate to international community that the situation, and we have legitimacy to deal with the situation. And second, we have to have a defense capability or maritime law enforcing capability to deal with China, and China cannot underestimate our will. And balance of power is most important to prevent China from making the wrong decisions in East China Sea, and South China Sea, and Taiwan Strait. And third, at the same time, we should continue to stabilize the relationship with China to reduce the tension and the miscalculation, to discourage China's unsafe and unprofessional behavior in the East China Sea, and Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, including to dispatch maritime militia in this Sanka Island, and enhance mutual understanding to enhance mutual understanding with China. These stabilized actions are also needed to dealing with the occurring situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Muratake. Now, Mr. Saran.
Yeah, I think there was a question about gray zone with India. So let me, illustrate with a few examples. In 2020, during the mobilization, I mean, that was an example of using hard military power to send a signal, but not engaging in traditional hot war. So when you had mobilization of more than 100,000 troops, dozens of aircraft, dozens of helicopters, dozens of artillery, radars, happening in a span of 4 to 6 weeks, that I think should be a study for what gray zone warfare looks like, where you mobilize without actually utilizing the strength. And the purpose is to weaken the will of the enemy. The second is what we have seen happening over a period of time in terms of the economy. So, for example, the certain sectors of the economy became increasingly vulnerable: telecommunications, social media. And the third, of course, was utilizing the institutional weaknesses to engage in very successful predatory economic practices, again, to weaken, let's say, the manufacturing muscle of the country. And of course, when I talk of social media, you might recall, so when you come to the responses to these kinds of gray zone, and these are only a few examples, so obviously 2020 was a wake-up call for India, and I don't think it'll be the same again. We can never go back to the pre-2020 regime. Similarly, that's on the military aspect. But when it comes even to the economic and let's say, socio-psychological influence, again, you might recall that that was also the period in which the Indian government banned a huge number of Chinese apps. We built those fences in those small yards. There was a fundamental review of the nature of our economic cooperation with China. So the process of responding to gray zone tactics has accelerated without any doubt. And I suspect this is going to be the new norm insofar as India is concerned. Just lastly, on the maritime, so of course all this was happening on the continental, but even on the maritime we saw simultaneous and in parallel visits by research vessels, which was new, aggressively patrolling the coastline, in some cases, and fairly clearly a part of a strategy of encirclement, using, neighbors of India to send signals to India, So all this was part of and is part of the strategy, and so therefore we are faced with, let us say, a two-front kind of a scenario, both on the continental and on the maritime. And of course, as I mentioned, for us, what happens in this part of the world, in the Western Pacific, East China, South China, the Taiwan Strait, these are all lessons which we need to exchange with each other and maybe, learn from each other's experiences and devise strategies.
Thank you. And then Mumi, please.
I think I could respond to the question about the PLA reshuffle. I'm not an expert on PLA, but here in Taiwan, we see a lot of discussion on this issue. Actually, we really don't know, what's the real reason behind this power reshuffle inside the PLA. There are different scenarios. Some scenarios say it's a power struggle inside PLA, and some say that these people, they had a conflict with Xi Jinping, so they were removed. And but my analysis is like this. Xi Jinping's decision-making style is quite different from his previous leaders. During the Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao time, you see that the top of CCP is more like a group leadership. So major decisions are not done by the top leader only. It was, to some extent, a consensus among a group of leaders. So they allow some kind of a compromise. But Xi Jinping's leadership style, is quite different. So he controls everything. So if you lose his trust, if your views are different from Xi Jinping, you are in danger. Something like this. So actually, this is very bad for a government, because all government, if you want to run, smoothly, you also need to have more coordination, also allow different voices. But China get into this, stage, so it became very rigid. This is a situation that a dictator might make wrong decision. Yeah, so that's why we have to be more careful about what Chinese government is doing today. Actually, I also want to say one more thing about gray zone warfare. That is, if you see what China has been doing around Taiwan in the past few months, we noticed that there are some new situation that did not happen before. First is that some of these aircraft and naval ships, they are closer to Taiwan, a bit more closer to our territorial water and airspace compared to before. Yeah, that so it did increase more pressure on Taiwan. And second is you see the recent military exercise conducted in May after inauguration of President Lai, and they did in Jinmen Mazu. Yeah, earlier was only around Taiwan. And right now, they also target the Jinmen Mazu, the offshore islands. And also, the Coast Guard and also involved in these exercises. These are the new development we have to watch. Yeah, and of course, what I didn't really answer earlier was that what is China's strategic, how to say, their target? What do they really want? My own interpretation is that they want to turn Taiwan Strait into internal water. Yeah, so that is why they became more active around Taiwan. Yeah, but by doing so, it increased the chance of the conflict, a confrontation with the Taiwanese military. So they are actually doing something very irresponsible. That's my answer here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the sharing. And when you mentioned about Coast Guard, I think Taiwan did notice that some of the Coast Guard participate in harassing the Senkaku Islands, and later they started to participate in harassing Taiwan as well. So whether that those two Coast Guard ships, they are on their way and then coming back, so that's part of their joint missions or not, that's something very new development that we just discovered. So we still have less than 10 minutes. We can open probably 2 questions. Yes, the one in the back. No, the one in the back, please. That one first.
Hello, Radio Free Asia journalist, and 2 questions. Originally, it was going to be towards either Mr. Waters or Mr. Dean, whoever wants to answer, but if any other guests feel they would like to tackle the question, that's fine. The first question is about a general question on why should China not, playing devil's advocate and thinking from this perspective, why should China not feel threatened by the US presence in the Indo-Pacific region? Obviously, part of this is just power politics, is, one country has more power now than it did 30 years ago, and that is creating some tension with existing great powers. But in a international order where there are rules, or maybe better termed guidelines, that are not easily enforced when people break them, as we're seeing in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this conflict in Gaza, the past US invasion of Iraq. All you have to go on is the guarantees of other countries that we're going to be behave towards you, right? That we're not going to threaten you. You have their word and you have their past actions. So in such a system where you can't stringently enforce international law, I'm trying to be careful using that term because it's sometimes used very loosely, where it's hard to enforce that, how can you why should China not feel threatened by the US, and how can they create goodwill between different countries with very, very different ideologies, very different state ideologies? That's the first question. Second,
well, please, because we only
have so much time.
for
Okay,
2
that's
questions.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and could you identify yourself and who you would like to address to?
Yes, I said to Mr. Waters or Mr. Dean, but if any other guests would like to answer, and journalist Chase Botiford, journalist from Radio Free Asia.
Okay, thank you. And Raymond Song, yeah, you have the last questions.
Okay, let's pass
Raymond.
the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is about the impacts of internal pressures faced by China toward its overall external behaviors. Of course, China is now experiencing extreme internal pressures, including serious economic downturn and a rising domestic widespread discontent, and also rumors of political instability. So how does all those internal pressures impact its overall behaviors? Are we witnessing a more prone to risk-taking nations, or will they acting in a more restrained or less aggressive way? I might add a footnote to that, because in Taiwan we experiencing the external intensive, very, very intensive increase of the pressures put on China, put on us. So I'm really, really keen to learn about your observations. Thank you.
Who do you like to address the question to?
The panels who
Everyone?
want to observe on the experience they have about the latest trends of the Chinese external behaviors. Thank you.
Okay, so I just go the reverse order. First, starting from the Moomin Chen, if you'd like to answer some of them.
Last question about China inside. And you see the news that, and I also talked to some Taiwanese who did business in China or visit China recently. The economic situation is no good, that's for sure. That is why I think that Chinese government now, they tolerate this nationalistic sentiment. And in Chinese we say 小粉红. Those pro-China net users, they became very, very aggressive on the internet also on foreign policy issues. It's very natural for any authoritarian government to use nationalism as a tool to divert the people's discontent at home. So I think for Taiwan and also for the world, we are not just dealing with Chinese government or CCP. We also have to deal with this irrational voice in the Chinese society. Because of the tight media and data control in China, most people in China, they don't know the real situation. A lot of things they only receive very biased information and very easy to be mobilized emotionally. So we have to be very, very careful in watching and dealing with this situation. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah. On the China external and partly in response to the earlier question, I think the issue here is how is China going to position itself in the Indo-Pacific region and in the Asian continent? I mean, that really goes to the heart of the matter. What kind of a major power does it see itself? And what kind of an order is it trying to either create or not create? The evidence so far shows that its view is not conducive to an open and a free security architecture. The thesis and the thinking is more of a hierarchical nature, and that will bring it into increasing conflict with established powers and rising powers and the smaller countries of the region. So if China has to live in a community of nations in this region and in the Indo-Pacific and the Asian continent, it has to do a very fundamental rethink of how it sees the evolution of such an architecture in the future. If it is a question of concentration of power and influence and everyone else being peripheral, then you will never have the kind of equilibrium that we all wish to have. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Amuro, Take, you'd like to say something?
So as for the Chinese domestic issues, right now China's top priority is to rebuild the inside the issues, especially for the economy. But however, as long as Xi Jinping is instruction to prepare for the invasion in 2027 for military leader, we should receive such an order. It's quite important because with the Xi's order, the military leaders could hardly say they are unprepared by 2027. Now China is seeking or preparing a timing to change the status quo in gray zone situations.
I agree with what was said completely. This is about, I think, to a large degree, Xi's leadership of the PRC and what has changed in China. United States behaviour in our region has been entirely consistent for a very long period of time. It is a Pacific power. It is part of the region. And we overlooked that the US went to extraordinary lengths to bring China into the World Trade Organization, to liberalise its economy, and to invite China into supporting the very rules-based international order that has made us all prosperous and largely kept this region exceptionally peaceful. Since Xi Jinping has taken power, as I said, Chinese views of how it thinks the order should operate has changed, yet the states within the region do not accord to that. And largely, if you look at declared US strategy, for instance, at their national defense strategy, national security strategy, the United States is a status quo power, is not attempting to force China to change its role in the region. It's a responding at the moment to Chinese behaviour, and also its alliances are sovereign decisions that states like Australia and Japan and the other states choose to have with the United States. It's not something that the United States coerces in the region. So I think what was said exactly before is, look at Chinese behaviour and compare it to the way the United States has consistently behaved, from freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight for decades and decades.
I think Peter said it well, and I got a sign that time is up. But if I could just add one quick point at the risk of being between you guys and lunch. I do think that if you take the longer view, if you normalized China's view of how it operates in the region we discuss, it's actually going to be self-defeating to China's global ambitions. And I think those debates are underway in China. I actually have a bit of an optimistic take on this in the long run, that some element of what we're seeing now is the excess that will be corrected as they realize there's a contradiction between trying to reshape global norms such as UNCLOS and a desire to have a blue water navy. So again, I'll end us on an optimistic note that it may just be that what is required is consistency, perseverance, upholding the norms, but also having honest dialogue with Chinese interlocutors so they themselves come to adjust these policies over time.
Thank you, Rick. And just on the Rick very optimistic notes, please join with me in thanking the panelists on the podium for a very insightful conversation that we have. And we do not want to be in a way between your great lunch and another anticipated great speech by the former premier of the Slovakia. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Many thanks to Dr. Lai for moderating and all our panelists for your insights. And you may return to the audience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for lunch and our next keynote speech. Please note that the panel discussion 2 will begin at 2 p.m. at the same place. And also, if you haven't returned your interpretation device at the reception desk, please remember to do so. Participants who have signed up for luncheon or participants who have a round sticker on your badge, please follow our staff in the back to the luncheon ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember to always bring your personal belongings with you. We will see you later in the afternoon. Thank you.
怎么一回事？我应该服务台问会有人会有人会，其实他们都在门口了，远景都在门口。对，讲座前缘。那我就加在上面。加在上，可是等一下你要试下来，可以吗？不是叫我一定要撤掉，然后20分钟再上。后来想说，如果放这边的话，就可以塞进去，都一样。意思一样，我只要有移动过都。那还是你继续放这边，要跟杆子拿掉就好了，也可以。放这边。对，杆子拿掉。确定。他们只是说前面你的杆子是上面而已哦。就是这一只吗？对，这只拿掉就好，就让两个钉放在下面 ，OK。就是不要让杆子 OK， 懂吗？哈。对，所以看你觉得重要。
Excuse me. Okay. 3号好了，给韩翔。韩翔嘞？你们谁负责 Q&A 的麦克风 ？Q&A 的麦克风，3号好，给你。Hello, test。
没有声音哦，有吗？我现在讲话有声音了，可是现场没有声音了。
对，音响没声音，有吗 ？Test test 有吗 ？Test test 有点小声，
然后声音加大一点。
麦克风测试1、2、3，1、2、3。
Test test 有一点对 test test。Hello。Test test。
Testing testing 1 2 3。
那个 test 没有声音。
Test test。我总觉得他应该高。可以用，可以。等一下。对。Test test。但是要靠近你，所以我们等一下再调，好不好？这一支是没有，是得备用的。对 Q&A 的话，有一支你是喊对，开夹子就可以打起来了。但是我在想，是不是要调高一点？啊？对啊，所以要怎么调？这我不会调。我要问一下他们的人好了，还是已经最高了，感觉是最高。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the luncheon. Please follow the staff and take a seat at your table. Thank you very much. Our luncheon will begin shortly. Thank you.
Test， 这样子就有点小声，而且它因为它比较高，哦，难怪我想说，可是这样的话，啊，它不是很高嘛，对不对？对啊，那可能就接近垂直的这样。好 ，test。
哦，这样子吗 ？Test test， 我要 test test。OK， 好，这样 test test。OK 吗？可以。OK， 好，那就这样。嗯，请他哦，你说请，帮我测试。就这个吗？可是我们要帮他调整麦啦。要调整麦是什么高度吗？或是对，或者是这样子。对，因为我们不知道他的。哦，OK， 好。
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our luncheon speaker, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia, the Honorable Edward Heger, and the host of this keynote speech session, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Dr. Wu Zhizhong Fengsua. Welcome. Please take a seat. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our luncheon. Please enjoy our delicacies that we've prepared for you. The luncheon speech will begin at 12:50. Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the delicacies. Our luncheon speech will begin at 12:50. Thank you.
Okay.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to introduce you and with a pleasure to welcome a luncheon speech presented by the Honorable Edward Heger, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia. And to begin, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Minister Dr. Wu Zhizhong Fengsua to introduce the speaker. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm the new Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, François Wu. I just came back from Paris 4 days ago, so I'm still here to find my way. But in coming back to Taipei, I'm really very honored to join this very important event and find so many people here trying to fight for democracy, for peace, and for security of the Indo-Pacific region. And I think it's really very crucial for our future. So I'm just saying I'm just coming back from Europe. So it is a great honor for me to introduce you to an outstanding European political leader, the Honorable Edward Heger. Mr. Heger has held many senior positions in the administration of the Slovak Republic, including finance minister and the prime minister. Throughout Mr. Heger's extraordinary political career, he has spearheaded reform and policy that have benefited all sectors of Slovak society. His public service has been marked by an unwavering commitment to the principle of democracy, transparency, and social justice. From 2021 to 2023, then Prime Minister Heger guided Slovakia through major international and domestic crises. He skillfully led the country out of the COVID-19 pandemic, protecting the health and the safety of the Slovak people, while keeping the economic very strong. Mr. Heger was also a pillar of strength following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2020. In his previous role as a Minister of Finance, Mr. Heger implemented reform to improve government fiscal responsibility and promote transparency. His background in economics proved invaluable as he navigated fiscal turbulence and launched initiatives that transformed the Slovak economy. Mr. Heger's proven record is underpinned by his devotion to the value of democracy and the rule of law. He is a long-standing advocate of robust anti-corruption measures, good governance, and strong democratic institutions. His principled leadership has earned him high respect, both at home and abroad. Widely praised for his integrity, humility, and dedication to public service, Mr. Heger is a leader who inspired by a genuine desire to uplift his nation and the people. He continued to work to ensure that Slovakia remain a beacon of democracy and progress in Europe. Widely praised as a keen advocate for freedom around the world, Mr. Heger is a natural friend of Taiwan. He made a significant contribution to bilateral cooperation, visiting Taiwan as a member of parliament in 2017 and actively supporting the development of ties between Taiwan and Slovakia during his tenure as Prime Minister. Today, Mr. Heger will share his wealth of experience in international relations. His speech will explore strategy to reduce geopolitical tensions and highlight the importance of cooperation to advance shared interests in response to global challenge and conflict. Shaped by his years of dedicated service and deep engagement in diplomatic affairs. Mr. Helger's remarks are sure to provide us with profound insight into the current world situation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Helger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Wu. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Prime Minister Hager for his keynote speech.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Dear Deputy Minister, thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Honorable Chairman, dear Honorable President of Prospect Foundation, dear Honorables, dear friends. It is really a great honor for me to be here today and share with you the thoughts and the experience that we gained over the last couple of years in Europe. I think it's very important to share these thoughts, but I will elaborate that in a couple of moments. But before that, let me just express a warm, great gratitude to Taiwan for its friendship. Slovakia is a country in the heart of Europe, as we say. It's a neighbor to Ukraine, and it's considered the largest car producer per capita in the world. So I'm very pleased and glad that we have a great cooperation between Taiwan and Slovakia. And during my government, we accelerated this cooperation. We signed up to almost 30 MOUs between different organizations, institutions, our universities, etc. And I'm very glad and happy to hear that Taiwan is expanding its cooperation in the Central and Eastern Europe, especially in the area of semiconductors. For automotive industry, this is a very important news, and it will help us to grow and secure our car industry, which is a backbone of Slovak's economy. I also very much want to appreciate the way you do it, because it shows your mentality. You basically sharing your assets with the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and it shows your mentality that you're building the common interest, that you don't look at your own profit, but you look at the resilience and building a strong and resilient economic community, which is really leading by example. And thank you for doing that. I also want to share that Taiwan is the second largest investor from Asia in Slovakia, with investment over 450 million euros and providing jobs of more than 4,000, which is really an important number. The major investors are companies like Foxconn, Delta, AOU, or Bislin. And I'm also glad, as I said, that we have cooperation on the level of academia and also other institutions, which is really showing the depth of our relationship and cooperation. And very last, we are very happy to see that students from our country come to learn from you as well. And the last thing that I would like to express is the help of Taiwan during the war in Ukraine. You were the ones who provided really significant help, also through the mechanism that my government established for the help of the mothers and children who were fleeing from the battlefield from Ukraine to Slovakia, and you helped us to provide enough funds to really make them feel in Slovakia like at home. So thank you very much for your really great example of showing your ambition to be there for people in need. Thank you very much. Now let me go to share a couple stories, if you don't mind, that will be provided to you as lessons that you can learn from, especially for this region. And I will start with our case of Slovakia, who is a neighbor to Ukraine, and speak about the dependency on Russian oil and gas. The reason why I'm mentioning this because it played a significant role in the whole aggression and the war of Russian army into Ukraine. Well, Slovakia, and not only Slovakia, but also other countries, were very dependent on Russian oil and gas. Even though we in Slovakia, even in 2006, in government manifesto, said that we want to diversify, somehow nobody was really taking care for that. Somehow we felt like the Russian oil and gas is good, so let's just rely on that. But we were not watching that we are a different regime, we are a democratic country. Values are important for us, and I would say that we basically traded our values for cheap gas and oil. And, but what happened is that we paid a very high price for this negligence. In 2021, that was when I was Prime Minister, we started to see that Russia lowered the flow of gas into Europe. You need to understand that in order to provide enough gas for heating and production during the winter, you must fill the storage in Europe during the summer. Because you don't have, the infrastructure wasn't built to provide all the gas during the winter for all the needs of Europe. So that's why the storages were filled during the summer, and plus the full flow of gas during the winter made up for the consumption of Europe during the winter. Well, first we didn't pay enough attention, but then we noticed that the storages are not being filled to the level as where they're supposed to. Then the fall of 2021 came, and we received the intel from United States about potential aggression and war of Russian troops into Ukraine. And then we saw how many thousands, 10,000s, up to 100,000 soldiers were surrounding Ukraine and their border. But it was kind of too late, because it was already winter, and we knew that this might be a great risk. And then 24th of February 2022 came, and the war started. And we all realized that this is going to be a big problem, and from the energy perspective and the economic perspective, the prices of the gas, because there wasn't enough gas and there was a risk that we will not have enough gas, the prices of the gas started to skyrocket. Average price before the crisis was 20 euros per megawatt hour. And during the crisis, it peaked at 350 euros. You can imagine the difference. And the burden on the economies. In Europe, you have to understand that there is several energy mix amongst the countries, but we are one market. We are also one energy market. And the price of a gas is very much linked with the price of electricity. So as the price of the gas was going high, the same was happening to the electricity. And electricity rose from average 50, 60 euros per megawatt up to, in the very peak, 1,000 euros per megawatt. You can imagine what kind of burden this is for the economy. That's why many of the countries had to step in and subsidize and help the companies to share the cost of the gas and the electricity. And this was all driven by Russia, because all this money were used for the arms that were aimed against Ukraine. It was a very sad picture, but we couldn't avoid receiving the gas and oil from Russia because we were so dependent. Of course, the whole process of diversification started very quickly, but you cannot do it within months, you cannot do it even within years. It's going to take till 2026, and some countries already were able to diversify, some are on the process. And you have to understand that the whole infrastructure was built that we received the gas from the east toward the western countries. Slovakia was a main transit country, because most of the gas coming to Germany, Czech Republic, Austria, also Italy, was coming through Slovakia. Now everything changed. Now we started to focus to receive the LNG from the ports and from the countries. So we realized that where we were the country that provided, now we will be the last country to receive. And that's where it was so important what kind of relationships you have and who are your partners, whether they're reliable or not. The good situation was that we are part of European Union and the partners are reliable and we could rely on them and we could start to diversify with their help, which we did. But it was all underscored that the price of the energy went into double-digit inflation and it caused a huge economic crisis. It touched also other parts of the world, but we know that Europe was struggling the most. The bill we paid for the negligence of being depending on Russia's oil and gas, thinking that they're a reliable partner, fall apart, and the bill became tremendous, tremendous. And not only that we paid so much money for such a short time for the energy and also for the inflation, but we also were paying, or the Ukrainians were paying with their lives. And I would like to speak a little bit about that. As you know, European Union leaders meet every month on summits. And I remember that summit on the 24th of February, because immediately all of the countries, of course, had to be ready to respond to this aggression and to this war that is happening. We know that Russia wanted to conduct a blitzkrieg. They wanted to basically bomb the whole infrastructure and within 3 days it would be over. They thought that they will march into Kiev and actually conquer it the way they did it in Czechoslovakia in 1968. It was without bombing, but marching in. Actually, today is 56 years when the Soviet troops marched into Czechoslovakia. It was 21st of August, 1968. So on this very special day, we remember that this is what happened to Czechoslovakia. And we have that still in very strong memory. And that it's not a good memory. So that's what they expected that they will do to Ukraine. But the Ukrainian people said, no, we want to be and remain free and democratic country. And that's why Volodymyr Zelensky, when we spoke to him first time, said, please, European leaders, help me in any way. Of course, during the COVID, we accelerated the processes of this decision-making within European Union. But we weren't able to respond in a couple hours. And it was a very sad picture to see him as he was leaving the video conference with not getting any response from us, any clear message, any decision, pretty much. And I remember how he was leaving the meeting, closing the lid of the notebook, of the laptop, and saying, well, I don't know if I ever see you, but thank you for your cooperation and all the best. It was such a quiet in the room that you could feel the pin drop on the floor. Everybody felt really miserable, I would say. And that's why when we saw the next morning that he's there and he survived the bombing, it was a great encouragement for us to see that, okay, we need to help them. And the whole machinery of European Union started to provide help to Ukrainian people, to Ukrainian government, and actually to Ukraine as a country in general. The first estimates were that Ukraine will be able to last for maximum 30 days. It's been over 900. It's been over 900. And we see that even Russia was surprised by the response of the Ukrainian people, of the Ukrainian government, that they stepped in. And they were surprised by the response of the European leaders and European countries. The unity that was shared at the summits was really tremendous, even though it wasn't easy. And the significant role was played by the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, because we are the countries who have experience with Russia, with Soviets. So we were there to explain our Western partners very clearly how to respond and that we cannot fall into fatigue. We have to keep being united and resilient. And I must say it wasn't always easy, but I saw many leaders coming to the summits where they had national priorities, and because we were providing military aid, we were providing humanitarian aid, we were providing money, and we were also establishing sanctions. And sanctions, of course, hurt also for those who introduced them. But we knew that this is very strategic, decisions that we make. And I saw many leaders who would come with their priorities and they would say like, this is the 10 priorities. I cannot leave without meeting these 10 priorities. And we would be closed in the room till like 3 in the morning and debating and debating. And I would see how they say, for the sake of unity, I give up this many priorities because I want to have consensus. We need to move on. We need to stay united. And this was also a very surprising new element in the European policy and that Russia didn't expect. So Russia realized they have to start to undermine the unity within EU. But besides that, I would like to show one more example. And that was when Ukraine asked at least for candidate status for Ukrainian government, for Ukraine. And we were like, okay, of course the Central and European countries said, of course this is very important, it's needed, let's work on it. But we saw that some of the countries were a little hesitant. They say we cannot provide a fast track to Ukraine. So I remember when I came to Versailles and I introduced a plan where we can help Ukraine providing them an individual track. We said no fast track, individual. If they meet all the requirements, let them be part of Europe and let them get the candidate status. And everybody was like, oh, it's going to take years. Well, it took 3 months. And in June, Ukraine put so much effort into meeting all the requirements that they got the candidate status. The reason why I'm sharing this with you, that when you are in need, many things are possible. That in normal situation, you would say, no, that's not happening. And I want to also increase your hope in difficult times, because we saw many, I would say, almost miracles. Just imagine that the best estimates were that Ukraine will be able to stand there for 30 days, and it's been over 900. Of course, without the support and the help of the Western world, it wouldn't be possible. But that's also a very important element of it. The last part that I want to share as a lessons learned is the area of disinformation. As I said, Russia saw the strength of the unity within the European countries and help toward Ukraine, was providing candidate status because Ukraine was really working hard on getting it, and also we found this individual track possibility. So they realized, okay, if we cannot do it from the outside, we have to do it from the inside. And the level of disinformation started to grow tremendously. They spent tremendous funds on putting a lot of disinformation, a lot of hoaxes on the social platforms. We live in digital age. Almost everybody has a cell phone, and almost everybody is on social platforms, and in Slovakia it's many people. And the reason I'm saying that, because Slovakia is again a great example of how you can change the atmosphere in the whole country. Because at the beginning, when the war started, the mothers and the children were fleeing from the battlefield. I was coming to the border every second, third day, and I could see the mothers and the kids crying. Some of them didn't have even shoes because the mother said, well, we were running, we just cut what we got, and we left. Sometimes they didn't have passports because it was so bad pictures that they were leaving from the really battlefield. I mean, there was bombing going on. People were dying. So the beginning atmosphere was that the people of Slovakia opened their houses. They say, please come, stay with us, we'll feed you, we'll help you. But as this disinformation tsunami was introduced or was started to Slovakia, we could see how the situation changed. And after a couple of years, the people said like, okay, let's stop the help to Ukraine. And actually the result is that now we have a government that is very much pro-Russian and wanted to stop all the help to Ukraine. So I'm showing this as an example of threats and challenges that we have to have in mind, and we have to prepare and work while it's time. With the situation in Europe, we don't have that at the time. It's already started, and we just have to bear with it. But there is so many valuable lessons, if you look at that conflict, that the whole rest of the world needs to understand and needs to learn from. And what I want to especially, because many discussions I have with people about Ukrainian or Russian war in Ukraine, they go very technical. But we have to understand that the Ukrainian people, they don't fight only for their own freedom, democracy. They fight for our values. You have to understand, this is a democratic country. Of course, it's on the way of growing the democracy, but they are a democratic country. They have free elections, right? And these people, we on the eastern flank of NATO, neighboring to Ukraine, we know that they're fighting for us as well. But we know that they're not fighting only for our security. They're fighting for the security of the whole Europe. And not only for the security of whole Europe, they're fighting for the security of the whole world. So by them shedding their blood and shedding their lives for the values that we all cherish, they're fighting that fight for us. And we have to understand that this is a strategic moments that are happening in Europe, but it will have a global effect if it ends up in a good way, if it ends up in a bad way. Therefore, I'm very a strong advocate for keeping the unity around the support to Ukraine. And this is the same unity. Once we learn the drill of unity, and we have learned that pretty well, we were going through several phases of the fatigue risk. And there would be always leaders from countries, mostly from the Central and Eastern Europe, would say, no, we cannot slow down now. We have to keep walking with them and helping. And so we learned the drill of unity, and we managed it pretty well. And once we learn this drill of unity, we have to expand it, especially for the situation in the Indo-Pacific. Because we don't want you to happen what happened in our region. 21st century needs to be a century of peace. But it's easy to say, very difficult to do. But we see that in order to prepare an environment and build an environment for peace, we have to plan for the war. I mean, that's been here for centuries, the famous motto or the quote that if you want peace, plan for war. The deterrence, it's so important, and that's why we speak so much in Europe that the security, we have to speak about the security, that the units will be shared, that the units will be provided to the eastern flank of the countries. Not because we want to attack anybody, it's because we want to provide security. And we want to show anybody in the world who thinks that he can attack anybody else, with military force especially, that this is not what is welcome in the 21st century. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to share this example with you because, as I said, please don't consider what's happening in Europe that it's a European thing, because it is not. And if you underestimate it, then later on you will pay a much higher price. And it was mentioned today on the panel, this is our experience, our negligence being dependent too long on the Russian oil and gas made us pay for all those years in a very short time. And it's always painful where you have to pay a lot in a short time. The economies, the companies were really in a deep struggle. The debt of the countries in EU grew tremendously because they need to step in and subsidize. And we are still trying to phase out. It was after COVID, another crisis that was very costly and demanding. But the good is that we built a strong unity. And we need to pass this unity forward. We need to, Europe needs to, and that's what we've been sharing in the European field, Europe needs to become a global player. We need stronger Europe. We need Europe that will be there for the other regions of the world. We need strong allyship between Europe and also United States, but also Japan and other regions around the world. And to be here, there for you also in Taiwan. Because if we show that we have this unity and we have this courage and we have this strength and that we want to protect our values, then the world can see that we are serious and that we can succeed. And that's a very strong message that is coming out right now from Europe. But I see of course, as a politician, I understand that the elections are always difficult. But somehow I think the world is seeking the leaders who think strategic and who are courageous enough to share that with their people and to speak honestly the strategy. Today we live in a world that we have totally different challenges. It's not fighting wars against each other. We have challenges as climate change. We have challenges as poverty. We have challenges as cybersecurity. We have challenges as health crisis. And in order to cope with these global challenges, we have to work together. We have to introduce a totally different approach to the future. And the approach to the future is in cooperation. And that's what I said at the beginning, that you, people of Taiwan, are the role model of that. So this is what we can learn from you and really work on this level. And I'm also glad that I hear it in the panels, and I want to encourage you. Please remain courageous. Please remain following our values, and let's learn from the lesson that we going through in Europe, and please don't underestimate it. Because I wish that we will reach the point that there will be peace in Europe. We all want peace, but peace must be just. And I wish that other regions will remain peaceful. And definitely this region must be peaceful, fair, and just. And the values of democracy are the best environment for it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, former Prime Minister Hager, for your excellent speech, and also thank Deputy Minister Wu for hosting. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin at 2 at the other hall just next to us. So please return to the forum venue promptly to join the panel discussion at 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable former Prime Minister Hager would like to open a Q&A session now. So if our guests here in the hall have any questions at all, please raise your hand and our staff will hand the microphone to you. So if we have any questions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as representing the organizer, I would like to especially thank former Prime Minister Hager for such a touching speech. And I'd like to once again invite Honorable Mr. Hager to the stage for a Q&A session. And if the audience have any questions or comments at all, please raise your hand and we will hand a microphone over to you. Thank you. Yes, we have a question in the front, please.
I really appreciated the passion of your statement. I'm from Canada. I direct the Information Integrity Lab at the University of Ottawa. We deal with disinformation. So I was very interested about your comments about this, what you called the tsunami of disinformation that had progressed through the conflict and led to the turnover of the government in Slovakia. So I was curious about what narratives were particularly effective in altering the public perceptions of the government. And also, as a second part of the issue, at the end you did a call for collaboration between democracies, and wondering what form that should take beyond us responding to specific narratives in our own electoral situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The disinformation field, it's something that I think we underestimate as well. And many governments, I see that, and I can tell you for Slovakia, there was no really infrastructure. We had a unit that had 3 people to kind of counter disinformations. 3 people. We know that there is hundreds, thousands of people employed by different organizations that operate in Slovakia. I have to tell you one example. During my term as a prime minister, our military intelligence was able to catch a Russian agent bribing a person from media. We actually have a video and voice how he was saying, here you have 500, and if you nice and you write articles, you're gonna get more and more. So we had a proof, and this is how they operating in Slovakia, and I'm sure that they're operating in other countries, and that's just one of the examples. So we have to start to understand that we live in digital age. We cannot stop it. People are on the social platforms. And what the manipulators do, they try to get their crowd isolated, just listen to them. We see a trend in Slovakia, and you have to answer yourself what's in your country, that less and less people follows the mainstream media. Mainstream media are guaranteed that you get the truth when you listen to it. Well, on disinformation channels, you get disinformation. There is nobody to argue with you. So we see that there is many people, and the number is growing, who watch only the disinformation channels. And it's very difficult to get to these people and actually give them the truth. You know, we know the term that if you want a lie to become a truth, it must be 100 times repeated. Well, what do you think? How many times needs to be repeated the truth? Many of us think once, because truth is truth. These days, no. If you want truth become truth, repeat it 100 times as well. But how do we get to these people? That's very difficult, because I said they are on their channels. And that's a challenge that we, together, again, as a field, governments need to cooperate, experts need to cooperate and find tools how we can appear to the screens of the people who watch only disinformation. And we have to understand how the disinformation is made. They usually use a little of the truth, but they put a lot of manipulation, and it's actually addictive. It goes mental. So we have to understand the techniques, and we have to find, I would say, a medicine counter action. And we're failing in this. We're really failing. And I see what's happening, and it's growing, it's bubbling, and we haven't won at all. We actually just reducing to lose, but we have to cope with it as soon as possible and catch up with the disinformators. And when you asked about the cooperation, well, again, I think in Europe we progressed, but still there is challenges. We speak now about security, but we also speak about foreign affairs. We don't really have a tool how to have a united foreign policy to the challenges that we are facing. They are being formed. But these kind of gatherings, discussions, etc., and I think European Commission is really working hard on getting it. But we have to really start to speak more about the necessity of cooperation between United States, Europe, Indo-Pacific region, Australia, I mean, all these areas, and look for strategic goals. Speak more strategy, because the people don't hear it from us. They always feel they hear from us only the immediate response or immediate problems. So we don't training our citizens on thinking strategic. I remember during the communism time, we were oppressed. There was a great debate about the strategy. It's not happening these days as much, and we keep it rather in smaller groups, and I don't think that that's right. So we have to come closer to the people and make it understandable. So I don't really have the exact answer. I don't have the solutions, but I know that this is what's needed, that really speaking and thinking strategy, because the battle, as you see, the authoritarian regimes are trying to show, and you can see it in the disinformation, they're trying to show that there are better regimes than the democracy, which is a total lie. I will tell you, in Slovakia, we have many people who grew their pro-Russian sentiment. And if you ask them, when was the last time you went for vacation to Russia? Well, I wasn't. How many products do you buy that are Russian-made? Well, 0. Where do your kids or your friends go for work? Do they go to Russia or Western Europe? Well, Western Europe. So why are you so keen toward Russia? So this is what we need to understand, and we really have to tackle this disinformation very strongly and be very honest. I think what we were doing, that we were kind of neglecting. We felt like, okay, it's being shared, but we don't have to counter I, as a prime minister, wasn't countering it enough. And now I see that was a mistake. I was supposed to, as a leader of the country, to speak about the misinformation that are shared in the country and address them and explain them, because you have a lot of media attention. And then you give also arguments to the people.
Thank you. And we have another question from Dr. Dean, please.
Hello, Peter Dean from the University of Sydney in Australia. Thank you for the fabulous and very passionate speech. It's good to see. In our region, there is a lot of talk about deterrence. How can we deter the use of states, and particularly China, from using force to achieve their political objectives? One of the lessons that many speak about, including in my own country, that what we should focus on around Ukraine was there was a failure of deterrence. We were unable to convince Vladimir Putin of the consequences of his actions. And casting back 900 days or so now, one of the things I recall was the debates, even in the days and hours leading up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, about whether Russia would invade or not. And we were hearing from different states in Europe of different views and different opinions, including from President Zelensky himself, who publicly said, I think only the day before, that he didn't think Russia would invade. Are you able to comment about those discussions that were happening in Europe at the time, and what you think the lessons are that we could take away from that about coming to a unified conclusion about what we think courses of actions will be, or how we, before the crisis hits, you spoke very eloquently about what happened after the crisis hit, but what can we learn from the example to try to prevent us getting to that crisis point?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'll use 2 more examples just so you see how we were afraid and how we didn't need to. Slovakia was the first country that provided the air defense system S-300 to Ukraine. And we did it secretly at the moment, but it was, they were asking right after Ukraine was asking, please provide us any systems that we can help to protect our people, because they're being bombed. Civilians are being bombed. I was to Bucha and I saw what kind of, it was a terrible picture to see how they were killing innocent civilians. So once you see these kind of places, it doesn't leave you the same. So we provided the S-300. But as we did, there was a lot of threatening, like if you do that, you become a target. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill you as a prime minister. They're gonna, there's gonna be, people started to be afraid that it's gonna cause some effect. Well, it didn't, because we are part of NATO, etc. So there is already some resilience and some deterrence, and we need to know how to operate. Later on, we were among the first countries, or together with some countries, we were the first that provided the MiG-29s, which are the fighter jets, right? Again, this was discussed publicly, and there was so many debate. Like, if you do it, you take us right into the conflict. We're going to become part of the conflict. But we said, no, we give it because it's right. It's a defensive fighter jets, because they want to just for defense, and we provide it, and we did. And nothing happened to Slovakia. I'm not saying that we always have to be careful and strategic at the same time. Nobody wants to escalate, but we have to be very clear on what means escalation. Because they're trying to say that if you're helping Ukraine, you're escalating. Excuse me? Those people are dying at their own territory by bombs of Russia. So if I provide them a weapon that will protect their lives, that's escalation. We have to be very loud about it. We have to be very loud about it. They are defending themselves. Of course, this information is always trying, and I myself was facing questions from media, etc. Like, but aren't you escalating? No. We have to refuse the concept of escalation when we're providing the help. And Ukraine doesn't want to attack, they don't want to attack Russia. They're just defending. They're trying to get the peace that everybody speaks about. So that's the importance of understanding the deterrence. We have to always, and that's why I said we have to look at the strategy. Because Vladimir Putin, he knows he's got all the time he needs. He's patient. He's waiting for us to give up. He knows that if we have to give up or he has to give up, we will be probably the first. And several waves. He doesn't, like, if I would make it simpler, what can he lose? And that's what we have to understand in the strategy of preparing for facing these kind of challenges and these kind of attacks. So we have to change the concept, or not change, we have to elaborate and incorporate the new challenges that we're facing and see the strategy. I'm not a strategist, but I know that we have great strategists in our governments and in our countries. So I'm sure if they will start to think this way, and one thing I would like to share as well. We saw that the Western countries didn't understand the mindset of the Russians as well as the Central and European countries who were part of Soviet Union. And we were debating, and it was clear to see that there were discrepancies. And since we were so open with our friends' leaders, we were able to, on examples, to show them that in some ideas, they're wrong. In some approaches, they're wrong. And that's why I think the interchange between the countries, it's so important. And the same for Indo-Pacific. I mean, we as Europeans, we don't understand, and we will never understand the relationships as you do, because there is history linked to it. But that's why the cooperation, if there is very intense, we can come up with solutions that will cope with the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Do we have any? Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm retired admiral from Japan. I just visited your country in December last year. I entered your country from Hungary to Slovakia, a beautiful capital, Bratislava. I enjoyed staying. And I felt at that time the difference of air between two capitals. Budapest and not the pollution, the air, political air. And I am very impressed your country take a role as a corridor to the humanitarian supply or the weapon supply to the Ukraine, as well as same as the Poland, quite different from Hungary. Now, at that time, I felt whether Japan can act as your country or the Hungary in case of Taiwan contingency. That is a big question for us. I suppose there should be big discussion when Ukraine war happened inside your country, whether or not Slovakia take a role as a country, dangerous role, possible to be attacked by Russia, or to stop the gas earlier than the other country. My question is, how do you overcome such difficulties to support Ukraine?
Well, for us, again, history is important. And you have to understand, in 1944, there was Second World War, Slovakia was under suppression of Nazis. There was a Slovak uprising. Part of the remainings of the military, of the Slovak military and partisans and people of Slovakia stood against the regime. And they called up to their allies, to our allies back then, and said, please help us, send us some weapons and help us. So we have an experience where we were asking for help and we received it. So for us, it was very easy and natural to help Ukraine because they are in the same situation like we were in 1944. And it's all about the values. Again, it's all about the values. And we see that whenever we traded the values, we always lost and we paid a high price for it. The gas and energy and oil was the example of it. So we have proofs in the history that stay strong in your values, never leave your values, and that's a great test of decisions. So that's why we decided, yes, Slovakia is going to be a hub. It's going to be a pathway to help Ukraine, and we build it, and even the new government that is pro-Russian didn't dare to really stop it, because we are part of European Union, we are part of Eurozone, we are part of Schengen, so there are strong ties. Our economic ties are with the country of European Union. That's where we have the strongest. And I said from Asia, Kia Motors is the biggest investor, and Taiwanese companies are the second from Asia. So you see the ties, and you have to go by that. So I can only encourage you to stay with your values and prepare. Now is the time of prevention. Here, please don't do the same mistakes we did in Europe. You have still time. And that's the call also to the European leaders. And you see that the European leaders are responding. There was Italian warship is in Japan. Then we saw a Dutch ship passing through the strait, right? Germans, etc. So this is the way we need to act. We need to act that we know what we want to keep, and that's democracy and the freedom and the human dignity. We need to stick to that. And at the same time show courage and not show weakness. Because weakness, those people who wanted to, Vladimir Putin, when he sees weakness, he goes, he marches. That's a green light for him. And we, people from Central and Eastern Europe, say all the same. We know that. We were the ones who were saying that at the European Council meetings. If you show weakness to Vladimir Putin, it's an invite for him to walk in. So that's the lessons learned that we have, and I can only encourage you to be bold, but smart and cooperate. Cooperation. I saw that the unity, and that's maybe the last call that I will repeat. We need to really build a unity for the future, and even tighter unity. But not only unity on the paper or like meetings, but as we said, like unity that we provided together arms. We created European peaceful like the foundation that all the countries put money together and is funded the help to Ukraine. So actually actions, and this needs to be extended with other countries and also for this region where we say, okay, these countries recognize that this is important to be united. For any case, we stand here. And I remember when I think it was when the war started, or it was before, I think it was already after the started. We had very intensive calls with the United States, and they confirmed to us that they will be there for us, that they will, if something happens, we all united. And that's a strong message to the world, to show the leadership of unity among the leaders. And I know for me it's now a little easier to say, but still, this is the lessons learned that we have to have in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause to thank former Prime Minister Hager for his passionate speech and for sharing his wonderful insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, the panel discussion, will begin at 2. Please return to the conference hall next to us to promptly join the panel discussion. See you later. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly in about 3 minutes. May I invite all of you to take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is about to begin. Please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Thank you. And may I remind you that if you haven't returned your simultaneous interpretation device, please do so at the reception area. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon sessions of the forum. And now we will proceed to panel discussion 2, titled Economic Security and Economic Coercion, Building Economic Resilience, De-risking, and the Role of Taiwan Semiconductors in Stabilizing Global Supply Chains. There are 5 panelists with us in this session, respectively from Latvia, Canada, the USA, the Philippines, and Taiwan. Now, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Yan Huixing, Chairperson of Taiwan Council for U.S. Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan. Now, I turn the floor over to Chairman Yan. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Huixing Yan. So it's a great pleasure that I can serve as the moderator of the panel. I'm also new to this government. Before I joined this government with this new administration in May. Before this, I was a trade scholar working closely with the government, and probably that's the reason I got invitation by the government to join and to that make contribution for what I have learned, what I have researched that is to see any way to realize as real actions in the policies. So I think anyway, it's a great pleasure that can be here to join our 5 distinguished speakers here today. And I think in this session, we are going to talk about some critical issues of the supply chain and international cooperation that have significance to the world. And we have witnessed the phenomena of the deglobalization and the impact of supply chain because of the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the geopolitical tensions, and also intervention from the non-market autocracy. Against this background, what used to be considered as substantial to economic development and security is now sometimes considered as risk, a source of risk. So that sometimes this kind of risk we consider nowadays that we need to, should be limited or we need to deal with it. So I think also security concerns are no longer exclusively expressed in relations to conflict, but also encompass that much wider notion of economic security, and I think some of our speakers will mention that. Today we have 5 distinguished speakers to share their views on the direct of developments of economic security and impact of the global supply chain. Before I invite them to deliver their remark, let me briefly introduce each of our speakers first. The first speaker is President from the Northern Europe Policy Center of Latvia. And I think he was also a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of Latvia. Let's welcome. And our second speaker, Roland Paris, is Dr. Roland Paris. He is Director of Graduate School of Public and International Affairs from the University of Ottawa in Canada. And he was also a fellow in Halifax International Security Forum and was also associate fellow in Chatham House in UK. Let's welcome. And our third speaker, that is Mr. Han Ka-yu. He is now Senior Fellow from Peterson Institute for International Economics. And he was also the 8th Trade Minister of Korea from Republic of Korea, and was also secretary to the President of the Republic of Korea. Let's welcome. And also, next will be Dr. Franz Jessen. He was former EU ambassador to the Philippines, and he was also an EU ambassador to Vietnam. And I think he also have very wide experience that he also experienced that in responsible for China, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Mongolia. And let's welcome Dr. Franz Jessen. And then
our colleague from Taiwan, Agnes Seneca, Dr. Jianming Wu. Dr. Jianming Wu is a distinguished research fellow from the Institute of Sociology of the Agnes Seneca. And he was also has great experience in a wide range of research area, including a lot of geopolitical issues and democratic and development policies. Let's welcome Dr. Wu. So I think I will give the floor to the first speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Well, first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this forum for this wonderful reception and invitation to Taiwan. So it's really my pleasure to be among you and to share some of my views with you here. And you know, we have a saying in our part of the continent that smart people learn from the mistakes of others, so they don't need to commit those mistakes themselves. And this is why I probably would like to follow up to just recently heard keynote speech from the Slovak Prime Minister. And I would like also to bridge our experience from political part to the economic part, since this panel is also about the economic coercion and economic influence. And regarding this, I would be, of course, later on happy to hear any questions if there are such. But my experience will be, first of all, based on Latvian policies, Baltic policies, Northern Europe policies, on, of course, through the prism of ongoing war with Russia invading Ukraine. Because I also believe that the outcome of this war will very much determine the future global power situation and very much also the situation in Pacific, because people and global powers are watching our reaction. How do we do, what do we do, and what we don't do with our assistance to Ukraine. Now, once we speak about politics or economics, I must say that both things are very much intertwined together. If, for instance, I'm looking to the sociology of my own society in Latvia, then people notice and tell that they have two major priorities. One priority is security. Another priority is, of course, economic well-being. It's also important to note that if a country is economically weak, it's extremely difficult to have a good economic power, also good military and political power, because economy very much determines what this country can afford. And I probably would have to start with a certain description of mistakes what we in Europe did in the past, or at least some countries did. And I think one of the concepts which you probably heard from 1990s was that, look, we live in the democratic Western world, and if we engage with authoritarian countries, we have a mutual trade, if we have a mutual interdependence, then gradually these authoritarian or totalitarian countries will become also more democratic and more like us. That was the one perception. Another perception was given by very well-known thinker Francis Fukuyama, who was also telling that there is the end of history, which basically meant that he assumed that liberal democracy has won, and now we would have eternal peace and life will be beautiful. I think, and actually Francis Fukuyama in his latest books also agreed that that was a mistake, that both these perceptions were wrong. Because, for instance, Prime Minister Heger just mentioned about this oil and gas issue, where Europe was, and many countries are still using Russian oil and gas, that this dependency was assumed by some of the Western leaders will lead to further and gradual Russian integration in liberal democratic world. In fact, the result was totally different. The result was that many of Western values became slowly corrupt. The West became much more dependent on Russian gas than Russia became dependent on the Western values or integrated these Western values. And if you are looking to the Baltic experience, then I remember that still in 2014, 2015, 2016, we were telling to our Western European partners that, look, the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, two pipelines which were going from Russia and feeding Western Europe with energy, is actually extremely political choice. And they were telling, no, 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 it's just about economics. It's nothing to do with politics. But just for you to know, Latvia is a neighboring country of Russia, and we always paid a larger price for oil than, for instance, Germany. How does it come? It comes very easy, because the Russian gas and the Russian oil has a political price and not an economic or market price. And this is the reason why we were paying more, because we were assumed by Russians to be a country which has to be in the influence area of Russia. So they were trying to influence us through energy, through any other activities, through political activities, through something else. So if you just start to trade with an authoritarian or totalitarian country which has ambitions in your territory, like, for instance, my country, afterwards there will come a political price for that. This is why I'm happy to announce, for instance, that today, when still many countries are either silent or buying gas and oil from Russia, despite of this war, Baltic states, Latvia, for instance, we are not using any drop anymore from Russian gas and Russian oil. So we were trying to cut those dependencies, economic dependencies, to be politically independent. So sometimes when we had also economic crisis in earlier times, 2008, for instance, or later, we used this crisis simply to diversify our economic cooperation and to be more dependent on our friends and like-minded countries and those countries which are not like-minded. So at this moment, our economic interaction with Russia is very small, and we feel much better with this, even if in the short term we have to pay a kind of a maybe also economic price for this. Now, another thing about economic sanctions. We know that at this moment there are a number of economic sanctions introduced against Russia, which is a correct thing, because the aggressor has to be punished by international community. But unfortunately, the economic sanctions never work alone, and economic sanctions do not work very well against authoritarian countries, because their resilience, their public resilience, is much higher than resilience of free and democratic states. Just like, for instance, possibilities to sacrifice the human lives, because what we see now in the front line between Russia and Ukraine, that Russians simply don't care about people's lives. They can bring 10,000 people, they can bring 100,000 people. If they die, nobody cares about this. And actually, we have been giving also before the war a very wrong signals about our attitudes if such invasion would happen. So actually, I would say that we in the West, in some sense, have been contributing to this invasion. And I will give you one short example. Just a few days before the Russian large invasion in Ukraine in February 2022, there have been a staged conference of Russian Security Council, and you could actually observe it on YouTube because they were publicizing this. And then Russian former Prime Minister Medvedev told very interesting sentences. He told, look, okay, if we invade Ukraine, what the West will do? They probably will impose some sanctions against us for a while, but then afterwards, since we are interdependent and they need money, and they run behind money, they will simply either avoid these sanctions or return to the life as usual. That was the Russian assumption. This is why they thought that they can take Ukrainian capital Kiev in 3 days, that the Western response will be fragmented, the Western response will be not strong enough. In this case, I think that the Russian authorities and Russian leadership made a mistake. They made a mistake which costs hundreds of thousands of lives to Russians, which cost to all of us hundreds of billions, because this war is ongoing already the 3rd year. And we all could avoid this war, because the best deterrence would be if we would be much more clear about our possibilities to defend not only values, but also the power structures and the existing order. Because Russia is one of the countries which is not satisfied, obviously, with the existing world order, because they want to return to empire, what they had before. Because there are 2 ways how you can look for greatness. One way to be a great country is to develop your economy, to develop your values, make your citizens happy, make your people free. Another way how some people, like for instance leaders in Russia, seek the greatness is to be made afraid from them. So if you are afraid of me, then you respect me. And if you respect me, that means I'm a great person, even if I'm poor and even if I have nothing else to offer to my citizens, but at least you are afraid of myself. So this is currently also the Russian way. What is one more mistake, maybe what we did as a common West to avoid this war, and we still, some of maybe our allies also are committing this mistake. And I'm telling about these mistakes. Why? Because, you know, we in Northern Europe, we are culturally accommodated to the idea that if there is any problem, then we are not asking what our colleagues or friends did wrong, but what did we do wrong? What is wrong with us here inside? That sometimes is not a kind of extremely healthy approach, but this is how Northern Europeans frequently think. But in this case, I would like to bring up one more thing which was used also in previous keynote speech. This is a question about escalation. Escalation is understood differently in Russia and differently in the Western world. Because if we as a Westerners, if we are coming to, let's say, Far East, if we are coming to Japan, China, Taiwan, no matter Korea, then we know that in this part of the world there are different traditions, that there are different customs. And we also, in our diplomatic or business talks, we try to accommodate to these traditions. At least this would be a smart way to accommodate and to understand this. But when the Westerners from Berlin, Paris, London, Rome, or Washington, when they're going to Moscow, they assume that they are meeting the fellow Western politicians. And here they make a mistake. They are not a part, in a clear sense, of the Western culture. They think in a different way. So that means they must be approached also in a different way. And that brings to the next mistake, which is concerning the so-called fear of escalation. Because Russians are obviously, and leadership is, we should not underestimate our opponents. They're smart people. And when they see the angst, the fear in the eyes of, let's say, their discussion partners, they will use this. And in this case, Russia was very frequently using the argument of nuclear power. So you know, if you are helping Ukraine, remember, we are nuclear power. We also could bomb somebody and do something. And that definitely has a reflection on Western societies. These are democratic societies. People are asking their leaders, okay, maybe we could start negotiations. We could be diplomatic. And you know from your own experience and history, whenever you start some negotiations and in a not favorable position, then you're going to lose. So what would be in our advice, the Baltic advice, the Latvian advice also to our partners in the West and somewhere else? So if somebody is bullying you and coming to you, you always should show them the 2 ways. There is a good way and we can really talk. But we will not be scared by you. So If you have a nuclear bombs, then, dear Russians, we do have them as well. Do you really want this war? Do you want to escalate this? And I think this was a mistake where we did not provide, as the international and Western community, enough of military assistance immediately. We did not provide fully, and we still are putting restrictions on Ukrainian military forces, for instance, to legitimately target places in Russia from which they are bombing daily Ukrainian kindergartens, schools, cities, without any kind of discrimination. And you could see from the last 10 days when Ukrainians challenged this wrong assumption of escalation by actually crossing the border and invading Russia. So what happened? Russians did not announce even a war against Ukraine. It is still, in a brackets, a special operation. They didn't do anything more. They accepted that because that was a pure show of the force from Ukrainian side, because Ukrainians, just like us, they understand the mentality of their opponent much more in details. And I think this is extremely important. Whenever we are dealing with opponents, we must understand how do they think, either in economic or political terms. Now, one more thing what maybe for your region is important. You know, we in Europe, we are of course a very integrated part of the world. We have European Union and we have NATO. But one of the things what we learned from Russian invasion in Ukraine is that we need to increase our regional cooperation, because this is where we can get the first support and the first answer in the dire situation. In our case, these are fellow countries near us. Other Baltic states are part of Latvia, like Estonia, Lithuania. These are new NATO members, Finland and Sweden. This is Poland, because they understand the risks and the challenges with their own skin. It is also of existential nature for them, just like it is for us. For countries which are further, they always have to be convinced and told how the situation really are. For our neighboring countries, we don't need to explain. And I believe that human nature is similar also in the Pacific, because any crisis in Pacific, first of all, will be touched upon by other Pacific nations. Here nearby, I would mention probably Japan, South Korea, Philippines, and so on. So I believe that regional integration and regional cooperation is extremely important if you want to preserve status quo, if you want to preserve peace and stability, and not allow to be challenged. And in our case, I think regional security is playing also a very, very important role. Of course, in the Latvian case, our cooperation with the United States is of crucial nature. And we are the country which have been always supporting American presence in Europe and European continent, because that makes Europe stronger. And Europeans actually were very much pursuing in the last decades this kind of demilitarization policy, which at this moment is paying back very dearly, because most of countries are missing resources, missing economy, and etc. So I don't want to take more floor because I understand the time will be running out. But just for conclusion, I would like to say that if we want to deter the possible aggression, we always have to mix economic matters and economic tools with political tools, and political tools also with hardware tools, because you must be capable also to tell that you are willing, which is resilience, willing to defend and to stand for your values, for your societies, for your countries. And this is what we have been pursuing at home. Another thing about economic sanctions and economic pressure on any country, we must remember that it is not a silver or golden bullet, as we would say, because if people are determined by different reasons to stand for their policies, no matter how hard you will press economically, they will not subdue. I mean, Ukrainians would not give up their country, no matter will they freeze during the winter or not? We would do the same. So yes, we will pay more for gas, more for oil. Maybe we would not have it, but we will survive. Because if we have resilience and determination, we will do this. But the same applies also to authoritarian countries, because in authoritarian countries, nobody cares about people. So if the resilience level is small, then economically we will not be able to enforce them. So again, just like probably in medicine, there is no one medicine for the disease. You have to always have a cocktail, a mixture. And this is politics, military, and economics. Thank you for this moment.
Thank you for Dr. Pabrick's very insightful presentation or remarks that he briefly brought out the idea from the geopolitical, political and military sense, that talking about how we should, how we should refrain, or how we should do help ourselves, to respond to the international dynamics. And, but I also want to highlight that Dr. Pabrick that mentioned a point that for the economic sanction that the Western countries has announced so far against Russia, there are ongoing discussions or there are ongoing debates that how effectiveness of such kind of economic sanctions. In my earlier time, when I was also a trade scholar, we also make some estimates on this kind of economic sanction. We define that in such an economic integrated world, it is kind of hard, it is difficult, and it also costs for all the Western countries or for the like-minded democratic countries to make some economic sanctions against some countries that breaking international law. So we define from the records or from the data that Russia did a poor performance in trade at the starting point when the Western country put the economic sanctions in place. But actually it did not last long. So, that is the lesson we should learn from the Russia case. Because we don't know if there is any other country that breaking international law again, and that country is probably the second largest economic sense countries, then what would happen is that economic sanction will become even more difficult for all of us. So I think in this presentation that just remind us we need to pay attention on this kind of issue. So thank you again. And let me welcome our second speaker, Director Paris. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The main point that I want to develop in a few moments is that there's really two imperatives at the same time when you're talking about economic security. The first is the one that we talk about a lot in gatherings like this, which is the importance of reducing our individual and collective vulnerability to economic coercion and reducing the risk of relying on unreliable partners or supply chains as part of a larger way of strengthening ourselves and our close like-minded partners. The second part is the imperative of doing that without destroying the international trading system, which has generated so many benefits for so many countries and so many people for decades. So that's the point I want to develop. But first, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here again in Taiwan, and in some small way to be expressing by my own presence my support for Taiwan and the challenges that you're facing. Just as it's a pleasure to be sitting beside my Latvian friend and to visit Riga from time to time, which is important. What matters in the Baltics and what matters on the eastern flank of Europe matters for not just the region, the continent, but the world. And my city where I live, Ottawa, is, I think, about 7,000 kilometers away from Riga, yet Canada has military forces in Latvia leading the NATO battle group as part of the deterrence effort. Why? Because it matters for Canada. And what happens in Taiwan also matters. And that's the kind of clarity, I think, that came through our lunchtime speaker and our previous speaker. Part of that clarity is also being honest with ourselves about the concepts that we're using. And here I come back to economic security, because we're living through a period of enormous transformation, not just in the geopolitical context, not just in the global economy, but in our concepts of economic management. As Minister Pabrik said, he described briefly the old orthodoxy. More openness would lead to more benefits and more peace and to the convergence of societies around a liberal democratic Francis Fukuyama end of history model. Maybe, you know, even if we don't take it to the extent of the Francis Fukuyama thesis, this was a reflection of an orthodoxy that existed basically since from the end of the Second World War until quite recently. And so we are living through right now a moment when the old orthodoxy is going away, but we're not quite sure what the concepts are, the guiding concepts for the next period. As the Italian political theorist Antonio Gramsci once said, the old is dead, but the new is not yet born. And it's in moments like these that we have to be very honest with ourselves, honest about the threats that we face and the interconnectedness and the importance of standing with our partners, but also honest about the potential risks of the strategies that we're pursuing. So on one hand, as I said, economic security is about reducing our individual and collective vulnerability. And it's quite clear that that's something that is on the minds of many leaders in many different countries. We've heard the statistics from the president this morning about the level of trade with China and reducing dependency on China. There are many other countries that are thinking about de-risking their supply chains, and all of that is absolutely necessary right now. And part of that is strengthening partnerships among like-minded countries and partners. And so I'm very pleased to be here at a moment when finally Canada is taking action to strengthen its partnership with Taiwan, having 9 months ago concluded a FIPA with Taiwan, and I think just 4 months ago an agreement on technology and science and innovation cooperation, and I hope that that cooperation continues. But the risk is this. The risk is that the desire for economic security undoes so much of what has generated wealth over the past many decades that it creates economic insecurity. We don't have to think back to the extreme example of the 1920s and 30s and the beggar thy neighbor policies of competitive protectionism to realize that that kind of spiral of protectionism serves the interests neither of prosperity nor of peace. So the dilemma that we face collectively and as individual nations is to design policies that simultaneously increase our, reduce our vulnerability, increase our partnerships with like-minded partners, and to do so in a way that's measured. And I'm afraid to say, like so many other interesting problems, there is no magic solution here other than to continually be mindful of the fact that that's a balance that needs to be struck. Canada is trying in its own way to strike this balance. Unlike some other countries, there has not been a big popular backlash in Canada against free trade, which is a good thing, yet. There hasn't been a backlash yet. At the same time, the Canadian government has introduced very recently a number of measures that are meant to address some of these vulnerabilities, including new rules governing foreign direct investment in sensitive sectors and foreign direct investment by state-owned enterprises of certain countries, and new rules governing research in sensitive areas and the like. And one of the areas of particular interest to Canada is critical minerals, of which there is a lot in the ground in Canada. And part of that critical mineral strategy is intended both to get more of those minerals out of the ground in order to be able to feed them into supply chains that run through countries that are reliable partners. And part of it is also meant to be able to support and fuel an industry of batteries and electric vehicles and electric vehicle parts, which contributes not just to economic security, but also to our global goals of addressing climate change. And these kinds of strategies actually create great and interesting opportunities for cooperation. So recently, a Taiwanese company made a very major investment in the Canadian province of British Columbia in a battery plant, which will, when it's completed, produce up to 135 million lithium-ion batteries a year. And it will do that with electricity, which is 100% from renewable sources, because nearly 100% of the electricity in British Columbia is from renewable sources, and that's true for many other Canadian provinces too. Be a great place to put a chip fab, I think. Just saying, I don't know why I said that out loud. So you have this interesting opportunity that comes out of an economic security strategy, which is aligned with an economic development strategy, which is aligned with a climate strategy, which is aligned with a geopolitical strategy of strengthening relationships with key partners. And the opposite is also true. One of the biggest offshore wind projects in Taiwan, the implementing partner is Northland Energy, which is a company based in Toronto. And I'm delighted to think that that's the kind of cooperation that Canada and Taiwan can build upon. As an aside, Northland Energy also runs wind farms in the Baltic Sea off the coast of Poland, another country that we have a particular geopolitical interest in supporting. Not that those business decisions were made for geopolitical reasons. So let me just conclude by returning to where I started, which is there are ways of achieving economic security that don't necessarily risk undermining what we've built. But we have to be vigilant with ourselves, with our, say, localization requirements. We have to be vigilant with ourselves to say, if there are new restrictions to be established, are they essential? Or are they accomplishing something else? And we have to be vigilant with our partners, because let's be honest, for a country like Canada, we can't think about economic security without thinking about the policies of the United States. And we need the United States to be a leader in economic security, both in the sense of economic security as protection from risk, and in the sense of helping to uphold a system which has generated so many benefits and which was built in the aftermath of a destructive war, which itself had as one of its causes the economic immiseration of a period of rampant protectionism.
Thank you. I think Director Paris just gave a very overall, insight about the Canadian strategy or consideration for economic security. And we are also aware that Canadian government just announced that they want to consult. They would like to make a consultation, public consultation about Canadians' economic security issues. And they provide an overall, very broad ideas. So if any one of you have interest or you would like to know about what is actually, or what is the general idea about economic security from the Canadian political side, then you can check with that public consultation announcement. And I think, and I would also want to echo your remarks that we should continue, Taiwan government should continue the dialogue with Canada. Not only, we have done for the FIPA agreement, the investment protection investment agreement with Canada that we have completed still last year, but we need to continue our cooperation and dialogue. And I think probably the economic security issue, and of course you also mentioned the critical mineral issues, that all issues that we can pick up and as a topic for our topics for our dialogue. Then I will invite our third speaker, Dr. Yo.
Yes. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this very illuminating the forum. And I spent about 30 years in the Korean government, actually working in the areas of trade and investment and industrial policy. And so I'd like to offer my perspective as a previous practitioner on these economic security issues. And also I'd like to make kind of 3 points that I think would be important for policymakers to kind of struggle to cope with this new economic security. I think the world has changed. I think our moderator, kind of laid out all this upheaval that the world has gone through for the last several years, starting from pandemic and supply chain disruption, but also this geopolitical tension between the US and China, and also climate crisis, and then the war in Ukraine and Middle East, etc. So because of all these complete change in the global economic circumstances, I think now it'll be very difficult for us to go back to this previous kind of hyper-globalization era. In fact, I think countries like Taiwan or Korea have been one of the biggest beneficiaries of this free trade, global trade, multilateral trading system. But now, this paradigm has completely changed. And I think this is a reality that this new security consideration, I think that has some limitation, some legitimacy, because this geopolitical tension and then also this techno-nationalism related to sensitive technology related, involving semiconductor, battery, EV, and then critical mineral, etc. I think there is some legitimacy, but also we have to be really keep in mind that we cannot overshoot. I think it's extremely difficult to find the right balance between this legitimate national security rationale, but also in a way not to hurt this commercial viability. So that's what I think many of these policymakers on the ground are struggling day to day. And in fact, I spent like almost 2 decades negotiating a lot of free trade agreement, the Korea-US FTA, Korea-EU FTA, and RCEP, and CPTPP, etc. But I think, for the last several years, I found myself, I spend more and more time on these economic security issues. The export control, when the Russia invaded, Korea joined, the US-led sweeping export control measures against Russia, which was first of its kind to Korea as well, and also investment screening, etc. So I think this is the new policy reality that we are facing, many policymakers are facing. And also, if I zoom in on this Indo-Pacific region, I think no region is more affected by this economic security than, by these economic security issues than this Indo-Pacific region. Because in many countries in the region, the US is a security guarantor or security partner. But because of this, the fast economic growth of China for the last couple of decades, to most of countries in the region, China is their #1 trading partner. So I think many of these countries in the region, they want to find new equilibrium between these two superpowers. So I think that's another big kind of dilemma that many countries are facing in the region. And also I think that the reconfiguration or realignment of this supply chain in the region is already happening. Many of these global companies are kind of relocating from China to third nation, ASEAN, Vietnam, Indonesia, and and also India. So actually, despite all this uncertainty and sort of gloomy global economic picture, I think there are countries which are benefiting from this geopolitical tension. I think these are the countries which were not really given opportunities before, because previously everything just went to China. I mean, China was a factory of the world, and no other countries had opportunity like this. But now, because of this kind of a changing geopolitical landscape in the region, I think these countries and these economies offered new opportunities to develop their own industry. So I think that is kind of a mixed picture, but it's a positive development in an overall kind of uncertain global economic environment. And then I think now I'm in Washington, D.C., and kind of closely monitor what is happening in the U.S., the trade policy, and also this economic security policy. And now I think all these eyes from the world are on Chicago. This National Democratic Convention is happening in Chicago But I think no matter who wins the White House early next year, I think this overall trajectory of US trade policy will be different from what we had expected and what he had hoped before, which is, I think, this domestic focus of US trade policy, putting this domestic the manufacturing, and then also job creation, and sort of putting America first. I think those overall policy trajectory will continue regardless of who will occupy the White House next year. So I think the rest of the world needs to plan based on this kind of premise of this overall global economic environment for the next several years. And so based on this kind of overall picture that I laid out, I think there are three points that I want to emphasize. So how do policymakers cope with this new reality of economic security? I think number one, diversification. I think diversification is the most important because I think interdependence is inevitable and important despite all the protectionism spreading around the world. I mean, no countries can own the whole the supply chain in their own country. And especially countries, small or medium-sized countries like Taiwan or Korea, still trade and cross-border investment will continue to be important and continue to play a critical role in developing their domestic industry, economy. So I think we need to continue to diversify and kind of hedge risk coming from over-dependence or one or two or small group of countries. So in that sense, I think Korea or Taiwan previously heavily depend on China, but now I think it's kind of changing. The supply chain and trade landscape are changing towards more diversification. Especially in that sense, I think ASEAN and India become much more critical because these economies are very young and then very populous and emerging middle class economy. And and as I said, because of the changing nature of supply chain, these economies are given new opportunities to develop their own industry. So I think we really need to make use of this kind of new opportunities. And just for example, in Korea's case, Korea's investment in ASEAN began to surpass Korea's investment in China from 2014. So already this kind of diversification was happening, not because of this geopolitical tension, not because of government policy, but these big companies began to realize this changing, this calculation. And I think second point that I want to make is energy security. I think this during lunchtime, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia made a very insightful observation, the lessons from Europe. And I think it really applies to all these countries. And here, I think this energy security combined with this climate crisis provide new importance to this renewable energy or clean energy sources. Because like Europe, I mean Korea or many Japan or many countries in the region have heavily depend on this fossil fuel import from Middle East or in other countries with sort of geopolitical vulnerability. But the renewable energy, you don't need this political, geopolitical kind of risk when you develop this renewable energy. So this renewable energy, clean energy, is also very, kind of independent from this geopolitical vulnerability. And in addition to that, this Taiwan, Korea, or Japan, this semiconductor industry or AI and electronics, those are the kind of really, the center of this industry in this country. And right now, so-called this RE100, I mean, this industry, I mean, this private sector kind of driven new initiative in which all the global companies pledge to really source 100% from these clean energy sources by 2040 or 2050. I think these are really driving these changes from these market forces. And I understand that in Taiwan, about 33 companies, including TSMC and Acer, they committed themselves to this RE100, including Samsung, for example, and SK Hynix in Korea. But the problem is that in this country, there are not enough kind of the clean energy sources yet, because the climate is different from Europe. And I think one of the strengths of Europe, which can really develop these renewable energy sources, is that Europe is one energy market, meaning that all these the grid are interconnected. So sometimes the wind stops blowing, and sometimes the sun kind of disappears. But in Asia, each country is like energy island on its own. But in Europe, all these countries are interconnected with this grid. So although this wind stops blowing, they can import this electricity from neighboring country. So I think how the Asian countries can collaborate to really get over this deficiency, the lacking compared to European country. I think that is one of the key the policy the challenges. And lastly, I think this international cooperation is extremely important. I think during this conference today, all these global challenges that all these countries are facing, for example, climate crisis, supply chain, this disruption, etc., they were really brought up a lot. But how we can develop sort of a new platform or new framework for international cooperation to deal with this new type of challenges that we are facing. I think that is something that we really need to develop further. For example, I think it's a great achievement that Taiwan and the United States, they developed and they concluded last year this 21st century, this kind of new agreement covering this customs trade facilitation and kind of a standard, etc. But I think, and also now I think the second phase, the agreement, the negotiations are on the way. But I think one of the important area to consider is this supply chain and clean energy. These are the kind of new areas that the traditional free trade agreement, such as RCEP or CPTPP, or all these bilateral free trade agreement, couldn't really deal with. So I think recently the U.S. kind of led this Indo-Pacific economic framework with these new chapters on the clean energy and the supply chain resilience. So I think it's not perfect, but I think it's a kind of a important starting point. So how to develop this new framework for international cooperation in this new area, I think that's another important task. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
I think I quite agree with Dr. Mr. Yu, that he mentioned that in his early days he actually work a lot on the free trade agreement. In my earlier day, I mean, when I was also a trade scholar, yeah, I would say liberalization was the golden rule in trade area. But nowadays, they don't mention, they consider liberalization is kind of old-fashioned thing. We only talk about, because they consider liberalization or the free trade agreement only, we only help those non-market autocracy to get economic development, and they take advantage of this kind of free trade agreement. So nowadays we pay more attention for the economic security and considering all the issues about enhanced investment screening, export control, and those kind of, and get a like-minded alliance. So we sometimes call, in old days, we would say globalization is the goal of our world. But now, probably is a time of deglobalization or slowbalization is coming, and probably that is a fact or the reality we need to face from now on. So then next, I'd like to invite Dr. Jason. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thanks for putting me on this panel. I think after the two previous speakers, I think there's very little to add. The two very, very good presentations on the trade front, covering quite some depth. I'm here basically to learn. I'm a former EU official, and I thought last year that what we are doing with Taiwan is not very consistent, and I was curious to see if we could learn something from how the Taiwanese industry is reacting, if we in Europe could learn from that process and adjust our own response to the new trading realities in a different way than we have done so forth. The inconsistencies that I see, I'll give you a couple of examples. One from Korea, from Mr. Yo's successor, one of your successors, where he was interviewed in April about the different restrictions and issues between China, or on China, I should say. And the response from him was that this is very good for South Korea because now we can take over a number of the businesses that used to be done in Taiwan. Another example I'll give you is from the US, from the Secretary of Commerce, Raimondo, who consistently says that the US should be producing about 20% of the world's advanced semiconductors. And when I'm here in Taipei, it's a very different message that I get. One is that the dispute with China and the US is good for the Taiwanese economy. And the other message is that the most advanced semiconductors will continue to be produced here. So the point is that these things, they're very different impressions, and it's very difficult to tell what in fact is going on at this point of time because it's a moving target. One issue with trade negotiations, since Mr. Yo, he mentioned that, and the China and WTO session, I was in the room at that time on the EU side, and I think none of us had the idea or the illusion that China would change its political system because they would become a part of WTO. I think another element which for me was quite important, and for us in the EU at that time was important, that was that China's accession to the WTO made it possible to get Taiwan in. And I think we should not forget that. And the last 23 years of Taiwanese membership of the WTO has actually created quite a different economy here than it would have been without membership, in my view. Anyway, the China-US tensions are becoming the defining feature for this decade. It's striking to see how the relationship and the focus has changed so profoundly without the changes being sparked by a single critical event between the two parties. There's been no Sputnik event, the moment there's been no war between the two, but nonetheless, the relationship has gone through a dramatic change. The theme that we have here this afternoon is one of economic security. And there, I'd like to get you to think about economic security in two different dimensions. One is that with economic security, we are trying to secure our companies, our countries economically. That means that if imports shoot up, we have safeguard measures we can take. If other countries close markets or have closed markets, then we can go through with market opening measures. If the reliance on, say, energy from one partner, as we heard about in the speech over lunch, is that it's been seen as excessive then, and risky, then diversification measures can be taken. If we're being coerced economically, then we can take countermeasures against that. Same if intellectual property rights are being misused, we can take measures. So all these things are what we traditionally do in trade policy. And at the EU level, the colleagues in Brussels are very, very familiar with that. They have been doing that for many, many years. The other dimension of economic security is a new one. And that is one that we in Europe is less familiar with. And that's focusing on national security. And some of the presentations earlier today have been focusing exactly on that aspect. And that is, how do developments affect our existential national interest? For example, issues like the EU arms embargo against China is one of those measures. We have the EU's dual-use goods regulation, which bridges the two aspects, sort of the narrow economic company interest and the broader national interest. This is relatively new for the European Union, and with 27 member states, it's also a process which is quite difficult because the structure is not set up for that. And if you look at the sort of way EU has done internally, it has basically been trying to sort of create peace and stability within the EU by integrating economic interest. And that's also why we have the EU has been a very, very strong supporter, probably today still the strongest, of the international rules-based system, also of the International Criminal Court, the systems like the MPIA. All these different international agreements are something where the EU by nature is very supportive. In order to understand the current US-China tensions, it's useful to look at the underlying drivers, in my view. Concerning the first dimension, economic security, the basic position of the EU and the US are not that different. We are both trying to protect and promote our economic interest. Difference can appear with respect to concrete measures, often depending on how much of the cost of any measure or the benefit is borne by EU companies or by US companies. One European company that has been in forefront of all these dimensions in the discussions is, of course, the Dutch company ASML, which is very familiar here in Taiwan. And the views and the understanding of their newly retired CEO are therefore of special interest, and I think we should pay attention to what he said when he stepped down in an interview in July, where Peter Wennick, he said very clearly, he said the US-China disputes over chips are a question of ideology, and they're not based on facts, and they're set to continue. In other words, the disputes fall clearly into the second category, fundamental national interests are at stake. These disputes about the ideology, but here we have to be careful because ideology doesn't mean necessarily democracy and non-democratic partners. It is more a question of the worldview. Why do I say that? I say that because, as Mr. Yo, he mentioned many of the changes we have seen in the economic structures with China has meant that the investments are moving from China to Vietnam. But Vietnam is the same political system as Beijing. There's no difference. So it's a different motivation than simply one of democracy and the promotion of democratic values. So what we have here is that the measures that are affecting basic national interest, there it matters less if there's a short-term economic gain for the partner that imposes it. What matters more is how does this affect the adversary compared to oneself? And that means that in the worst case, we can even have measures where the overall economic benefit is negative, but as long as the negativity is stronger for the adversary than for oneself, it's fine. Go ahead with them. And that, of course, when we look at issues as climate change, can be very, very worrisome when that kind of thinking is dominating the discussion. There's been a lot of talk about sanctions and economic coercion during the earlier sessions. I looked a little bit back. The first example I could find of economic sanctions dates back to 432 before Christ with the Megarian decree in Greece, of course. And they're still now, 2,500 years later, we're discussing, did this actually work or not? We don't know. If we stay in the region here, if we look at the sanctions from the US against Japan in the run-up to the Second World War, did they work? They certainly did not prevent war. War maybe would have come anyway, we don't know. But it's not sort of clear-cut that these sanctions were particularly successful. I'm from Denmark, and there we have the example of the Napoleonic Wars, where Napoleon, he had a trade blockade against the UK. And at some point, the UK, they thought that they should use a Danish fleet because we were neutral in Denmark. So they basically went in and tried to take over the fleet. They were successful in that. So they got, I think it was 7 ships. And in the process, they frustrated Denmark to that extent that Denmark became an ally of Napoleon. So in other words, these sanctions, when we look back in history, the judgment of their success has been very, very questionable. When we look at the Chinese attempts to sanction us in Europe or other countries, I think in this room, I think we have probably more or less agreed that the efforts or the attempts from China have not been very successful. The first one I saw was in 1997, where Denmark sponsored a human rights resolution in Geneva. And the Chinese basically went in and they tried to block Chinese exports to China. And they succeeded in doing that. It lasted for about 2 years. But at that time, China was probably, I would say, maybe the 8th biggest trading partner of Denmark. So a small setback in terms of exports to China didn't really affect the Danish economy in any way. I would probably also, and I hesitate because we have Lithuanians in the room, but I'd say, I mean, if you look at Lithuania, middle of the Baltic, 40% of their exports, I think, are going to Poland, another 40% to Germany. The exposure to Chinese sanctions is very, very little. I know one can sort of try to enlarge the envelope and say, yes, but it's secondary sanctions and so on. Yes, but still, the control that China has over the European economy, in my view, is relatively limited. We have now created an anti-coercion instrument, which is a good thing in Europe. But I thought, when I first read about the anti-coercion instrument, it's interesting to see that you would probably never find such a regulation in the US. You would probably never find it in China, because those two countries would, by definition, say we cannot be coerced. Whereas in the EU, we take this sort of a role where the people are able to coerce us. One aspect could also be, of course, that it's being used by the EU vis-a-vis member states to make them comfortable with this instrument. We have had, during my trade history with China, we have had many sort of small examples, as the one with Lithuania, with China, where they tried to coerce us to do different things in a different way than we did before. I would say those attempts have generally been unsuccessful if the coercion takes place in a different area than the initial irritant. Say, in the case of Lithuania, the irritant was political. It was a question of the name of the Taiwan office in Lithuania. And the sanctions were on the trade side. That doesn't work very well. The same with the Danish example, where you have a human rights discussion and sanctions on the trade side. That doesn't work. Where the coercion can work is if the sanctions are in the same area, i.e. if an anti-dumping case is being raised by one partner and the other partner raises a parallel anti-dumping case to coerce a faster reaction in the response. Where will all this end? As an economist, I would say very unclear, because the cost that we are looking at here, I think we are underestimating them. To change supply chains in an environment as we have today, at the same time as in Europe, as we heard, we are building up our national defenses, which is going to be very costly for us. It's something that has to be done. So for me, sometimes it's a question of how many extra burdens can we take on and still be successful on this. And there, I would say, in a country like Denmark, you're pretty much at the limit of what people are prepared to accept. So I would probably tend to be a little bit less ambitious in some of these discussions than I would like to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jason. Because of the time limits, so I'd like to move to our last but not least, Dr. Wu. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm very pleased that Dr. Paris quoted Antonio Gramsci, probably the greatest Western Marxist in the world, and saying that the old is dead, but the new is yet to be born. I appreciate very much because, in Taiwan, in our young age, Antonio Gramsci used to be a must read for the critical Western Marxism. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to focus on my speech. I'm going to read it out. At a time of heightened Czech nationalism, the semiconductor supply chain is the lifeline of the competition between the United States and China. It's not just a technological race, but it's a battle for strategic dominance. At the forefront of this competition is Taiwan, which plays a crucial role in producing the world's most advanced chips. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC, of course, is the key, with its chips powering smartphones to AI servers and military systems. But here's a pressing question. Does Taiwan's leading position in this semiconductor industry, often referred to as the Silicon Shield, actually protect it, actually protect Taiwan, or on the contrary, it increase the risk Taiwan faces? This debate is complex, involving various strategic views and interests, and it carries significant implications for global security. And it really depends on different perspectives. The Silicon Shield suggests that Taiwan's role in the global semiconductor supply chain acts as a deterrent against Chinese aggression. The other side of the coin, of course, is the deep interdependence of all parties within the supply chain, as many our speakers mentioned this idea just now. And my idea is quite simple. If Taiwan's chip production were disrupted, the global economy would face catastrophic consequences. Such a disruption would force international powers, especially the United States, to intervene to protect this vital line. But while the Silicon Shield might seem like a protective barrier, it's also a double-edged sword. The chip manufacturing prowess make Taiwan more even dangerous because China may covet it, and the US may press Taiwan even harder for diversification. So critics also argue that if China does not fear or respect the shield, it may prove ineffective. However, the issue is not just whether China respects the shield or not. It's about the global fallout from any possible disruption in the supply chain. The silicon shield isn't just about Taiwan itself, not just about Taiwan's security itself, but it's about global economic stability and security. And further, other critics contend that semiconductors may not be the issue for China at all, because China's broader ambitions include political and military control of this island country. While this argument has merit, I think it misses the broader picture. The true power of the silicon shield isn't just in Taiwan's semiconductor capabilities. It lies in the global consequences of any disruption to the chip supply chain resulting from a conflict over Taiwan or the region. Consequently, another critical factor is asymmetric damage. While China has advanced its own semiconductor industry with some salient progress, disrupting the global supply chain would likely inflict greater damage on the US and its allies than on China itself. This potential for asymmetric damage must be fully considered in strategic calculations. A military conflict would trigger a global disaster. That is why the silicon shield thinking is still crucial for us. To address the vulnerability in Taiwan's place in the supply chain, the US has adopted reshoring and friendshoring policies. These strategies aim to rebuild US chip-making capacity, reducing the risk of over-reliance on a single location, that is East Asia. However, these strategies are far from quick fixes. Reshoring semiconductor manufacturing is complex, costly, and time-consuming. It's challenging and expensive, very, very expensive to replicate Taiwan's semiconductor ecosystem elsewhere. This industry benefits from decades, I have to emphasize that again, benefits from decades of investment in infrastructure, research, and a specialized workforce. Advantages not easily replicated. Until these new fabs in the West are running for the world, the world will continue to rely heavily on Taiwan for semiconductor. Given these uncertainties, the immediate priority, of course, is to secure the Taiwan Strait. The region is a potential flashpoint in the US-China rivalry. Any conflict here would cause catastrophic consequences, fostering Taiwan from China's, protecting Taiwan from China's threats, no matter it's in the form of economic coercion, gray zone warfare, or military action, requires a comprehensive, multi-dimensional approach. Ensuring regional peace is necessary, but not sufficient. Taiwan must also take a more active role in international cooperation. To address these complex challenges posed by Taiwan's position, I propose the concept of Silicon 2.0. This initiative seeks to elevate Taiwan's role in global economic security by more fully integrating it, the Taiwan's semiconductor ecosystem, to integrate it more into the international production networks, both in terms of supply chain and geography. Locally, in here, there's often a misunderstanding about the original purpose of diversification of the chip-making facilities. Some fear it could lead to the dismantling of the Taiwan's protective holy mountain, 护国神山 or hollowing out the industry. Unfortunately, even some American experts misunderstand this too. They view the concept of Silicon Shield as a Taiwan-centric perspective, but I don't think so. Under Silicon 2.0, diversification isn't seen as a threat to Taiwan's economy and security. Instead, TSMC's investment in the global north, such as Arizona, Kumamoto, and Dresden, should be viewed as an extension of Taiwan's influence. These investments align with the strategic interests of the US and its allies. By doing so, Taiwan fosters deeper interdependence with the West, which enhances the resilience of the supply chain. So far, the US has focused on onshoring as a kind of insurance policy and securing the Taiwan Strait. However, there is another path, a third path, that is equally crucial, enhancing Taiwan's participation in international security mechanisms. Silicon Shield 2.0 aligns with this strategy, allowing Taiwan to play a more active role in global security. The deeper the codependence between Taiwan and the global democratic community, the more urgent the need for collaboration on economic security. Taiwan's current network of international support is largely bilateral and informal, which is insufficient to address the growing complexities of geopolitical shift. Expanding Taiwan's involvement in multilateral mechanisms would benefit not only the US, but its allies. These mechanisms will also give Taiwanese companies a voice on the world stage, enabling Taiwan to participate in a fairer game. This symbiotic relationship between Taiwan and the US in the semiconductor sector is very well documented. The US and its allies should reassure Taiwan of its commitment to broader international participation as Taiwan makes new investment in the global north. If the US presses harder on Taiwan without offering more secure guarantees and opportunities for international participation, skepticism about US intention could arise. Okay, let me conclude. The takeaway message is simple. The Silicon Shield is not just a Taiwan-centric issue, it's a global one. To forge a secure and resilient semiconductor ecosystem, we need a comprehensive strategy. This initiative offers a roadmap for elevating Taiwan's role in economic security. Taiwan's success is a linchpin of global stability, proving that in the interconnected world of semiconductors, security for one is security for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of the time strain, so I cannot open this session to Q&A. But I hope you have enjoyed the seminar this session as much as I have. And I would like to wrap up with some points that I think the most important key is that the risking approach probably or is likely to be a good idea to, a good solution in responding to not to be the target of coercion. And I think Taiwan is, for me, for my understanding, Taiwan is a leader in economic de-risking from China. So actually, I think Taiwan will welcome for all our trading partners to have more engagement with us and talking about those economic security issues. Before closing this session, please join me to thank you for our 5 distinguished speakers.
Thank you. Many thanks to our panelists. Thank you. And also thanks to Dr. Yen for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Thank you all. You may return to the audience. In our next session, the panel discussion our keynote speech will begin at 3:30, brought to us by the Honorable Nikki Haley, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, USA. So please come back and join us before 3:50. And we have prepared refreshments just outside the hall, and you're welcome to continue to exchange your ideas during the break time. And please be advised to keep your personal belongings with you at all times. Thank you, and see you at 3:50. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you that if you haven't returned your simultaneous interpretation device, please return it at the reception area. Thank you for your cooperation. In about 5 minutes, I'd like to invite all of you to please return to our hall and take a seat. Thank you for your cooperation. And I'd like to remind you to please silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. I'd like to invite all of you to take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. Please return to your seat and please silence your mobile devices. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speech will begin shortly. I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. And now we will proceed to the third keynote speech. We are very honored to have Honorable Nikki Haley, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations USA, as our keynote speaker today. Before we welcome her to the stage, I would like to first invite our host, Mr. Ramus Chen Li-Guo, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to introduce the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are privileged to be joined today by an extraordinary leader with an unwavering dedication to public services and international diplomacy. Her Excellency Nikki Haley, 29th U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, is a prominent figure on the global stage, known for her principled approach to politics and her staunch defense of democracy. Throughout her distinguished career, Ambassador Haley has striven to build consensus among free democratic countries and has been a vocal advocate for robust cooperation between like-minded partners. She recognizes that security and prosperity are best achieved through strong alliances. At the United Nations, Ambassador Haley was a powerful voice for human rights, justice, and peace. She consistently spoke up for democratic values and firmly addressed threats to global stability. During her term as U.S. Ambassador, she did not shy away from highlighting the strategic importance of Taiwan and advocating for its inclusion in international mechanisms. Prior to her UN posting, Ambassador Haley made history as the first Indian-American woman to be elected governor of South Carolina. During her 2 terms in office, she championed economic growth, educational reform, and healthcare improvements, leaving a lasting legacy in the Palmetto State. The Taiwanese people deeply appreciate Ambassador Haley's friendship and support. She has a keen understanding of Taiwan and its strategic role in the Indo-Pacific. Last year, she famously said the United States should let China know that there will be hell to pay if it touched Taiwan. She has also highlighted the importance of Ukraine rebuffing Russia's invasion to deter China's expansionist ambitions. In addition to her distinguished career in public service, Ambassador Haley is a best-selling author and the founder of Stand for America, an advocacy group focused on promoting policies that strengthen U.S. freedom and security. Through her writings and speeches, she continues to inspire audiences to actively engage in shaping a better world. As we navigate today's complex security dynamics in the Indo-Pacific region, Ambassador Haley's insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and give us valuable guidance. Her unique vantage point allows her to identify effective pathways to regional stability and growth. So, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome Ambassador Haley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Chen. And let us welcome Honorable Nikki Haley for her speech. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Minister Chen, for that introduction. And thank you for being such a strong defender of Taiwan and a partner to America. I'd also like to thank Dr. Lai for the invitation to speak. You're doing critical work at the Prospect Foundation, and Taiwan is stronger for your efforts. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Edward Hager. Slovakia, like Taiwan, knows the importance of standing strong against foreign pressure from bigger countries. Prime Minister, we're honored for your presence. This is my first trip to Taiwan, and I have to say I am amazed by what I've seen. I've proudly stood with Taiwan for years, especially in my time as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. But nothing could have prepared me for being here. Taiwan is a place of courage, confidence, and unwavering resolve. The West could learn a lot from you. And today I'm calling on my country and free nations everywhere to follow your example. We need to stand as strong as Taiwan, and we need to stand strong with Taiwan, now more than ever. We are living in the most dangerous times in decades. The enemies of freedom are on the march. With few exceptions, the free nations of the West are in retreat. They refuse to maintain, much less improve, their strength. They're failing their most important job, which is to ensure their people's security. And sure enough, their lack of leadership has led to crisis after crisis. Let's hold a little thought experiment. Think back 10 to 15 years to the immediate aftermath of the Great Recession. At the time, it was already clear that Communist China, Russia, Iran, and others were preparing for confrontation with the West. Now imagine if the West had recognized that fact and acted accordingly. The United States, our European allies, and our Asian allies and partners would have immediately begun rebuilding our militaries. We would have put aside dreams of bigger welfare states in favor of building stronger economies. We would have rallied our friends and allies to stand united. And we would have been honest with our people about the breadth and the depth of the threats that we face. Far from being a message of despair, it would have been a message of hope. We would have told them that we're preparing to prevent war and keep a lasting peace. If we had said that, and if we had done what we needed to do, the West would be strong today. As a result, our world would be significantly more safe and secure. If the West was strong, Afghanistan would never have fallen to the Taliban. That country would still be free, and terrorism wouldn't have a new home base for global attacks. If the West was strong, Russia would never have invaded Ukraine. The Kremlin would have known that the cost is too high and the chance of victory too low. We would have peace in Eastern Europe, not a 2.5-year war that's grinding on without an end. If the West was strong, the Middle East wouldn't be in flames. Iran would be crippled by economic sanctions and incapable of building a nuclear weapon. Its terrorist proxies wouldn't have nearly as many rockets to be so aggressive. There would be no attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. Syria and Lebanon could have broken free from Iran's grasp. And Hamas would not have succeeded in its barbaric massacre on October 7th. They would have been too weak and too scared to launch the attack. Finally, imagine what a strong West would have meant for Asia, and especially Taiwan. Today, China would be surrounded by free nations with strong forces capable of defeating its aggressive expansion. The Communist Party would have thought twice before militarizing the South China Sea. They would have stepped back from harassing Vietnam, the Philippines, South Korea, and Japan. And China's mistreatment of Taiwan would be vastly diminished. Why? Because the United States and our allies would have Taiwan's back. This island would not only be safe militarily, but on the world stage, Taiwan would have the full diplomatic and economic support of the free world. China would know that invading Taiwan is not an option, and if it tried, not only would it fail, but the Communist Party would fall. Imagine if that was the world that we lived in today. It could have been, and it should have been. And now the worst thing we could do is to let the next years follow the same path. We can't afford a continued slide toward weakness and war. The West must launch a historic effort to rebuild our strength, and we have no time to waste. The first and most important thing we must do is to modernize our military. Nuclear submarines, stealth bombers, and warships can't be constructed overnight, so we should start building more immediately. In the meantime, we can shift more assets to the Eastern Pacific, and we urgently need to ramp up production of anti-ship and air defense systems. That includes the cutting-edge technology that's key for defense, including drones and autonomous vehicles and weapons. We also need to launch an immediate economic buildup. The U.S. should sign a free trade agreement with Taiwan. That would benefit both of us while weakening China's economic leverage. It would take some time to forge even closer economic ties and shift trade routes, so the sooner we start, the better. Finally, we need a diplomatic blitz. The United States must elevate Taiwan on the world stage. You should no longer be silenced in global affairs. Given the strength of your freedom and democracy, you should be empowered to speak. When you do, you show the stark contrast with Communist China's tyranny. Taiwan has been a victim of a great injustice for more than 50 years. When the United Nations passed Resolution 2758 in 1971, it gave the Communist Party the right to represent China. Ever since, Beijing has claimed that that resolution makes Taiwan a part of China. But it doesn't. The resolution doesn't mention Taiwan at all. The U.S. and our allies should have called that out from the start. But instead, Beijing continues to call the shots. Ever since, the Communist Party has successfully shoved Taiwan aside. I saw this injustice firsthand. From the moment I arrived at the United Nations, I made clear that I would have the back of America's friends and call out our enemies as needed. I backed Israel, Ukraine, and many others. When it came to Taiwan, I was shocked to find out that you aren't even allowed in the building. On China's orders, the UN refuses to recognize any form of identification issued by the Taiwanese government. That means no one with a Taiwanese passport can step foot inside a UN facility. Not your elected leaders, not your journalists, not even your students. None of them can enter the United Nations because China has convinced the world that the 24 million people in Taiwan effectively do not exist. We fought hard to change this. It actually resulted in a Chinese temper tantrum that went all the way up to the Secretary General, who caved. While you're stuck on the outside, China has worked every angle from the inside. I saw that too. If anyone at the UN so much as mentions Taiwan, the Communist Party goes crazy. They demand that everyone refers to you as a, quote, province of China. They even demanded that a US high school change its website before being allowed in the UN building. China also blocks the UN from working with NGOs unless they say Taiwan is part of Communist China. The Communist Party has changed historic UN documents to eliminate any reference to a separate Taiwan. Keep in mind, this is the same United Nations that's obsessed with the Palestinians. The UN has set up agencies devoted to them. Other bodies have standing items on Palestinian issues. And in May, the General Assembly voted in support of full Palestinian membership, with China's full support. Talk about Chinese and UN hypocrisy. There are nearly 5 times as many Taiwanese. The United Nations should stop ignoring you. China has also spent decades convincing countries to revoke their recognition of Taiwan. Today, a mere 12 nations have diplomatic relations with you. That number is steadily falling. 3 Pacific Island nations have abandoned Taiwan in the last 5 years alone. They decided to stand with China. They couldn't withstand the bullying and the intimidation. The good news is that some countries are warming up to Taiwan, even in the face of Chinese pressure. Lithuania opened a Taiwanese representative office in 2021, while Estonia has said it's willing to do the same. China tried to bully them into backing down, but they refused. Every country should have such courage. And to be clear, courage is necessary. Whenever Taiwanese officials visit Europe, China reacts with rage and threats. And when the Philippines congratulated your incoming president earlier this year, China summoned their ambassador and warned them, quote, not to play with fire. Such treatment is insulting to sovereign nations. And China's treatment of Taiwan hurts the whole world. That fact was on full display in the early stages of the pandemic. To your everlasting credit, Taiwan recognized the danger before anyone else. In late 2019, it was your government who warned the World Health Organization about the COVID virus coming from China. But the WHO might as well be a Chinese subsidiary. They don't recognize Taiwan, so they ignored you. And while you prepared for the worst with the effective policies, the WHO downplayed the threat until it was too late, and millions of people died. If China didn't block Taiwan from WHO membership, the pandemic would have taken a much different turn. Fewer people would have died, and fewer countries would have crippled their economies and curtailed their people's freedom. China has yet to take responsibility for what it did to the world. But Taiwan was the responsible one from the very start. Taiwan's pandemic leadership proves that you deserve a global voice. Taiwan shouldn't just be in the WHO. Taiwan should be a full member in the United Nations. You have every right to sit at the same table with the world's countries. In many respects, you've proven that you have more of a right than most. Taiwan has made tremendous contributions to humanity. You are global leaders in medicine, science, and technology. In fact, without Taiwan, the tech revolution of the last 3 decades wouldn't have happened. To this day, Taiwan accounts for nearly 2/3 of the world's semiconductor production. While others are fixated on China's growth in advanced technology, in many respects, China is trying to catch up to Taiwan. For that reason alone, the US and free nations should embrace Taiwan with open arms. And if that's not reason enough, your commitment to shared security is inspiring. Taiwan spends 2.5% of its GDP on defense, and you've increased defense spending for 7 years straight. I applaud you, and I wish other free nations would learn from you, especially many US allies. You're ahead of the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Germany, and many other countries, both big and small. and Taiwan's defense spending is twice as high as Canada's. If all our allies leaned in like Taiwan, the world would be a safer place. Given your leadership, the US and the West should relentlessly push for global acceptance of Taiwan. Naturally, China will fight this. Beijing will threaten more if the United States and other countries support Taiwan. For all its strength, China isn't strong enough to conquer you. But it will be eventually, since China is spending 12 to 13 times more than Taiwan on defense. That's why the West needs to move quickly. We should stand with Taiwan today, not wait until China invades. If we take the necessary steps now, China will think twice about starting a war. We need to act regardless of how the Communist Party reacts. It will ramp up threatening maneuvers off your shores and in your skies. It will rail against us with threats of hellfire and brimstone. It will even claim that we support Taiwan's independence and say that we've crossed a red line. But that's not true. And in any case, that's not a decision for the US or any other nation to make. You have the right to self-determination, and our support for you should not be dependent on the decision that you make. We can't let China's response dictate our decisions. For decades, it has threatened free nations into silence and inaction. But now is no time for silence. Years of inaction and looking the other way have only weakened us. By listening to China, we've wasted precious time. And now we've made war more likely, not less. We can still prevent that future and keep the peace by rebuilding our strength and our resolve. It's time to stop letting fear of China control democracies. And we should finally recognize that no one is more afraid of the Chinese Communist Party than the Chinese Communist Party. They're terrified of a free Taiwan. They have good reason to be worried. The 24 million people who live in Taiwan prove that China's 1.4 billion people can do better than communist tyranny. You show they don't have to be herded into labor camps. They don't have to be censored and tortured and executed for speaking out. War and destruction are all that communism understands. Free people are capable of peaceful creation, the kind that has lifted this island to such incredible heights. So long as Taiwan is democratic and free, you remind the enslaved masses in mainland China of the future that could and should be theirs. You keep alive the hope that such a future is within their grasp, a future where they finally cast off the shackles of communist dictatorship and finally take charge of their own destiny. This, more than anything, is why the West must embrace Taiwan without exception or apology. We should have fought harder when China shoved you aside years ago. Now we should right that wrong. There's still time. Our security and prosperity are bound together. For the sake of our people and the cause of peace, we have a duty to stand together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Nikki Haley, for the excellent keynote speech. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. It's an honor to have you with us today for delivering such a wonderful speech. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to our next panel discussion titled The Practice and Challenges of Digital Democracy, How Digital Authoritarianism is Spread Through False Information and Affects Democracy. I would like to now invite our moderator and panelists to join us on stage. There are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from the USA, Israel, and Estonia, Canada, and Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause as we welcome them to join us on stage. Welcome. And Lithuania, welcome. And our moderator for this session is Mr. You Zhihao, co-director of Taiwan Information Environment Research Center. Please take a seat. Welcome. Thank you. I turn the floor over to Mr. You.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? Welcome to panel 3. We're talking about disinformation and digital authoritarianism in the final panel of this forum. My name is Zhihao. I work at Taiwan Information Environment Research Center, or better known as IORG internationally. We are a scientific research organization, and we run also digital civics educational programs for schools and communities across Taiwan with the goal of informing public discourse and strengthening democratic resilience. Today, during lunch, I hope you heard the keynote speech by Prime Minister Hager. He brilliantly prefaced our discussion with the threat of authoritarian and disinformation against democracies around the world. In IORG, our research suggests that authoritarian information manipulation, in this case from China, is trying to present an alternative worldview for democracies around the world. And today I'm very glad and very honored to be monitoring this panel of experienced experts across the world and in congregation in this panel to talk about the threat and how we're dealing with those threats. Okay, so let me introduce our panelists, and each of them will get 10 minutes of their statements. And then we'll proceed to Q&A with you. All right, first we have Mr. Giedrimas Jenglinskas. He's the former Assistant Secretary General, NATO. Please give a warm welcome to our panel. And then we have Mr. Yigal Una, former Director General, National Cyber Directorate, Israel. Please welcome. Then we have Honorable Kalle Lane, Member of Parliament, Estonia. Welcome. Then we have Ms. Jennifer Irish, Director, Information Integrity Lab, University of Ottawa, Canada. Welcome. And finally, we have Dr. Renfu Wang, Assistant Professor at the Department of Information Management, Yuanzhi University, Republic of China, Taiwan, also one of the directors of Hackers in Taiwan HitCom. Welcome. Okay, thank you for your warm welcome. Let's begin with our first panelist, Giedrimas. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for your kind introduction, and really thank you, Chairman Chen and the foundation and great people of Taiwan of having us here. What a great conference! What a great opportunity to meet with friends, to discuss, to understand, to continue to deepen our understanding of each other. So really appreciate this opportunity to be here on stage. Now, my kind of spiel, if you will, is kind of try to look at it first broadly on the whole environment, and I think, and then maybe go into some policy insights, which I think are important to discuss in every setting, just so we kind of come out with something sort of to-do list, hopefully, for the future. Now, in terms of broader backdrop, what's happening, I think we've heard from the first presentation from President Lai, who opened this conference, to Ambassador Haley, where we all kind of agree. We're all preaching to the choir here. We all understand the world we're living in. Freedom is challenged. It's challenged around the world. Anxious, aggressive, autocratic regimes are trying to undermine our way of life, our international rules-based order. It's a trend that's been happening for at least several years, but we are where we are, and the real geopolitical competition through sort of great power rivalry, but then also really the sort of the block rivalry of sort of democracy and autocracy is a real thing. So I think if we look at that, I think we can all agree on that. I think this is the reality that we live in. Now, underlying all of that, and I think this is where it's very important that we've been really elaborately and diligently calling democracy is really the way of life that we want to live is in democracies. And I think whoever, Churchill or somebody else said that there's only one, there's many different forms of government, there's only one that's really the one that works is democracy. There's no other better alternative to democracy. Now, underlying that is a statement that I used, and I tried to use it in a simple way, not to overbear with facts, but really because having run the presidential campaign just several months ago in Lithuania, I know that people want simplicity. People want real catchy phrases. To me, it's all about that. People want to be free. People want to be free, and people are fighting for that. People in Israel are trying to defend their way of life. A democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East, our key ally. People in Ukraine are dying for freedom because that's an existential threat is to their livelihoods, to their lives, to their existence as a nation, as a people. So I think we're in this moment that we have to realize that yes, it's if we're threatened, we will defend. We will, people will die if required, but of course we want to avoid it. That's what Ambassador Haley has been talking very clearly. We need to build that defense capability so that defense leads to deterrence. But we're talking about real sort of kinetic war terms. Now this panel is about also the digital domain, right? And I think in a digital domain, although we're in a kind of broadly speaking a new Cold War, which hopefully will remain cold, but in the digital domain, we are already at war. We're in cyberspace or misinformation, disinformation, pure lies being spread through various sort of media channels. There are a lot of challenges in the digital domain, and I think this sort of war in the digital domain is, we can't run away, we can't escape it, we have to somehow deal with it. That's why I think it's very, very important that, and it's great that that the conference organizers have this kind of panel for kind of larger discussions around Indo-Pacific security. Now, to me, I'll have, and really quickly, I know the time's limited, and I love, as a former military guy, I love to stick to the time, I don't want to exceed my time. That first, I have like probably 7 short insights or directions that I think are important to consider, that I sort of bring from my NATO experience, from my Lithuania Ministry of Defense experience. And so first is, we have to guard the truth. And I know it's so hard. In a post-truth world where we're all kind of stick to our beliefs and we're unwilling to change our beliefs, even in the face of facts. That's a very human, by the way, thing to do. But I think just nowadays it's specifically volatile in a way that whatever, people just don't believe. They'll give them the facts, they'll say, no, I don't believe the facts. So it's a very difficult journey but guarding the truth is absolutely incredibly important. And it will only get harder as the new technologies come to the fore. If we see, AI, and I think we'll mention probably AI many times in this panel, whatever the impact, it's going to be huge. And fighting that, guarding that truth is absolutely important. And of course, our adversaries are very adept and utilizing our weaknesses that we think as strengths. They see them as our rules-based order as a weakness, and they try to use it against us. Second thing is really regulation of media. And I think we've seen, when I was sort of in my late 20s, Facebook and other things sort of came up, and it was all exciting, we're all getting connected. What a great thing social media is.
Now, I think with time we realize that this whole social media, when unregulated, can actually cause a lot of harm. It causes certain challenges to our social fabric, weaken our social fabric, really create havoc in societies, which then is, goes beyond anything comprehensible. And again, I'm going to mention AI here again. With AI really supercharging, turbocharging that those media outlets, it can be really hard to catch them if we let them without regulation. Of course, that regulation has to not stifle the innovation, but again, that's for policymakers to come up with. But it's important to consider that. Third, we have to correct the false narrative. Now, when the German, so whatever, when the lies are being spread, somebody has to do it. Somebody, and I think within, that's where the power of the nation state is, that you have to have agencies or some sort of overarching structure within the governments and institution that is able to kind of fight and regulate these sort of spread of misinformation. In Lithuania, when German brigade arrived in 2017 as a NATO enhanced forward presence to sort of be part of that deterrence efforts in Lithuania, the first misinformation incident was that it was a falsely spread rumor that a German soldier raped a Lithuanian girl. It was completely untrue, it was completely nonsense, but it was caught very fast, and we kind of used that example many, many times already, that look, it's about catching it and correcting the narrative. Now that's a very, very small, isolated case, but I think if we look at the broader setting, if you're attacked from big country like China or Russia, these attacks can be multiple. So it's really about having a strong institution in the government that's able to control, it's able to respond. Fourth, work together. Very obvious. We know Russia, you know China better. We meaning probably Eastern Central Europeans know Russia better than anybody else. I would argue. I think Taiwan knows China better than anybody else. It's about exchanging notes and about understanding how the way to fight this disinformation. Fifth, educate population. Again, that goes beyond anything that we talk here in this room. It's really about the whole of government approach, that the Minister of Education is part of that, of these exercises, understands where direction in education needs to go, that we educate the young in such a way that they're able to distinguish these threats, distinguish the lies, and be able to kind of be a resilient society, become a resilient, truly resilient society that we seek to be. Six, it's a race. I think we have to acknowledge that, and that means that we need to continue to invest in the technology and in policy, in technologies that in certain priorities that really, when we think we're safe now from a certain disinformation attacks, you know that adversaries will continue to innovate and invest. So we need to continuously get better at these investments. Seventh, who's in charge? The question is, somebody has to have it. If everybody's in charge, nobody's in charge. We know that. So you have to have a key person, whether for a kind of resiliency of a society and or disinformation, including cyber. So it has to be, in my opinion, it's like a role of a prime minister in many countries. Could be a deputy prime minister, but somebody who has an overarching responsibility and is being listened to in all the ministries. That's, again, something very operational that to do. So again, the whole goal is to preserve democracy and live prosperously. So I think we're all capable of doing that. But these are my initial thoughts. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir, for keeping to the time. To save time, we'll move to the next panelist, Yigal, for your remarks. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for having me here. My first time in Taiwan also, and I believe I'm the only Israeli representative on stage today, so it's an even greater honor. As you mentioned, my name is Yigal Luna, and I'm 36 years in this October, coming October, 36 years in the business which is now called cybersecurity. I prefer to call it digital security because it's much wider. And as you can do the math, I started like the age of 17 or something in the military when it was the late 80s. And I witnessed in my career, mostly in the public service, 33 years out of the 36, two major evolutions go in hand by hand. First is, of course, technology. I started my service with a facsimile which is still in service, by the way. You'll find it here and there, even in militaries around the world. But while it's still here, we see the first generation, second, 5G, they're all here. It's aggregated. Nothing is removed. Even the telex, I was told, is still in use. AI is the new thing. And there will be another new things. What I'm saying is every brilliant new invention in the ICT, information communication technology, is what we consider a new attack surface, a new threat. And unfortunately, we see that piling up. I mentioned two vectors. The other vectors is the dark side, the abuse of this ICT. And let's say 15 years ago, it's funny to say traditional about something that is old as 15 years, only 15 years, but the traditional cyber started with innocent, so to speak, espionage, just hacking to copy, not even to steal the information, but to copy it. We keep it there, but we copy it to another place. The second phase of the evolution was, okay, if we're in, let's do some damage, destruction. Then we came, of course, to the financial aspects. Ransomware is a conditioned destruction of information. If you don't pay, you will not have the data. If you pay, we'll release it back to you. And the last and the most disturbing, and the reason we're here, is the influence. Influence campaigns or influence, what is, the headline is authoritarianism. It's how to say, I prefer to call it digital bullying, because that's much more accurate to my point of view to describe this phenomena. It's not just stealing or copying the ideas, which is bad by itself. It's not wiping out, which is also bad. It's even worse because it's manipulating the most intimate and most individual things that we have, our mind and mindset, as individuals, as societies, as people. And this phase, unfortunately, we see it spread more and more, and it's not a new thing. Two examples to show how it's not new. It's 2013, like 11 years ago. I'm a dinosaur, so I remember everything. 2013, April. You don't remember, but Barack Obama was the president. And suddenly, in the middle of the day, a breaking news in Associated Press Twitter account, then it was still called Twitter, saying explosions in the White House, Barack Obama is injured, or something like that. All the news media outlets all going to Pennsylvania 1600. And of course, the stock exchange drops like in $2-digit billion. Now, it took 7 minutes exactly for Associated Press to realize somebody hacked to their Twitter account. He wasn't smart enough. Hacking 101, don't quote me, but once you hack, you change the password and then it belongs to you, but okay. And he didn't do that, lucky, and nothing happened in the White House, so it returned back to almost the original level of trade. The amazing thing, it was done by the Syrian Electronic Army. 4 mediocre, and I'm really generous in giving mediocre title to them, hackers from the Syrian Assad regime's squad. The GDP of Syria is like 1/5 of the GDP of Wisconsin state. It's not a match financially, not a match militarily, not a match technology, but they managed to find the right spot, understanding the mindset of their victims and to hit, and it could cause, if they were a little more sophisticated, a huge catastrophic damage, financially, trust in the system. And then we go just 3 years later to the DNC. Now we have the DNC in Chicago. Back then, 2016, the DNC with a big scandal of the Senator Schultz emails with Hillary Clinton, and we know what happened next. I was a guest of the FBI back then in the US, and I told them, are you sure it's an incident? Back then they already knew it's something that orchestrated by the Russians, and then they have even indictments. But after that, 2 years later, I was appointed as Director General of the Israel Directorate, and I have a Guinness Book of Record of defending elections. 4 elections in 2 years. I survived that, barely. And in each elections, we saw a growing volume and quality of attempts and attacks. Some of them came from just here in the neighborhood. We spoke of all the day long. And each time they try to improve. And that make me understand that, first of all, yes, it's all about, first of all, undermining people's trust. And the problem is getting too easy in our open, liberal, democratic societies to undermine people's trust as we consume more and more of our knowledge, of our view on life through digital media. I'm probably the only guy in my neighborhood in Tel Aviv that still gets a newspaper printed. My kids say, stop, you're embarrassing us. Do like all the other dads. By digital. Yes, we also buy digital. And yes, it's too easy to manipulate. And that brought Israel to the conclusion that the most critical infrastructure, and I recommend to adopt it, is democracy. Yes, we have electricity, we have watering, we have all the usual suspects. But democracy is by far, first of all, the most critical to defend, and second, the hardest. With the turbine that generates electricity, I know where the perimeter, I know where it starts, where it ends. It's an engineering problem, almost. The same goes with banking and financial systems, but with democracy, where exactly is the democracy system that we need to defend? And critical, it means 0 incidents, 0 breaches. And that brought Israel to the state of mind that now my successor took the responsibility, as my colleague here very rightfully mentioned. You need a one. If there's 2, there's none. One leader, one key agency, we report directly to the Prime Minister, to the highest instance, responsible for all aspects of digital bullying, including the softer one, but softer and very bad as they are. Now, we need to remember, we are used to millions of years that people are unfortunately killing other people and hurting other people. But we are used to this equation that using small weapons, you can cause small damage. Arrow, sword can kill 1 or 2. In order to do a massive destruction like nuclear, very few countries, and as you well know, Israel is working very hard to make sure it's still very few countries, have the capabilities. And then came cyber and digital warfare. And that changed all the game rules entirely, because with a keyboard and the internet access, you can cause 10 times more damage than Hiroshima by melting down nuclear power plants, and if we talk about mindsets, even worse. You can poison societies, kids, generations for decades, like nuclear destruction. So, what we should do as the time runs out? First of all, awareness and preparedness, yes, that's a basic, but don't rely only on that because it has a limited effectiveness. Partnerships, for sure. This is one of the reasons I'm here. Yes, partnership is the key for any success, key factor to any success in counter-bullying. But also go proactive. Don't just talk about norms and regulations. It never works. We heard the former ambassador to the UN. UN, yes, have the GGE and other working groups. It will never go away. By the way, one of them is led by Russia. Good luck for that. And go proactive. Proactive means, yes, you should put the gloves or remove the gloves, pull up the sleeves, and work like bullies should be dealt with aggression, with pointing out, and I'll finish with example, just 2 years ago, 3 years ago exactly, in Tehran, Evin prison, the notorious prison that holds political prisoners and journalists. And one day, someone, probably Iranian opposition group, hacked into the control room and removed all the screens with the free Iran and Iran for Iranians, immediately followed by a massive leakage of videos taken months earlier from the internal cameras showing out to the world, mostly to the Iranians, what are the atrocities done inside the prison. Although Iran is authoritarian regime and non-democratic, still people there have minds. And when they were witnessing, because of this cyber attack, what happens in their own prison, an outrage broke out, and the protest began. And the regime need to apologize and to make reforms and do things. So yes, I recommend go proactive. Don't wait for the storm to come. Make it the first move. And last, the Israeli industry, yes, make some benefit from our misfortune. We are one of the most targeted countries in the world, kinetic, cybernetic. We need evolutionary, we need to develop a strong industry to defend ourselves. Take advantage of that and use the Israeli technology. It's at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, sir. And let's move on to our next panelist, Kale. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and it's a great privilege to be here. My common road with Taiwan started 2012. Of course, we goes up and down, and very often I'm receiving different messages from Chinese embassy. Of course, they are not positive messages, but I don't care about that. Previous speakers spoke all these things what I would like to bring to you, but I tried to give some extra points. Edward and Artis explained very well our attitude in our side of the world, also Gediminas. But if I am talking a little story about the past, it was the middle of 80s. Soviet regime started to melt already in Estonia. Young boy coming to home from kindergarten, and dinner is starting. And he is saying so loudly, "Thank you, Uncle Lenin, for the food." Family was shocked. Why my son is saying these words? These words were said every single lunchtime by teacher in kindergarten. What I would like to say, propaganda started from kindergarten. What has changed right now in society? Like you said, internet came. It's more easy to spread all this information, no borders, massive information. This information can be delivered to the thousands or millions just with a one click. Totally different situation what was in the past, but authoritarian regimes are using this situation now more and more. If we are taking the next example, it was 2021 when Russian army started the biggest exercise in Russia. They moved military phase to the borders of Ukraine. Exercise finished. Techniques stayed. And what kind of information they gave to the public? It's just exercise. Nothing will happen. What was the next step? Hybrid attacks against Polish border, Lithuanian border, and also Latvian border. What Putin did? Putin checked unity of Europe. He can't destroy that. Of course, he said that, oh, it's not my fault that the hybrid attack started against the borders. Different messages again, different messages again. When we see what's happened at the end of 2021, we had intelligence information that Russia will attack Ukraine. And Baltic countries decided to give lethal aid already to Ukraine. Of course, internally, I don't know, was it in Latvia and Lithuania also, but in Estonia, there was a loud voices, why you are doing that? You are escalating relations with Russia. We will be under threat. We don't know what Russia will do. But there was the courage to decide that we will give this aid, because we know war is starting, aggression is starting. And it started after 1.5 months, exactly the same day when Estonia is celebrating Independence Day. Russia destroyed our party. What I would like to say that we have to look the patterns. What's happening? If Russia started with the exercise 2021 on the borders of Ukraine, what's going on right now in Taiwan Straits? What China is doing? Exercising. And if we analyze that information, we have to make decisions, not just say that, maybe not, they said different words. And that's the real situation in the world. What do you have to do? Like Edrimina said, we have to educate our people. Absolutely true, absolutely agree. We have to start from kindergarten up to the elderly house. I can bring one more example concerning the education and understanding. Our eastern part of Estonia is mostly crowded by the Russian-speaking people. Of course, they are living in Estonia, but they are on Russian infosphere. They are looking Russian TV, listening Russian radio, etc., etc. Some weeks after aggression started again, I visited, as a defense minister, that region. And what I said, and what I saw over there was a conflict inside the families. Parents said that Putin is a right man. He is going to Ukraine to fight for the right thing. And younger people said, no, he is an aggressor. That means that even through that media channels, Russia tried to destroy our unity in Estonia, destroy our understanding of democratic values. What does it mean? Very important is what is the resilience of the society to stand against this kind of information. At the end, we closed these channels. And the government gave extra money for the new channels to look that region. Secondly, what I would like to say that change the information between reliable partners, it's very important. Why? Because we are living on a global world. And we have to trust each other. And this trust is not coming with one day. We have to work for that, to find trustful, reliable partners. I can say in Central and Eastern Europe, we have no problem. I remember the times when I worked as a police officer when our neighbor Finland doesn't trust our police officers and didn't give simple criminal police information to our colleagues. It took more than 10 years to prove that we are reliable partners. It's again one of the examples. With that message, yes, I would like to say that Gediminas brought one example when there was a story about foreign troops in Lithuania raped Lithuanian girl. Exactly the same thing happened in Estonia. Exactly the same thing. They are using same tools, same forms, and we have to share this information to stand against that. Thank you, and I will finish at the moment with that.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'd like to move on to our next panelist. The floor is yours, Jennifer.
Many thanks. And let me begin by thanking the Prospect Foundation for the invitation to be here today. And also, Shihao, it's a real privilege to be on the panel with you, given your recognized leadership in mitigating mis and disinformation and the coalition of civil society organizations of which you form part. I'm the director of the Information Integrity Lab at the University of Ottawa, so we have a role in advancing the understanding and mitigation of mis and disinformation. I did have 35 years of experience within the Canadian government prior, but I feel free not to represent the views of Canada here. So I feel liberated in not having to do that, although I will use some Canadian examples. One thing that has stayed with me from my experience, though, is I spent a good part of my career in government in understanding global trends and threats. So I thought in my presentation I would just take a step back so that we understand kind of the bigger picture of what is really the threat of digital authoritarianism, what's at stake, what are the responses that we have been exercising to counter it, and what are the gaps and challenges. So it's kind of the what, so what, and then the then what. So starting with the what, I mean, by leveraging digital technologies, democracies have modernized our electoral infrastructures and created more opportunities for public participation. And it is this exactly what digital authoritarianism has targeted. They targeted our election infrastructure. They also target our public debates with mis and disinformation with the intent of influencing outcomes. I think also we have to recognize we've been spending a lot of time discussing anecdotes of narratives, mis and disinformation narratives. We also have to understand that there's also a bigger agenda, and that is that digital authoritarian governments like Russia, like China, also export surveillance technologies to others. And in so doing, they are gradually developing an alternative global infrastructure that is based on citizen surveillance that runs counter to a democratic approach. And so part of my remarks will also be taking stock of that bigger picture and what we need to do as democracies. In other words, we should not just be focused on our own national democratic threats, but we should also be looking at ways in which we can collaborate in order to counter the broader threat of digital authoritarianism. So through disinformation campaigns, digital authoritarians disrupt and polarize public debates. So what is their intent on doing that? Well, it's to skew public discourse, generate misleading narratives. And in the short run, this obviously has a disruptive effect on our elections. How do they do this? Through a variety of digital tools, including botnets, troll farms, state-sponsored narratives. There's a variety of methodologies that are used in order to perpetuate false narratives. But what happens over the medium and longer term? Over the medium longer term, it has the effect of creating electorates which are disengaged, which don't show up, which end up being distrustful, and that has a negative effect on our ability to not only conduct elections, but also to keep alive a lively democratic discourse. It also can narrow debate by responding to specific agendas that are at the interest of the digital authoritarian actors who target us. In terms of the Canadian context, Canada is targeted by disinformation campaigns by digital authoritarian actors who target our strengths as vulnerabilities. Canada's strength is that we have a very connected population. 85% of Canadians are connected. We have, because of our geography, that is one of the consequences. We also have a high percentage of millennials and Gen Zs who rely exclusively on social media for their news. 60% of millennials and 85% of Gen Zs, that's their source of news. So there have been comments earlier in this conference about the decline of traditional journalism and what that means in terms of the accuracy of information. And that also creates a vulnerability. Canada is also a multicultural country, and our diasporas have been targeted by mis and disinformation, particularly by China, which is something I'll come back to later in my presentation. And finally, we are both members of important coalitions such as G7 and NATO. And those coalitions depend on a collaboration between North America and Europe, which is also disrupted by disinformation. That's particularly on the part of Russia. So in terms of our experience with disinformation, most of the attacks against Canada are actually unattributed. But we have a very good cybersecurity infrastructure in Canada, and we know that roughly 80% comes from two actors, Russia and China. So we have experience with both that we've been discussing today, unfortunately. And a distant third is Iran that we haven't been talking about in this session. But I'm going to be focusing almost exclusively on Russia and China. So both Russia and China have very different information ecosystems. They are highly controlled. They control access to the internet. They control debates within their society and to differing degrees. And they also have very advanced surveillance techniques. In terms of their tactics and methods are a little bit different in our view. Russia is more a distributed network in terms of how they employ their disinformation strategies. They make use of proxies. They have lower cost alternatives, which when they export that toolkit to others, that's certainly an advantage for those who don't want to invest in the highly sophisticated infrastructure that is the hallmark of China. So turning to China, China has probably the most advanced and concerted program of disinformation. It has a cohesive partnership that exists between a government, state-controlled industry, academia, organizations within China, and that results in a multi-layered infrastructure that is highly coordinated. So you have a distributed network from Russia's perspective, more coordination from China, but their basic goals remain the same. In terms of the methodologies they use, From our observation, Russia is a little bit different insofar as they tend to try to perpetuate chaos or disruption for its own sake in order to disrupt democracies. And in our case, as being part of the NATO alliance, they also try to drive wedges within our alliances. They also try to target wedges within democratic societies, making use of very sensitive issues, whether that be around diaspora issues or sensitive issues around gender identity or LGBTQ, any issues around which there is a lively public discourse and division, they will seek to draw wedges. In China's cases, we've seen a more sophisticated approach in terms of objectives. It uses mis and disinformation largely as influence campaigns. In Canada, we've seen that on issues around Huawei. We've also seen it in our own elections. And if I can just draw an example of that, in our last elections, there was a targeting of Canada's infrastructure and also key candidates by China, which is the subject of a commission now that's looking at what happened and what we could possibly do in the future to avoid that. The tactics we used were spamouflage, which is also used in Taiwan's elections. Spam meaning everywhere, camouflage meaning deception. So spamouflage was used in order both against the leaders of our parties and particular candidates. It actually wasn't particularly effective because it wasn't carried by algorithms. So it wasn't as effective as some of the other techniques. What was effective was micro-targeting. So in this case, the micro-targeting was directed twofold. One against the Chinese diaspora through WeChat, Chinese language WeChat, which was not monitored as closely as it should have been by Canadian authorities who focus on more English language press. And so this was one that was slow to come to the fore. The other was a targeting of key politicians who had taken anti-Chinese positions. One of those is Michael Chong, who is now the foreign affairs critic of the Conservative Party, who had led motions, human rights motions against China dealing with the Uyghur issue. He was targeted by campaign and disinformation, and that was brought to the fore. And as I mentioned, now there is a foreign commission in Canada that's looking at these tactics in part to draw lessons for the future. In terms of how we and other democracies respond to disinformation, there's really two classes of measures, intervention and inoculation. In intervention measures can include topic rebuttal, in other words, challenging, fact-checking the information. It can include countering narratives, which can be effective in making sure that there's an alternative narrative that corrects the record. Or you can look at technique rebuttals. The United States, for example, uses this quite frequently when it doesn't want to reiterate the actual misinformation narrative. You focus on contextualizing it by the perpetrator and their methodologies. Given the speed at which these narratives can be propelled through social media and the algorithms, speed becomes very important in terms of reaction. Taiwan certainly had that right in terms of the multi-pronged approach that you took, the army really of volunteers that were capitalized upon in order to counter disinformation during your own elections. Just moving in terms of other things that we can do. I know regulation has been minimized. Regulation has not really proved effective, although we find that the Digital Services Act within Europe an interesting model of what might be possible, an interesting baby step. Within the G7, Canada actually houses the Rapid Response Mechanism, which has a mandate to analyze strategically mis and disinformation and counter it. And there should be more collective efforts, I think, in terms of our work with technology companies, which so far have not really yielded much fruit. And I don't think we should continue to wait for that to happen without taking actions directly amongst democracies. Inoculation measures have been raised. The more that we can pre-bunk, prepare our citizenry, and also do public education around both digital literacy and education around mis and disinformation will in part be effective moving forward in terms of enhancing the resiliency of our societies. But I think in general, when we're looking at responses from democracies, we need to look at a very sophisticated toolkit. Technology is most interesting. My lab does a lot of work in terms of detecting deep fakes, and it's a lot of fun in terms of understanding, how they work, how they're countered. But that's really not a full, solution. Counter narratives are more important in terms of being able to strategically counter mis and disinformation. Increasing public resiliency, as I mentioned, has to go alongside. We invest a lot in critical thinking, not a lot in critical understanding, and our public needs to be better prepared as we move forward, because dis and misinformation is going to remain with us. Holding tech companies accountable should be part of that mix too. We also need to go broader. Democracies need to work together to try to develop codes and governance as a counter to what's happening in terms of digital authoritarians exporting their surveillance technology. If we don't act soon, it'll be too late in order to set the groundwork for constructive digital governance. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, last but not least, Professor Wang, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Renfu Wang, but maybe 4 years ago I worked in the National Security Council. So in the hacker domain, I have a nickname, it's 5566, okay? Not the 007, okay? It's my nickname. So because I work in the National Security Council, we will look into and to analyze the hacker behavior. Maybe the hacker come from China, China hacker is very famous. Maybe you can call them APT-41, APT-3, okay? They attacked the democracy country in the world. So today I will discuss a critical and evolving threat that Taiwan faces. Okay, the cognitive warfare waged by China cyber army. China cyber army is very famous in the globalized. They do a lot of use the AI to make a lot of fake news or do a lot of cyber attacks. So Taiwan with because Taiwan have advanced IT infrastructure, is highly vulnerable to cyber attacks. However, Taiwan's situation is unique due to the persistent and the target effort by China. China disrupt our society, government, and the way of life. Okay, so Taiwan have a long been a target of cyber attack. You can find any new pattern, hacker attack pattern in Taiwan. For example, the malicious, the ransomware malicious in Taiwan. Okay, for example, the global imposter 3, They use the global imposter 3, this ransomware, to attack a lot of countries. Okay, so these attacks are often accompanied by the disinformation campaign designed to confuse and manipulate public opinion in Taiwan. For instance, about 3 years ago, when Taiwan was prepared to open our market to United States, it's the pork import. China launched a coordinated cognitive warfare campaign. They create and spread fake news and a lot of fake accounts on social media platform like Facebook or Line. They to sought to undermine Taiwan's relationship with United States, and they sow discord within our society. In our analysis of group behavior, the fake Facebook account operated by China's cyber force. They revealed a troubling trend. For example, in 2016 and 17, these operations were likely conducted by real people. Real people, you know, real people is a hacker in China. But now, since 2018, they make a lot of bots, you know, bots. Use the AI, they can automatic to make the disinformation or fake news. Significantly is he expanding the scale of this operation. Automated operations are primarily focused on nationwide political issue. Because China, they will to influence Taiwan's political issue. So they influence a broader strong spectrum of public disclosure. The target for the mass dissemination include a wide variety of groups, such as the anti-Taiwan independence group, and even non-public political entity like the lifestyle or entertainment group. Okay, so this target show the extensive reach and capability of China competitive welfare efforts. More recently, China cyber force have also begun use the TikTok. TikTok, you know, everybody have maybe a lot of people they like to watch the TikTok. They use the TikTok to fund and support their cognitive welfare activity in Taiwan. They involve laundry money. You know laundry money. TikTok have the TikTok coins. It's a very big laundry money. Okay, so they laundry money to sell TikTok coins, which are then they to the local cooperator in Taiwan is a TikToker like a YouTuber. Okay, this the cooperator often influence or impact social media and to our people and create disinformation or fair information in the TikTok. For example, in June 2023, maybe 1 year ago, Taiwanese couple was accused of operating an illegal cross-strait exchange business and this TikTok store, and they laundry over 170 million NTD dollars. It's a huge money in here. Such this instant issue illustrate and covered the method to use to support the cognitive welfare to operate in some disinformation in Taiwan and to influence or impact the opposition in Taiwan, maybe about the political issue. Okay, so China's cognitive welfare operative exploit TikTok monitoring system is in several ways. They promote the fake news as the promotional contents or paid partnership generating and based on the traffic and click. And they have a donate system. You know, donate. You can donate the money in the TikTok. Donation made during live stream and used for money laundering. They use the TikTok coin, pay the TikTok coin to some people. They make disinformation. TikTok marketplace is another menu through which creator earn income by engaging in the cognitive welfare. These activities are often intended and to the Facebook or Line, where they can reach an even a broader audience. So in Taiwan, we have this in response to this threat. Taiwan has strengthened this. We have to make a legal framework to combat disinformation and fraud. And for example, in July 2024 this year, Taiwan passed the 4 anti-fraud law, including fraud criminal or crime prevention act, and the telecommunication security and the surveillance act. Because this act aims to relative virtual asset service to prevent money laundering with the criminal penalty for the unregistered service provider. In the parliament, strict regulation on the third-party payment service to prevent their use in the money laundering. So in increasing the penalty for the money laundering, enhance the cooperate or the responsibility, trains the company and expand the scope of the criminal process confusion. So China cognitive welfare against Taiwan is very clear and prevent danger. By understanding their method and take proactive measure, Taiwan can protect our security and to ensure the safety of our people. Thank you your attention.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you, Renfu, for the presentation. So we've finished 5 excellent statements, presentations. We've heard from our panelists various tactics, strategies by these manipulators, by these digital bullying persons, peoples or organizations. And thank you for our final panelists to connect our topic to other topics like money laundering and fraud, which Taiwan government is trying to combat very much recently. I would like to highlight various impact mentioned by our panelists from these disinformation campaigns. It costs real human life. It causes impact and damages to our economic system. It causes public trust. It creates division or exacerbates division amongst our society in division lines alongst generations, ethnicities, and political party and issue supporters. It drives wedges in our international allies, and it creates problem in our families as well. Families argue over this, and most importantly, it creates doubt in ourselves towards our value and our way of life. And all of our panelists talked about the importance of international partnerships and collaboration in terms of dealing with the challenges in a global scale. And finally, the importance of evidence-based work, try to gain public trust and moving forward. So I hope you've been thinking about your questions. I would like to open up to the floor, and please raise your hand if you have any questions. Our staff will give you a microphone, and I already see Professor Liu right there. So you'll be the first, please.
Thank you, everyone. So my name is Wenmei Liu. I am Associate Professor of the Taiwan National Taiwan Normal University. And I just retired from the MJIB. That means Minister Justice Investigation Bureaus is very important law enforcement in Taiwan. My question is, when we know that disinformation spread through the local collaborator, that means not. That means someone to spread a lot of disinformation. When I am a special agency in MJIB, we have to spend a lot of energy to use according the law to punish the to spread the information to someone. So I want to ask Mr. Unas, how do you do to deal with the knot in Israel, especially you under so pressures from your outside? How do you do that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
But can you repeat? How do you
deal with the node that spreads disinformation in Israel?
Okay, the nodes. Well, if you handle only the nodes, or you're looking for the nodes, you lost the game before it started. Our first move is to understand who's behind, where the head of the snake, or where the initiation. It's not easy. It sometimes takes months. By the way, my 556 colleague here with the...
It's 5566.
Excuse me. So we'll reaffirm that there's no really an attribution problem in cyber. Everybody speaks about it, but the truth is that any decent agency in the countries, you pull the thread, you know who is behind it. It sometimes takes a lot of time, but in all the times, almost all of the times, it's not relevant for bringing to justice or to get the law, legislation, the criminal processes all around the world are way behind it. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned that dealing with the nodes is not futile, but less effective in overall. Now, many times these nodes are fooled. They are not even aware. And we have that now in Israel in large volumes. Iranians are doing trying to do a lot of damage, not by just shooting missiles that we intercept, but also even much more through bullying, digital bullying. And we don't arrest any of these. We bring them to investigation. and we warn them, these people, and most of the time they are shocked that they are used by the enemy for their purposes. They thought it's legitimate, it's part of their way of thinking or something like that. Once you show them that they are only pawns, stupid pawns on the board, they usually, by their own means, walk aside, relax, apologize even publicly. But having said that, if you find, and if we find we just arrested a spy working for the Iranians, he got money, that's crossing the line. That's a node that should stay in prison. But most of the nodes, if you just go and pick the nodes, you lost the game. You need to go upstream and start there. And cutting the head of the snake usually is helpful.
Thank you, Igor. Would any of the other panelists like to add to that question? Okay. All right. Yes, please, sir. Can we have microphone in front? Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Yu Jinglin. I'm the Deputy Minister of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. And my question is, who should take a lead in fighting misinformation and disinformation? Is that the government or the social media platforms like Facebook and Google or some NGO? Because we know that in a democracy, people do not like the government to take control of the media. Thank you.
Yes, generally frowned upon. Gidrimas, would you like to?
Yeah, so I kind of briefly refer to that, first of all, these platforms need to be regulated. Now, I think what has been created with social media, despite all the fanfare when they all kind of came to start working, it was the Section 230 in California sort of gives them freedom of, they're not responsible for that. It's only the user who posts, and then you're not responsible. You can do whatever you want there, especially. I think the realization now is that this is not working. I think it's universal. There'll be lobbyists who will pay millions and millions to make sure that the regulation does not come through. But this is, I think it's every government needs, I mean, in Taiwan, in Europe, we have a European Union regulation. There's some conformity with the regulation, and the European Union can enforce that versus NATO, which can actually raise the issue. But NATO, the way NATO works is it's a consensus-based organization. The only thing that you must do as a country is to pay your bills for budget. But other things, you kind of, you sign up, you sign up by consensus, but really, if you don't meet your 2% requirement on defense, well, nobody's going to punish you explicitly. Now, I think with the EU, it does help, but I think inside the country, I think it's really, I mean, there's many debates. I think social media cannot be allowed to stay unpunished. It cannot be that way that the social media shareholders who are not elected, Mark Zuckerberg, maybe he's a great guy, but I don't know him, but he can determine the election results, he can determine the swings in various trends that can be eventually harmful for the society. So, you have to put where, it has to be a lot more stricter, sort of regulation. So I think it's, well, nowadays, what is media? One person could be a media if you have a way to sort of get into the online services. So it could be Facebook, could be other platforms. So it's a complex question, but I think it's about government really taking charge and making sure that the interests of the people and of the society are taken care of.
Thank you. Igor, would you like to add? We could go down.
Very shortly, it must be a PPP, a public-private partnership. No single element of those you mentioned can win that alone. Not the government, the reasons you mentioned and others, and not the, let's say, the motivation of the social media, not to speak about TikTok, that no motivation there probably. So there must be more co-orchestrated movement. Who needs to lead it? Yes, the governments. That's why we have governments. That we invented governance. Somebody needs to take this train forward. But yes, you need all the other parts of the train, not just the engine. And that's meaning the working together, convincing, and also pressing if needed, because not all the motivations aligned. And you need to get them into the right rails, so to speak.
Yes, it's a very sensitive question. Where is sending free words, free media, where we can control? I am coming back to the how strengthen is society, and what are the society's values and all that. But of course, everything is changed right now, and who is taking responsibility to control, who is not taking. We have one case when one person went against one media platform. There was a comment, very nasty comment about the person. And at first the Estonian court and at the end of European court said that for this comment is responsible media platform, not the person who wrote that. It's one of the examples. Yes, who is responsible to control? I believe that the previous answer is the correct, and to say directly that the responsibility is for the government or the platforms. We are global. We are global, and all these global values are also so important. But we know all the regulations, and following the regulations is only for the good guys. Bad guys are doing what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I am also a supporter of public-private. Noda? I think I dropped it at one point. I'm also a fan of the private-public partnership model. But I do think that it needs to be coordinated, and there needs to be an understanding within what is the value added that non-governmental actors bring, and what is the value added that governments bring. I am personally fascinated by Taiwan's experience in leveraging a huge network of volunteers and civil society organizations to detect and repel disinformation. It's not something I think that is highly replicable, at least in Canada. I think within Taiwan you also have not only a healthy civil society movement, but one that is highly motivated, that sees the existential threat to its democracy in a way that most Canadians don't. And so that's definitely a strength of the Taiwan system, but I think it's fairly unique to Taiwan. I think what governments can bring is coordination, and also a strategic analysis that's important in developing counter-narratives. Because it's one thing to bring disinformation down, to make it disappear, to repel it, but it's most effective if you can replace that with a counter-narrative. And really, counter-narratives are really the projection of the identity of the state. And so that, in my view, is where governments can really play a role on that strategic side. Also in regulation, to the extent that it is provided for, and certainly in terms of international partnerships. I think democracies can do more in sharing information about where narratives have been effective, what kinds of narratives have been effective, how what countermeasures have been employed. And we can do that even without there being an international organization. We can do that by democracies coming together. We shouldn't be alone, and we shouldn't regard our efforts as being nation-state focused, because I think there's quite a bit that we can do that's transnational.
Okay, I echo the PPP. Is because our association, hacker association or university, all need a lot of money, come from the digital department, okay, to promote and support our research. Okay, we can, the hacker can to trace or to analyze and to get the bot. Because the China, they use the bot to influence or make the disinformation. So democracy is protect people, not AI bot. But the China or Russia, they make a lot of AI bot. They maybe 1 minute or 1 second, they make a lot of disinformation very shortly. And in the Facebook or Line, just say, oh, you say anything, bullshit, and to publish a lot of the disinformation, and to influence the political opposition or the people's choice. Okay, so if we can get if the hacker, the white hacker can help our government. Thank you.
Let's collect 3 questions, please. 1, and then 2, and then there. Yes.
Okay, my name is Honda Chen from TABF, Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance. I have a question for the Dumas, because you are military and financial background. How did you think about weaponization of finance or cyber attacks on the financial industry during the gray zone conflict, or using financial warfare as a precursor before the invasion? Thank you.
Okay, that sounds like a question for the first panel, but please respond. And then second question, please.
Hello, my name is Masahiro Matsumura, Taiwan Fellow from Japan. Some of your panelists emphasize the importance of international partnership. I think it's a good as a slogan, but in practice, I think it's very difficult to achieve because within one country, the law enforcement, intelligence, and military has one claim for the jurisdiction. And then they sometimes do not agree with who will be responsible for what. For example, in the United States, we heard that there is an unsmooth and occasionally hostile relationship between the National Security Agency and the US Cyber Command. And then, so even within the country, it's not tough to coordinate how you can achieve the international partnership and cooperation. And maybe in Israel, because the site is very small, and then relationship between different segments of the actors are very intimate and smooth. Maybe they may have a different. So please share some of the successful and then unsuccessful experience, and then give us your prospect, how we can achieve genuine, working, effective international partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. And a third, please.
Yes. I go by G-Man. I work at INDSR. That's a think tank here in Taiwan. One of the things that hackers and government agencies that employ hackers do is look at the seams of a society. They look for areas where there's weakness. And one of the areas I think is a weak area is the commercial world. And one of the problems is that a lot of you have been talking about what the government is doing about the attacks on government. But can you talk about what you're doing in terms of protecting commercial arenas, such as if you get, let's say, information that a financial institution is going to be attacked, what procedures do you do to protect them? Because as I understand, most of you have been talking about protecting the government, but what do you do about protecting companies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Would you like to start?
I guess I'll start with this financial warfare question. I think we have to take a step back and think about the war. Actually, we can use example of Ukraine war or any other hot conflict at the moment, it's not just kinetic. It's really everything. And like I can give you an example from NATO. When we used to, what the threat is, what the security issues are, it used to be all military. There's Army, Navy, Maritime, like that includes Space Force, then includes cyberspace. It continues to expand. Now you include economic tools, technological tools. It's broadening to everything in the society, really. So really the financial tools, the kind of financial instruments of power, if you will, are equally important. And what the EU has done it really on versus Russia, really by regarding the SWIFT payments with the SWIFT system, I think I would say it was way too late. It should have been done much earlier, but that's the speed of that where our institutions operate nowadays in democracies. Again, this is a democratic issue. It could have been done much, much faster, but that's a way to make sure that the aggressor then is able, it affects the aggressor and is able to change its course. This has not really worked yet to the extent that we want it to work. But it's I think if you look in the longer run, I think it should be definitely one of the tools to use as the military response, the kind of cyber defense, cyber offense even. Anything that financial tools are absolutely important, and because we're so interconnected, and I think, even thinking about we discussed at panel 1, I think, and yesterday, by the way, at INDSR, they talked a lot about it. So what does it mean, kinetic action by China? Well, is that a deterrent if you're able to turn off the SWIFT system? I'm not sure. Again, we need to play a lot of war games there to really understand how it will work. But again, if it's something that we can leverage, we should be able to use that.
Thank you.
Well, regarding the international cooperation, one of the biggest silver lining or optimistic messages we can go out from here today is exactly that. It's everything but a slogan. In fact, as we speak, there's just the Israeli case, we have more than 90-something countries operationally working daily, cert to cert, cyber command and control centers with others, including when I was showing it on maps when I was in office, the map was missing some of the countries we cannot show because we don't have diplomatic relations, but we have very strong cyber relations with them. Even here in the region, I will not elaborate, of course. And that's because the nature of this threat is international, it's global. When Iran is attacking Israel on an hourly basis, they don't go directly. This is the best practice of today's. Everyone goes through other countries and trying to hide. So when Iran attacks, they go through Lithuania, and then Sweden, and then India, and then Israel. Once we're aligned, and that goes for cybercrime groups as well that attack India or Lithuania, they go through Israel. So once we're aligned, and yes, I inaugurated the Global Cyber Cabinet back in 2019. There were 20 countries, including US and India and UK and Japan and others. Now it's more than 33 countries. The problem is it's only the cyber agencies. They are not law enforcement. Interpol is a great international, not a slogan, international cooperation, law enforcement, but they don't really understand cyber. And I tell them in the face, it's not something that I hide from them. Now, when these two parallel international corporations between cyber agencies, and I hope, I wish, I work that Taiwan will be part of it, and the Interpol will collide, then we'll see a drop in ransomware, and maybe the prices will get a little lower.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
Sorry?
You talk about law enforcement and cyber agencies, but you got to also include the military cyber command.
Militaries has their international cooperation level as well, and that's insinuating to the last question. I'll give my colleagues to answer. No, we don't talk about government defending government. That's boring. That's the government, at least those I know, like-minded countries to Israel, we work in defending the critical infrastructure, the private sectors, and that's the main goal. The government is, by the way, the least targeted in many places, and the military knows how to defend themselves usually. So the government needs to take care of everybody else.
I just want to add that the first step of cooperation is starting between human beings, person to person, and then institutions, and then this third round, etc., etc. If I trust Artis, I will talk to him secret information. I trust Artis.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I think in terms of international collaboration, perhaps coordinated international collaboration is aspirational and maybe a step too far. But I think there's a lot that democracies can do in terms of transparency and sharing information. For example, about databases. You know, it can take a long time for labs to scrape and to you know, make sure that the data they use is clean and it's verifiable. And so sharing information on databases of both kind of that evidence-based information, but also about narratives. So what narratives, disinformation narratives are out there? How do you keyword them? So these are issues in which I think that there could be more collaboration, again, in a trusted environment. But looking for coordinated action is probably a step too far. We've seen a number of years now being invested into trying to work in small groups with technology companies to try to advance collaboration. That has not yielded fruit, although that work should continue. In terms of the application to the private sector, the methodology that we use in our still young lab is actually a methodology that's adapted from looking at a narrative risk in a private sector situation, so that what we look for is, you know, what is the propensity of a narrative, how is that being, with the speed at which it is accelerating through the system. So, like for example, if a narrative is not accelerating, then it's kind of noise. It's something that we won't necessarily look at. If it's accelerating fast, but there is no harm associated with it, well, you know, then that might be also something that we don't concern ourselves with. What we do concern ourselves with, whether it be private sector or in a public environment, is when you have an accelerating narrative and it's harmful either in terms of its influence or especially in terms of its influence on behavior. And so that can be applicable to either situation. In fact, one of the examples that we run in our training courses is supply chain examples, because increasingly companies do not have control over their own supply chains. There's some disinformation narratives that might hit a part of their chain that they're not familiar with. For example, allegations about child labor. And if those start accelerating, the reputational risk on a business can be acute. So certainly, you're quite correct in emphasizing the importance of us to be looking at also vulnerabilities in our economy and in our private sectors as well.
Thank you very much. Professor Wang, you have the final words of this panel.
I think everyone is hungry. So if we have any question, you can find me. Okay, it's the final. Thank you.
So thank you for the reminder. Please reach out to our panelists, and once again, a warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many thanks to Co-Director Yo and all our panelists for a wonderful discussion session. And please return to your seat in the audience. Oh, before that, we would like to take a picture. Sure. Okay, please look towards our camera as we would like to capture this wonderful session with a picture. Okay, please look towards the camera. 1, 2, 3. thumbs up. And once again, look towards our camera. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has given us an opportunity for profound exchanges of opinions on current regional issues. I'd like to once again thank all our speakers, both foreign and domestic ones, for the valuable insights they have shared through the dialogue. And to conclude our forum, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lai Yizhong, President of the Prospect Foundation, to come up to the stage and deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you all for sticking all the way to the end. And you are the biggest supporter for this forum, and Prospect Foundation is really proud to have all of you here. First of all, I'd like to thank for the three very distinguished speech by former Premier of Japan and also the former Premier of Slovakia, very inspiring speech, and another very passionate and encouraging speech by a former ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley. And we also have three very insightful panel discussions. And I think I just shared with you that the three panel discussion, the topic was designed basically to reflect the issue that Taiwan is very much concerned about. The first panel regarding a gray zone operation on Taiwan. We do know that the security issues, especially the possible war on Taiwan by China, that take the central stages regarding how we're going to take care of the issues. But as we started to see that aside from the kinematic pressure by China on Taiwan, the gray zone operation by China on Taiwan is the one with daily experiences. And as all the preparation goes to the symmetrical defense for the sake of the defending against Chinese kinematic against Taiwan, we started to find out that the gray zone operation by China on Taiwan, that conversation and how to counter that becomes a problem that we haven't been able to figure out how to deal with it effectively and all the way until today. And this is something that needs to be addressed. So that is the issue about the first panel. And of course, the second panel regarding economic security issues. We do know that after the COVID and the war in Ukraine, that the people started to realize that the pathway of the economic models by stressing the mutual interdependence, that model probably will not work at all. Just in time, the model has been replaced by just in case. But as the world started to step into the issue about the economic de-riskings, but what exactly can we do about that? And also, what exactly can we do to support the fellow the country that share the same values when they've been economically under attack by another authoritarian states? We do have the issue about Lithuania, but it also took them years. Even today, the European Union, the issue about anti-exploitation instrument that had been downgraded to a certain scale, that been unable to address issues. And as we prepare for the possible contingency, and also the problem we're facing in Indo-Pacific, that economic modeling and a new way of pattern of the development, that is something we need to find out. So that is the issue about second panel. Now the last one, and also thanks for the great discussion that we have. But I think the last one, the problem I'm facing is that when people talk about the issue about the cyber as well as the digital realm, a lot of them has been taken in the form of law enforcement. But Taiwan is actually facing the cognition warfare. So it's actually war on daily on Taiwan that we have to face. But in addition to those, when we look at those developments as the digital realms, there's another very important issue about how the very essence of the maintaining democracy, especially anonymous. That seems to be one of the central issues that for the protecting personal freedoms, that is now in the cyber realm, in a digital realm, that is under the direct challenge. At the same time, that when the anonymous, that is so important, but in the digital realm, sometimes it now becomes the weapon for the other side to launch the irresponsible attack. And another way, when the previous panel talked about how the public-private cooperations, the partnership, to help to address the issues. But in Taiwan in 5 years, we talk about the public-private partnership. But I'm sorry to say that it hasn't really been very successful. Especially Taiwan does not have its own platform. And all the platform in Taiwan is introduced and interjected by the multinational companies. And even for some multinational companies, their capitalist considerations many times get in the way about Taiwan's national security and our social safety concerns. And we still struggle with those. So that is another way that when we look at the issue, that needs to be addressed. And hope that today, although we're not in the anticipation that we can find the solutions, but at least we hope that we could enrich the discussion and start the conversations to help us to really find out how we can address that one. And finally, I would say that before I end up my remarks here, I'd just like to invite all of you to thank all the staff from the Prospect Foundations and the helpers, including Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They have been quietly working in the background to help to run this conference as smooth as possible. So please join with me in thanking for them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lai. And next, I'd like to invite Mr. Tian Zhongguang, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to make closing remarks. Please welcome.
Well, Honorable Chairman, Mark Chang of the Prospect Foundation, the President, Dr. Lai Yizhong of Prospect Foundation, all the dignitaries, keynote speakers, participants, a very good afternoon to you all. Before I make my speech, let me share some of my thinking. About 4 years ago, I just finished my mission in India. So I went back to Taiwan. During that period of time, COVID-19 just happened. That pandemic probably for this generation, people probably, they do not have that kind of experience. So people panic. But Taiwan, during that period of time, we donated 50 million face masks to about 88 countries around the world. And that really gave Taiwan a very good reputation. That is, we are the humanitarian providers. I remember during that period of time, domestically, we did not have enough face masks. So usually people use face masks, the disposal. They use that one day and next day they use the new one. But unfortunately, during that period of time, we did not have that luxury. So the authority told us how to reuse that face mask, to put it into the rice cooker, use the heat to sanitize it, and then you can use the next day. But they say, be careful, don't put the rice and face mask at the same time in the rice cooker. So I remember vividly. And then the war between Russia and Ukraine happened. And Taiwan was probably one of the first countries. We have collected about 700 tons of relief goods, together with the $50 million collected from each and every individual's people in Taiwan. That again, we created kind of a force for good. So in the later days, actually, we've been receiving something like medical supplies and things like that. So that kind of actions, again, put elevated Taiwan in other height. So I'm very proud that this kind of deeds from Taiwan really change the whole world when we face disasters. Either it's from natural disaster or the human disasters. So again, this is a privilege for me to address you at the conclusion of this year's Ketagalan Forum. I would like to, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you. Your contributions enriched our discussion and were instrumental to the success of the event. In particular, I would like to express my appreciation for the Honorable Yoshihiko Noda, the former Prime Minister of Japan, and the Honorable Edward Heger, the former Prime Minister of Slavic Republic, as well as our other distinguished speakers, panelists, and the participants. Your presence is a testament to our unwavering commitment to our shared values. As we navigate today's challenges, to Taiwan's role as an indispensable partner in the global community has become even more pronounced. We stand ready to collaborate with our international partners, share our experience and expertise, and jointly to build a beautiful and brighter tomorrow. And throughout this event, we have engaged in illuminating conversations on the key issues of democracy, security, and economy. The conclusion of the forum will guide us as we continue to promote a comprehensive foreign policy built on 3 pillars: value-based diplomacy, centered on democracy; alliance diplomacy centered on peace; and economic diplomacy centered on prosperity. By doing so, we will strengthen the democratic alliance, enhance regional security, and advance global development. Taiwan remains firmly committed to the value-based diplomacy. In democratic society, the interests of the people come first. And this core principle permeates all aspects of our foreign policy, including cooperation on peace and security, trade and economics, and the science and technology. And given the rising tension across Taiwan Strait and the South and East China Seas, there is an undeniable need for vigilance and proactive measures to ensure the regional stability. Today's discussion underscores Taiwan's critical role in maintaining the status quo. It always also stressed the importance of constructive engagement and cooperation to stabilize the situation in contested waters. Through alliance diplomacy, Taiwan will bolster national defense, enhance regional stability, and promote world peace. Economic diplomacy means leveraging our competitive advantages in key industries, such as semiconductor sectors, which commands a significant share of global market. We want to work with like-minded countries on de-risking strategies to build resilient global supply chains. By integrating Taiwan's economic and technological strength into our diplomatic efforts, we will amplify our influence on the global stage. This includes transitioning from the strategy of solidifying alliances to creating a new framework of prosperous alliances and empower communities, transform lives, and create sustainable development. We want our partners to feel a sense of pride and honor to be allied with Taiwan. Our guiding principles is Taiwan can help and Taiwan can lead. We must seize the opportunity to project Taiwan's leadership role around the world, deepening multilateral ties and make Taiwan an integral part of international communities. We are confronted by many challenges, but as Winston Churchill once said, the optimists seize opportunity in every difficulty. Let us be those optimists. In conclusion, the insights and the ideas generated during this forum equip us with the knowledge and the resolve to face future problems. Our commitment to upholding democratic principles, protect global security, and ensuring economic resilience is unwavering. The collective wisdom and cooperation we have witnessed at this forum reaffirmed our shared commitment to these goals. Thank you once again for your presence. I wish you good health and happiness, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Tian. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we officially conclude the Ketagalan Forum 2024 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. In closing, I'd like to thank all of you once again for attending this forum, and I believe that your time here has made a deep impression and you have gained new insights. Let us continue to advocate for closer exchanges and cooperation. Thank you all, and see you in 2025. Thank you.